It is one of those days to start the show. Sorry, guys, everything's fighting me right now. Welcome in, guys. Everybody, hit the like button as you file in here. Double tap the screen. All right, here. Gotta finish troubleshooting something real quick. Hey, we'll get all the bugs out before I even start the show. How about that? Do this professional style. You guys just get a little bonus here. All right, that should do it. Yep, that did it. All right, cool. We're good to go. Start the show.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalks.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to an early edition of High on Politics on a Friday. Hope you guys are doing really well. I have to start the show a little earlier today. Got some stuff going on a little bit later. So, yeah, possibly. This is one of those ones where it's just like tentative plans, but it is raining, storming, and that will possibly affect whether or not I have later plans. So, that is the reason we're here early today, and yeah, I'm still feeling a little bit of last night. I streamed until just under 3. It was like 2 something, or it was like 2:30, or I don't know. My stream just kind of crashed on me. I think my stream was just like go to bed. Somebody in chat had mentioned that, or Pinkerbell, I think that was you, where you were like, yeah, I think that your chat or your stream was just like, go to bed, dude. What are you doing? So, yeah. I was up rather late. I actually, I went back and I re-listened to the letter hack thing because I kind of felt like I didn't get the full experience of it because, like, it was so, I don't know. It just, I wasn't able to fully pay attention to it because I was kind of commentating on it. Is the volume low or is that just you? That might just be you. It should not be low. Let me see. I did just troubleshoot a lot of stuff, so that could have actually had an impact. Let's see. Okay, that should sounds fine. Yeah, no, okay, so regardless, this should be a little bit louder. Yeah, Hermit, maybe just reset. Greetings, what's up, Kingsley? Good to see you. Jess, how's it going? Hermit, what up? Also, I saw that you were over on Twitch. Appreciate that, as always. Pinkerbell, what's up? Go hard for profits. Hello. Okay, all right. You've been here how many times now? Why are you still calling me host? Like, seriously, are you a bot? Like, is that bot stuff, or like, why host? What the hell? No, that's bot stuff. Like, that is bot stuff. I mean, that's like, seriously, how the hell am I supposed to not think that that's like you just being a blatant robot? Hello, host. I am back. Welcome back to the YouTube. I appreciate you. Here is contrarian opinion. Beep boop. I'm just kidding. But for real, why the fuck you call me host? My name is Pep, dude. Once I've introduced myself to somebody, it does get kind of rude when you're like, how many times would you in your real life accept somebody coming up to you after you've introduced yourself, being like, hey, whoa, Pep? Yeah, Pep, yeah, oh, yeah, this is my 7th time meeting you. Fuck you. Like, what's your Seriously? About to kick up my stream in an hour or two. I'll be doing that. Nice. Hell yeah. Man, out there doing it. I gotta give you the high five. Yeah, after watching Letterhack, I will say I have one major disagreement. He did kind of shit on streamers, man. Like, he shit on the entire concept of streaming at one point, which he kind of walked it back a little bit, because you could tell that he, like, felt a little bit bad about it. But, man, I don't know. He definitely, yesterday was Festivus for the Letterhack. If you don't know who the Letterhack is, he is another left-wing creator that actually put together this space, introduced me to a wide variety of you guys. So, yeah, it was kind of heartbreaking to see him have his final broadcast last night, but he definitely treated it like a final broadcast. He did not mince words. He called out, what he deemed he needed to call out. Even though I will say, at what point do you just kind of name names so you don't do the thing where you think that this is just it's a blanket thing where you think it's you? I know this is what ended up happening. I'm not going to call anybody out, or I'm not going to, I'm not going to. Yeah. I'm not going to air any private conversations or anything like that, but I will just say this. As that was happening, some people started getting a hold of me from this space, and they kind of got they were kind of getting upset, and at one point they did even say, "Oh my God, was it me? Was this one of us?" It was really weird, and I was kind of like, "Oh man, I see why people would freak out about this." Hey Brian, by the way, thank you for popping on over. Hey, well, look at that, we got some horizontal people today. Awesome, appreciate that. That was certainly an airing of grievances last night. Yeah, it was. Again, I only got to watch about an hour of it before I had to go to bed. I remember looking at my phone, and it was past 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was just like, oh God, what have I done? So yeah, I had to go to bed. But yeah, he definitely he went for it, and I have to say, him going after the leftist mafia, I hope that wasn't lost on anybody. So his last appearance was on Leftist Mafia, and holy shit, dude, I'm starting to think that might have had a little bit to do with this. Alex had nothing to do with it, absolutely not. But I think that it was maybe the way that he was treated by the other hosts. Over on West Mediterranean War, Gibraltar, Ellipsis, I really don't know, and honestly, I'm too tired to really talk about it right now. Maybe a little bit later in the show. My wife went, she got Starbucks today, which I haven't had in a long time. Even though I'm dressed like I fucking work there. That was so funny. I had to go inside, I had to walk inside and go pick it up. And I'm just I literally look like I'm going to work. Ooh, Pinkerbell's not in the mood, dude. I'm gonna just tell you right now. Don't think that I'm gonna go to bed. No, dude, just don't disrespect my fucking mods, man. And honestly, just chill out. We just started the show. I just hit 10 minutes in. I haven't even been here for 10 minutes. If you guys don't know, I had a 5-minute start to show. Because, yeah, that sucked. All right, I'll also just give you guys the details. I went to go start. I had everything, already booted up, ready to go. Then my computer decided to do a pretty much automatic update. I was just awesome. And, yeah, it did a hard reset, and I couldn't win. That sucked. When I came downstairs and saw that my computer was in refresh mode, I'm like, come on! That was lame. But we're here. We're here. I'm technically early. I do not usually stream at 2 on Fridays, as you can see from my trusty schedule. If you guys are watching on the vertical. Yeah. Also, for anybody that's not on vertical here, actually. Oh shit, that's right. I don't think I have this actually up on anything else. I don't think it'll happen. Thank you, Anna. I needed someone much smarter than me to answer that question. Because I honestly I don't have my mental bandwidth right now is just not set for geopolitics. Even though I'm going to be talking a lot about geopolitics today, but whatever. Like the stream, everybody. A lot of slackers in chat today. Hey, yeah, what are you doing? Double tap that screen, do the thing. Do the thing. Help the stream. This is what we do. I appreciate it. Oh shit. I also realized I never reset this. Okay, actually, you know what, guys? Big announcement. So, Uni threw this out there. Now, this is going to be entirely dependent on the audience and how this goes. She threw it out there that she would be willing to join us on a Friday, but she even said, she's like, we would have to hit like a special goal or something like that to make that happen. So we're putting that together, but in the future here, you guys might actually get to meet Unimoogle. How cool would that be? And yeah, we would do it on Twitch. Yeah, a little better for the VODs. So yeah, guys, I did not think that this would happen. She actually kind of surprised me by even mentioning it. So that's so rad. Yeah. It's not going to be today. We're kind of still planning it out, figuring it out. But yeah, guys, yeah, that would be a lot of fun. Just trying to think. I'm like, oh man, I might actually have to do a half and half show where it's literally 2 hours and then just go into the back half on Twitch. Kind of sounded like he was asking if we would race, or if there would be a race war over Gibraltar. Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you for breaking that down very simplistically for me. Sometimes it needs to happen. So yeah, guys, I hope that you're down for it. Hell yeah. No, I hope that you guys would, that would be a fun ass show. That would also just be, it would essentially be Uni in chat. Meet Pep's better half, exactly. You guys get to, yeah, you would meet the reason that I am such a well-adjusted, person. I'm kidding, Uni, I'm kidding. Don't get mad at me. I'm just joking. She's like, hey! Oh, by the way, guys, we're getting up to the 420 somewhere. What is it? Greenland or something? Yeah. We got 3 minutes until then. If you guys do not know, we do a little 420 appreciation on this show. That kind of rhymed. Also, yeah, we do cover politics, news, and that kind of stuff, but I do it in a very light way. Oh, here she comes. You didn't hear? Well, then I didn't say nothing. Right, guys? I didn't say shit. She just... Guys, did you hear that? Was that what you're here for? You were just like, wait a minute, you're so busted. She came down here to scare me. All she heard was just like, don't tell Uni. She's like, don't tell me what. Everybody say hello. And she will be joining chat here in a minute. No, the reason that you're well adjusted is therapy. That is true. No, that is very true. And a lot of it. No, I'll take that. That's okay. I also have a pretty decent support network. Also, Rolo, what's up, guys? How's everybody doing? If you guys filed into chat and I did not shout you out, I'm sorry for missing you. Ken, what's up, man? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm still a little tired from yesterday, hence got some coffee, and then I got my Canada Dry. We got the cherry fruit splash today. Felt like going like it's almost like a kitty cocktail, but better, in my opinion. Not as spicy. in Tokyo. Oh, hey, there we go. It's in Tokyo. Oh, really? Is it like 4? Oh, it's a.m. Yeah. I guess you're right. So that'd be, tomorrow. Whoa. That's crazy. No, that really is. It's kind of crazy how time zones work. Isn't it? Isn't that just weird that, like, I could be talking to somebody and they're already in August 1st? That's insane. Hey, everybody, I was getting set up in my craft room, left my phone up there. Hanging with the family. You're in my ear and... Oh, shit. Well, I appreciate you giving me the heads up. Thank you, Bloodstone. Also, happy to have you here. All right, so... Yeah, I want to address the letter hack thing really quick. So, you have a genuine question? Well, go ahead and ask, and I'll get to it in a minute. So, I just want to say, with sincerity, that thank you to the letter hack. Again, I'm not sure if he's ever going to see this, but it's sad to see him go, but I understand why. Especially after he kind of broke it down where, yeah, this was really taking a huge toll on his mental health. I do have the opinion, though, that like some people are cut out for this and some people aren't, and this just kind of shows. It's like, yeah, I don't think he had the temperament to actually do this, like specifically this. Because you're gonna always take criticism online, no matter what you do. I mean, fuck, he should know that just as an artist. It doesn't even have to be political. Which sucks, and he did bring that up about how toxic the internet is and how you got to get out there and going to like the city council meetings and things like that. And he had some good points. So it's like I was saying, really sad to see him go, but I understand why. There were, I saw that there was like a moment during like near the end where people turned. Like, people definitely turned on him. And it's not... The weirdest part is, I went back and I was just like, I must have misheard that, or they must... Like, we all must have just misunderstood. No, he did kind of say some things that were like, err. Yeah. I don't know the drama either. Play T. Well... So, I'll just say we covered this yesterday, and I'm just gonna call it out. Something happened with another creator. We know him over here. He's a friend of the show. He's rated my show a few times. I've had a few passive conversations. I actually need to reach out to him. But yeah, there's some stuff where, like, GNN, like, there was this weird thing where someone was going out around trying to say, like, hey, they don't want you on this space. Like, they were creating drama. It was literally just drama out of nowhere. Drama fama, if you will. Ew. I'll slap myself for that one. But, no, for real, like, they started just creating drama out of nowhere. And I think that this is one of those, like, I'm not sure where it came from, as far as, like, if it was, a place of spite, or if they really did think that they were doing something where it's just like, I'm standing up for my favorite creator, whatever. The fact is, that wasn't, like, it's not your place to ever stand up for a creator in a situation where it's literally, like, you have the people talking to each other. Honestly, that kind of hurt, like, any chances of them ever working together, because you cause drama, and that's not cool. Like, you can't go around doing shit like that. But this is where I was kind of understanding where he was talking about, like, the stupid fucking drama that does come from, like, leftist media, and how he called out the Majority Report pretty fucking heavy, like, hard. It was kind of like, wow. It was unfair because he didn't talk about Emma's apology. I think that he misinterpreted the AI thing. Somebody probably told him that they had an AI sponsor, where it kind of is, but it's not the thing that you think it is. Like, people thought that it was like an actual AI like company, whereas it's just a fucking, it's like literally an AI tool where it was just like you dictate to it and it reads it back to you, which honestly, that's the stuff that AI should be used for. Making that shit easy. Like, what the fuck? Like, listen, if you guys are going to be just blanket anti-AI, like, I kind of get it. Like, they threw a lot of this at us, but realistically, this is like, I feel like I'm in Dune, where it's like, we're nearing the Butlerian Jihad, where it's just like, we cannot have any thinking technology. No thinking computers. No thinking computers, which... yeah, we might get there, but right now it is kind of like, hey, like if you have literally something that looks like a wallet and you can talk into it, like what I'm doing right here, and it can do a smart transcription, and then you can say, hey, please, like you just tap it and go, edit out any swears, and it does. That's useful. Like, I would love if YouTube had something like that on their editing bay, like wink, wink, snarl, snarl. Come on, let's go, guys. Let's get it done. Can we make it a little bit easier to, like, you guys can transcribe every freaking word I say here, but you can't cut out my swear words? Like, come on. Just with a click of a button? But yeah, that kind of annoyed me. But I'm just going to say, like, the way that he went after them for the Plattner thing, which honestly, when he said that he got contacted by Plattner, and then he was just like, any other creator would have taken it, and he didn't. It's like, okay, dude, like, to be completely real, that was an asshole thing to do, just in any regard, especially if this was pre, like, him being, you know, in the scandal kind of thing, and then you're gonna talk about how we need to be, like, I don't know, man, that was whatever, like, that was a little dickish. I'm gonna call that out for what it was. But it is what it is, you know, and I'm kind of glad, like, in hindsight, yeah, you didn't catch any smoke, it wasn't anything, but I don't know, man, like, that what a weird place to be in, where, like, you get to that point in political, like, content creation, and then essentially shit on the entire idea of doing political content creation. That was a little weird. Yeah, you're totally a victim. Oh, God. I mean, you guys can just, if you need to personally block them or something, like, that's fine. All right, redacted anti-meme. How's it going? My issue is the people that are saying no to AI robots are not realizing. They're also saying, okay, well, let's hold off on that one, because, like, here, you know what? Fuck it. Where is this thing? No, you want to see the thing that's going to end us all? Like, seriously, this thing is going to be the end of all of us. There's no acceleration in this video at all, which is insane to think about. Here. This thing is absolutely terrifying. Look at this. Look at this thing. This, like, seriously, this shit, like, if I was a soldier and I saw this video, I would be fucking shitting myself. I'd be absolutely shitting myself. Because they're saying that this thing was created for, like, you know, athletes and carrying, like, bags and shit and, like, hiking. And I'm like, no, it's not. And look at this thing. Like, look, I mean, that is kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that's neat. But it's also terrifying. Like, I don't know. Like, this is simultaneously like, wow, oh no, oh no, 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 oh no, oh no, no. Yeah, see, this is what they say that it's for. But yeah, that's the type of AI stuff that I'm just like, I'm okay with the, yeah, we could slow down on that stuff. But my point being, like, if for something like dictation, come on. The Gifted was a Marvel drama series which had bots not too different. Oh, yeah. The Sentinels. Yeah. Yeah, that was the, well, it was an X-Men, technically, spin-off. I mean, Polaris is Magneto's daughter. I hated how they covered that. It was so Smallville. Your dad. Like, woo! If you know, you know. Pep says, dude, I don't, yes, I welcome all, but that doesn't mean I have to keep all. Like, dude, if you're gonna be a dick, that's a different story. I literally said you have to be respectful. You got to keep things you got to keep things in line. If one of my chatters, one of my regular chatters went off the same way, I would tell them to shut up, or I have told them to shut up. I have told people to stop. So just knock it off, behave, act like a fucking adult. Honestly, why don't you go take a few breaths and then come on back? Because honestly, it's dumb. You're arguing with my fucking chat for no reason. You called me host at the beginning, and it's just weird, okay? So just, yeah. Toy Graper? Ew. What's going on with Iran? So it's not good. It's escalating pretty fucking hard. So Iran, whatever. I pronounce it differently. It's technically Iran, but so they struck a oil tanker that was being being helped by a U.S. Navy ship. So, yeah, this was a pretty direct escalation, which I don't want to sound like, oh yeah, U.S. There was an escalation on the U.S. Meanwhile, I'm not gonna sit here pretending that we didn't start this stupid fucking war for nothing. Yeah, they're winning. They are winning. Kropot, Kinnick, whatever. I think I got it. Heard about the cyber attacks on the water systems? Yeah, dude, those are fucked up. Pat, beside the host thing, just leave it alone. You're literally just going like I'm not reading your chats. I'm not like right now. I'm not reading your back and forth with my mods. That's not how this is going. Like, I'll read people that, if they're... I try to differentiate between when you guys are having a conversation and then, ones that I can, talk to or bring up, so... Just saw the thing about the... Mersh? Wait. Saying the ground war would be so dumb. It's not even an option. Well, that's, like, a bunch of, like, Warhawk Republicans are finally walking it back, saying like this is a bad idea. That would mean forever war. But you got places like Lockheed Martin and a whole bunch of like the industrial, like the military industrial complex that's like frothing at the mouth over that. Do I have a secondary chat or am I crazy? I do have. I have actually 3 chats going. I have 2 YouTube chats and one Twitch chat up. If you would like to join my my YouTube chat where all the action is, here. You guys can follow me here. Yeah, consider subscribing. Also, follow on Twitch if you haven't already. Only if you enjoy the content and yeah, if you like the vibe. I'm not trying to tell you guys what to do if you don't want to do it, because that would be, yeah, it's not very respectful of consent. It's something... I shouldn't laugh, but honestly, it is kind of one of those things that's just like, don't tell me what to do. I'm autistic, Pet. My apologies, not great socially. All right, let's see now. I'm glad that you said that. Now we kind of understand what's up. All right, guys. Can Pinkerbell and a few of the mods that you are going back and forth with, now that you understand that, well, all right, yeah. Just be respectful to the mods, please. I'm more scared to get banned on YouTube. My Twitch account. Who cares about that shit? Well, all right. Well, don't say anything that would get you banned over on YouTube. But also, hey, I don't know, like, what kind of discourse are you looking to have? You should probably ask that a little bit more. What kind of conversation do you actually want to have here? Oh, I definitely would, but Trump really fucked us on this one. Oh yeah, he really did. No, absolutely. No, more people need to understand that this isn't just a bunch of lefties going like, whoa. Oh, you're playing Liza P? Nice. Ravy, hell yeah. I'm glad that you're having fun. I'm sorry, I'm really high, and this whole host discourse is cracking me up. Hey, I think it's funny. Like, hey. This is where I was kind of saying about, like, the whole letter hack, critique on, like, leftist politics and specifically content creators. This is where I've never tried to just be a leftist content creator. I'm a comedian that happens to be a leftist. That's what I am. Plain and simple. That is my goal here. I would like to make you laugh, and also, like, I like covering news and politics. It's like I'm a bit of a political junkie, but I've been thinking about this too, where I'm like, man, maybe I do need to just, like, put my channel into comedy. I know that one wouldn't get age restricted. I don't think, but I don't know. I also want to be honest, because this is stuff that I like covering, so whatever. You know, you guys are out there actually doing, like, boots on the ground, fucking changing the world by, you know, getting people engaged and, like, dude, seeing the DSA where it's at right now. I'm so fucking happy. Like, hearing the same two jokes, like, engaging with MAGA is so brain dead, I can't even. I don't know, it's boring only talking to groypers and listening to MAGA freaks. Oh, wait, so are you technically, like, are you, like, a right-winger that goes from, like, chat, like, those types of chats, or are you, like, technically lefty? I don't know, man. I don't care, really. I don't care what your politics are, as long as you're kind of a cool, like, if you're a well-adjusted person that can have a conversation, that's kind of my thing. Like, there are some times where it's a little bit more rough. That's why I'm here. I hope you can see why I'm frustrated. I understand why you're frustrated. Just that's why I'm telling you, dude. Just calm down. I'm not trying to be a dick, but fucking just take a breath. I like to... This is what I do. I talked about this a little bit earlier this week. I've been doing the psychological exercise where anytime I feel myself getting frustrated, I tell myself to pause. It's internal now, but I have been saying it where, like, just pause. Take that breath. And relax. Readjust. It's all you need to do. Nah, just seeing that shit on the X timeline and stuff. See, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do X. Fuck X. Nah. Oh, you're far right. Oh, well, that's fun. Well, I hope that you're not so far deep into your rabbit holes where you can't see, common sense and work together to, beat the system. And, I'm leaning back into that hippie bullshit where it's just like, fuck the man. Fuck the power. Fuck them. Like, god damn, dude. It's that simple. And they don't want it to be that simple. Because Matt kind of said something about that, about the left, right, like marching, not realizing that you're on the same fucking soldier. I kind of like your channel. You're really straight and forward with the point in your opinion. Oh, I don't hold back. I don't hold back at all. You're a conservative technocrat. The fuck? I thought a technocrat was like more like Elon Musk, like, or I don't know. See, this is the thing. I'm like half educated on this shit. What the? Anno, what's a technocrat? I just did I literally do that shit to, like, my wife and my sister. Like, hey, what's that? Can you explain? most of the time it's nothing like, like that. It's usually really dumb shit, just like, hey, what's the name of that one girl that was on the first episode, or like the first season of The Real Housewives? And then my sister will just like name them all. And then I'll be like, that one. Actually, my sister was the one that made me realize who Spencer Pratt was, because she was just like, yeah, we used to watch, you remember when we used to watch The Hills? I was like, oh my God, that's Spencer Pratt? And she was like, yeah, Heidi. I was like, oh, what? I was like, that's not good. He was a moron. Like, he's a moron. Like, holy shit. And the fact that the right wing is just like, he had the election stolen from him. He was still running as a Democrat, you numbnut. Like, God damn. You're a wingnut. A wignut? I don't know what that is. Oh, man, I am just like, it's Friday and I'm burnt the fuck out. Good thing socialists are taking over. Don't scare them too much. God. You want to trigger a MAGA right now, or a MAGA, that's how you do it. Just be like, the socialists are winning. It's like, commies. It's gonna be communist American breadlines, and it's gonna be like a bad economy. It's like, we're already in that, dude. Things aren't great. All right, technocrats generally refer to someone who rules by expertise, think like doctors in the National Institute of Health, but more contemporary. It's like rich tech bro for dictator. Ah. Okay. That makes sense. You ever have cyberpunk? It would be an issue if people had to pay mortgages on their body. You guys play too many damn video games and read too many sci-fi books, and if you're like, this is my biggest thing, is once you start like doing that, where you're like, whoa, it's like it's happening, man. It's like, you can definitely say, hey, there are parallels, but come on. Do you understand just medicine at all, and how like your body reacts to having foreign agents or like foreign technology, like even like diabetics and their stuff like that has to be changed out constantly? It doesn't make sense. Like, not in the way that like Cyberpunk and Neuromancer and all that shit like tried to lay it out there. It's Repo the Genetic Opera. Yeah, it is. I love Cyberpunk games and universe, but not IRL. Just like, I don't want Warhammer 40k IRL. Yeah, exactly. I don't want. Yeah, but you got a lot of fucking people in MAGA that want a God Emperor. I mean, at least they like LARP like they do. I don't think they actually do. I think that if that actually... Oh, did I say Necromancer again? No, Neuromancer. Yeah. Yeah, Neuromancer is the book that the tech bros base their worldview on. Yeah, I know. I loved that book. It just... I don't know. I never saw it becoming what it has. And also, like... I looked more towards like how it inspired Akira and other things. I said Neuromancer? Okay, good. Yeah, they want us all plugged in and dependent on them. Oh, yeah. Like, that's the easiest way to control us, man. Like, that's how this goes. I don't know, you get stupid-ass people in every group. I don't know what that dude was talking about and not understanding. Groypers are not neo-Nazis. That's not what it is. God damn. So many people just need to smoke a J and just chill the fuck out. God damn. All right, I'm going to add that book to my read list. Thank you. You really should. That's a good one. Just understand that it's not exactly one of those things, like the way that tech bros read it, they see it as a roadmap. It's not. It's actually a roadmap for telling you like why you shouldn't do this. It's more of a like a warning, I guess. Yeah, subscribe if you haven't. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, Redacted, anti-meme. If you have not already subbed, please do. Yeah, you guys are chill. I just want technology to not cross over humans when it comes over their importance. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you believe anything that Elon's saying, apparently he's just gonna do like the whole tech utopia, like Star Trek tech utopia thing. Where we only work to better ourselves. It's just like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense when they're literally all about profits. How in the fuck are we gonna let a trillionaire just like say that? Like, I'm actually kind of shocked because like if anybody but Elon Musk did say that shit and they meant it, I'm pretty sure that, you know, they would have been kirked. Like that shit. Like, come on. You understand how big of a threat to like just the idea of fucking capitalism that is? Like, I kind of said that yesterday where I'm just like, wait a minute, is he saying like, is he just doing like tech communism in a way? Like, come on. And I know that's probably not the right label for it, but realistically, like if you want to just get the right wingers to go like, wait, what do you mean? It's just like you wouldn't have a job. What? But then you wouldn't have to worry about retirement. Apparently, you know, there would be this abundance. I don't know how we're accessing all this abundance. They didn't really cover that one. But oh, I know. Wait, he wanted to go to Epstein Island. He was a baby for, apparently, and he was too weird. Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, he just, yeah, he wants to make Epstein Island 2.0 on Mars. Now, that's a new theory I haven't heard about. I could see it, though. These freaking just absolute weirdos. All right, here. I gotta fix this. I forgot about that. Man, I said it last week. Whatever they did where they're just like, hey, tags don't carry over. They made it really annoying to deal with that. There he is. What's up, non-refundable? You started this unnecessary war. Suck it up, Buttercup. I didn't start shit. I'm not Trump. Trump started this unnecessary war. Why the fuck do I gotta suck anything up? I think that it's fucking stupid. I don't want to kill anybody over there. I don't want anybody fucking getting hurt because our president is just an absolute buffoon. Dude, you understand that I'm at risk more than any of you dumbasses because, like, literally, they are now labeling us as dissenters. Like, we're going through the fascist thing. What made America actually great was the fact that we didn't do this shit. But then, I guess just when it comes down to it, people really do just want to be ruled. It does kind of seem that way. Like the masses, when it just like at the end of the day, they want to look up to somebody and just be like, "What? Hey, do something! Do something for us!" Like, it sucks. You've been making moves. I understand, bro. Goes to Tau City. Just obliterate. Wait. I see it. Saw Tau and immediately I go right to Warhammer. We did this whole time. Look up the Smith Act trials. They want to either look up to somebody and tell somebody else to do something, or they want us. They want those people doing something to be sacrificed for their entertainment. There you go. You ain't wrong about that one, homie. Well said. Yeah, it's like the gladiator pits. And they're, like, honestly, they are entertained by our misery. It's kind of disgusting. I, for one, would be fine with Elon deporting himself to Mars. Yeah, me too. People will accept being ruled if you promise them a position over other people. Yeah, well, that was the whole thing that we were talking about with, like, the immigration thing. How right now you have a bunch of Latinos in Texas and just all over the country that have even said they're just like, we're gonna vote for a Republican again. We don't want Trump and we don't want ICE. It's just like, you guys, you know what? This is where like Democrats and lefties stop monolithing racial groups. Like honestly, it's getting like at some point you have to kind of like look and just be like, hey, at this point, you don't want to be helped, or you don't want to even help yourselves. Fuck you. If you like, this is where at some point you got to cut your fucking losses. Like, I want to help people that want to be helped. That's just my, like, that is literally my fucking stance. I've had it my entire life because I've dealt with somebody, like, I've talked about this. Once you have somebody in your family that has addiction, but it's not like the fucking, sexy way of dealing with it, as far as like, oh, you go to intervention and then they turn their life around. No, we had the other side of this one where the person didn't want to be helped. The person in my family was they were a criminal, and they just they just were literally like ruining everybody's fucking lives. All of ours. They stole from us constantly. So when they ended up in prison, I hate to say it, man, we were all kind of like, good. Like, at this point, fucking good. Because again, at that, like, that's what scares me, is the inability to see nuance on that. Because this is one of those, and it was not they were just, the drugs and the system. It had nothing to do with that. It had absolutely nothing to do with that. No, they were selfish. They were actually like the worst selfish people I've ever fucking met in my life. Yeah, no, I'm a recovering addict, and I know exactly what you mean. Some people just do not want to be helped. Yeah, that's what they were on. I'm gonna let that sit there. That's what they were on. And the thing is, guys, like, I had to put up with a lot of like lip service from people saying, why don't you guys just do this? Or, why would you talk about them that way? It's just like, no. And also, yes, congratulations on your recovery. Seriously. Like, fucking cheers, dude. I mean, cheers in the best way. Like, yay, cheers. Woo. Not the best thing to say to an addict, eh? Cheers. Awkward. Yeah, addiction is a disease. It can't be treated with prison. People just need help. The thing is, it wasn't about them being treated with prison, and it wasn't just about their addiction. This is where I'm saying it, Anna. Even if they had been treated, they were very, very bad people. Like, I don't know how to tell you this. Like, they were, like, we at some point as a family gave up on them because we were just like, no. Like, if they had wanted to, like, ever come back and actually say it, like, with just, hey, I am so, like, immediately everybody would have opened our arms, but no, man. No. Committing violence on children, no. All because they were pieces of shit, and it had nothing to do with the drugs. Drugs were just it was literally just a different side of it. No, this is where I'm just gonna say it, man. There are just some fucked up, really, really fucked up people out there. This is why prison abolition is not something I actually believe in. I believe in fucking reworking the system because, yeah, there's some really fucked up people out there that you can't do anything about. And it's not, and I'm talking specifically like the murderers. There are, like, this is where I hate this shit, where people, like, this is why people hate talking about this to leftists, because sometimes it comes across like you're advocating for just letting people do whatever the fuck they want, when I know that's not what it is. I personally know that, but that's how they perceive it. Because the first thing they think about is prison abolition. So you just want the criminals to be out there, oh, willy-nilly? Like, come on, man. And then like, this is where I'm saying, like, people just don't want to acknowledge the fact that is exactly how this is. Who said prison? I know you didn't, Anna. I'm talking about, like, that is something in the left. Prison abolition. Okay, we're just gonna ignore the stuff that, like, was part of, like, the platform. It's literally on the DSA website. And this is where I even said, I was like, oh, that's gonna be a hard one to sell on people, especially if we literally label it as prison abolition. But yeah, great. You're talking about things that are getting auto flag, maybe don't. Yeah, that would be the best way to do that. Yeah, I'm with people like that. Drugs are the symptom of a deeper issue. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's nuance here because I do know, like, there's the other side of that where I know plenty of addicts got clean and it was 1000% the addiction and like they are living happy lives. They're great people. But the other side of that is some people become addicts and they were already horrible people. And it exacerbates what already made these people horrible people. So, okay, I just looked up prison abolition because I've been hearing stuff about it. You're right. People don't read are cussing you out. Now I get it. No one's cussing me out. She just asked who said prison abolition. Damn, dude, calm down. I don't think prison abolitionists are saying let's abolish prisons tomorrow, but more so the goal is, I don't think that that's a goal to work towards either, because that's ignoring the fact that people are, there's always going to be some fucking just people that cannot live in society. I know this is an unpopular thing. It makes me sound like a conservative, but it's true. It's true. This is why true crime is a thing. People will just commit crimes, and it's not just like little crimes. This is where I'm saying, like, okay, we can definitely like look at like how we prosecute drug offenses, petty theft, that kind of stuff. But when it comes to actual, murder or things like that, yeah, we should definitely lock people up for that. Or, pedophilia. I think that that's something that is not too out there to say, I want those people locked up. I actually think that we should lock them up a lot fucking harder. I think that we're, as a society, a little too soft on people who commit S crimes. I'm going to be completely fucking real with you. I actually think that's the most conservative stance I have. I really do. Because it's the thing is, I have people in my life that have been victimized, and that kind of fucking mentality is ridiculous. Oh, yeah. Those crimes go under prosecuted. That's what I'm talking. Yeah, oh, that's my point, though. Like, how come those guys aren't getting the fucking, why aren't they put in, like, why don't we just trade all the sentences that are on, like, petty drug crimes and just put it all on S crimes? You just literally just like, you got an S crime? Well, you know what? You're gonna get a little more time because I think that we kind of fucked up as a society on this one, but we're letting them out. With no backgrounds in social sciences. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Latina Mafune, for saying that, because that's very... That seems to be the consensus. At least that's what I've kind of put together, where I'm just like, yeah, it seems to be the online left. It seems to always be like, if we're gonna fucking differentiate, yeah, the online left seems to be the ones that are like, yeah, for this, like, and then they just, when you ask them about like what the actual plan is, they got nothing. And that's where I'll tell you what, man, that stuff, I disconnect immediately from those types of conversations where it's just like, we just need it to happen. It's just like, okay, you're a child. Because, like, most of the time it is like a 16 through 18-year-old fucking, yelling that shit. I know I'm being reductive, but fucking, let's be real. Like, because I'm just going to be honest. That's what I was doing. Like, I used to say, like, the most fucking extreme shit when I thought I was coming into my politics as, like, a late teenager, early 20s. And then I just kind of, I started kind of getting out of conspiracy stuff and just, oh, Jesus. They only got 7 years. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, guys. No prosecution. See, this is where I say, no, this is why I have like a pretty intense stance on this one, where it's just like, no, as much as like our police and our prisons are fucked. I will admit that all day fucking long. I'm not sitting here advocating for status quo of what we currently have. That's not okay. And yeah, mental health is something we really need to focus on. We need to be able to differentiate, like, from, the addicts, like I was saying, the addicts that want to be helped versus the ones that are just going to continue to just ruin people's lives and theirs. Like, this is kind of the thing. Like, this is the reason that we even have this like, I understand that our American police were based on like slave catchers, but police has been a thing like in almost every society. There's always been a level of security. You always had you had holding, and then you had sentencing. Like most societies that have functioned and like, you know, were semi-successful, that was always a thing. My social ideological optimism or optimistic nihilism. Yeah, see, oh guys, I don't want to. I mean, I'm glad that you guys are talking about it, but I almost feel weird for, like, if I was gonna go through all your stuff here. Fuck. There are addicts and then there are criminals. Exactly. But this is where I don't, like, I feel like I'm already having, like, I'm shadow boxing. Like, just... I'm shadow boxing somebody that's just going to be like, oh, yeah? Well, you're not a good leftist because you believe in prison. It's just like, okay, here we go. We need police. Got to go back to work for a bit. BRB. Cool. I will see you in a little bit. Thank you for joining us for the first hour, though. I really appreciate that. Also, Twitch. Largely abuses. That's insane. I don't know. I remember seeing that movement where they were just like, yeah, you need to understand why they do it. It's just like, no, okay. Did they commit a crime against a child? I don't care why they did it. I don't care what happened to them as a child at that fucking point. If they did that because they were, yeah, I'm sorry. You want to talk about breaking the cycle? That's how you break the cycle. Fuck. You want to break that cycle? Because apparently this is something that a lot of people don't want to talk about. People need to stop having kids, apparently, because most of the time, it's a family fucking member. God damn. If you're going based off actual statistics, kind of like the Mexican government, if you look into it, the left doesn't know what the left wants. I mean, online left, I would say that. Yeah, past trauma is not an excuse to cause more trauma. No, not at all. Literally not at all. That's actually one of the most broken ways to deal with anything like that, and that's where I just say, go get therapy, you weirdo. Like, if your idea is to just excuse things by being like, well, I had personal trauma, so I'm gonna go and I'm gonna be a bad person because I have trauma. Like I said, get therapy. Oh yeah, people don't want to hear that. Well, that's something I do a lot here, is talk about things that some people may not want to hear. I'm tired of people not trying to fix the wrongs that they do, or trying to give back to society. I'm tired of it. The selfishness and social selfishness. I mean, dude, I'm glad that we can recognize that, because it is pretty prevalent. By the way, guys, I'm going to do the plug real quick because I just realized we're an hour in and I want to start getting to the news here. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel over on YouTube. If you're over on Twitch, please head on over there and check it out. Double tap the screen. And if you haven't already, follow me over on Twitch. I have an alternative platform over there. You can also follow me on X. Just in case, let's put it this way. If anything were to ever happen, I would end up probably paying for an X account just to get out to you fine folks. Because apparently, I don't know, man. I saw something the other day, or yesterday, where like I saw what streaming on X does, and X apparently gets numbers, but I'm not sure how much of that is organic. But yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, you got to pay for it. Like, you actually got to like do the thing where you got to get fucking verified. Like, ugh, paying for verification is just so cringe. I deal with a lot of social secret societies. Not gonna lie, people be right online, but it's so much more complicated because the good side of things is always smaller than the bad. Well, it seems that way online. This is where, like, so we dealt with something yesterday where a creator that I look up to, he's like, I would call him like a creator mentor. He stopped making content and he said goodbye yesterday, and he kind of said like that was a contributing factor, where it's like your perception when you are online is that it's always so much worse than it actually is. Which, excuse me, I think that is the point. Sorry, that was a gross burp. Maybe Elon will gift you a blue check if you write an article talking shit about them, or maybe that only worked on Bender. That was hilarious. How that it's just like, don't give me that. No, I don't want that. No. What up, Etch? Woo, chat. Dude, what up? It's good to see you. Glad that you got to join us. Welcome in. Happy Friday. All right. So I think that's pretty much it, though. That was a fun conversation. I mean, ish. Not fun topic, but I thought that it was handled pretty well. I mean, I like talking about this stuff, even if it is kind of serious. No, Elon and Mark Zuckerberg just want people to look at them different than their predecessors. If you send them a message and they're just honest, that one like on the brand new profile is real. I don't know what you... Wait, what? You send them a message and they're just honest. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I've read that twice now, and maybe I'm just... yeah. My brain is... Yeah, text-to-speak is drunk. Yeah, dude, I can't believe y'all use that. That is... I can't. I end up just going back and editing it, which I might as well just type it out, you know? But I appreciate it. I will just say thank you for being here today and just hanging out, guys. Like, this is what we do on Fridays. We try to kind of have like a cool decompression stream. Because it's been a long week, man. It has been a long week. Also, guys, if you haven't already followed Anti-Libfem over on Twitch, please consider doing so. She started here as a chatter, and she started her own channel. So yeah, guys, go check her out. Oh my God, thank you again. Hey, anytime. Oh, you're out. Hey, you're out there doing it. Yeah, you know, I gotta help. I feel like I can. I mean, I'm not a large creator by any means, but you know, get some people checking out your content. You also have a background in broadcast. I think that maybe I should be honest about that. You have a background in broadcast. I have a soft spot for that. I really do. It's like, wait a minute. Anybody that's ever done a little bit of actual and I hate to call it actual broadcasting, but it is like, it's a different game, man. Yeah, communications is fun though. I still like, I would recommend anybody that's interested in doing like online content creation, go do take a semester of communications. You really should. You learn a lot. Like, I'm actually, so I know that there's like this community college that was offering essentially a social media class for one semester. Obviously you don't need it for like college credits or anything. So I'm thinking about doing it just for fun. Cause like, they even said if you come in as an established like creator, it kind of like already gives me some points. I was just like, heck yeah. I believe in that too. I do not ever plan to pulling up the ladder behind me. That's, yeah, no, pulling up the ladder's bullshit, dude. Like, I'm a rising tides guy. My dad was like that. My dad, he never did that in business. And that's actually where I learned the term, the rising tides raise all ships. because he used to like, I used to kind of ask him about that, where it's like, how come you just, so in his business, he would help his competitors. And like, I mean, he would go above and beyond for his competitors. And I was always like, why? And he would always say that. I'm like, huh. And as an adult, I get it. Like, because I saw it. It did work. Like, and the thing is, it created this, it was almost like a family aspect, like a business family, where, you know, if anything were to happen, everybody would come, like, something happened to the business and everybody came and helped. Like, that's something I have to say. Like, yeah, it's something that should be focused on just in society in general, politics aside. Why is Justin's advertising student loans to me? Go away, Justin's. You got enough of my money. I think that was Fannie Mae for us, right? Or for you, Uni. I know that, like, that was way back in the day. Where it was just like, all right, you got your money. Go away. A few people tried to talk me into doing that in my teens, 20s, because of my voice, which I don't know. I'm too quiet. Well, it doesn't matter. Microphone gain is that's how you do this. You can have a very quiet voice and still be picked up. No, honestly, I think just like having 5 minutes with an audio engineer, that would have given you the inspiration to. You should have. I mean, if you got the voice, you got the voice. Like, a lot of people do not. You know, I had to realize I did. Like, I went into broadcasting school thinking that I sounded nasally and hating my voice, but then I don't know, hearing it on playback, and then also when they made me cut commercials, I was just like, oh, I guess I am good at this. That was like my first little bout of confidence. It's just like, oh wow. Oh wow, they went from financing overpriced rings to overpriced degrees. Oh jeez. Oh, it's Sally Mae. Fannie Mae would be great. The chocolate. Oh, I totally got that mixed up. The chocolate company, Fannie Mae. All right, that's funny. I mean, honestly, having other good people around you pushes you to do better, and there is a big enough pie for everyone to get a slice. Yeah, I mean, there really is. Like, the other thing is, my big thing is like, if I spent time, like, I'll use Alex as an example. Devil's Advocate Productions. I'll take a Freddie Mac with extra fries. No, but so like, if Alex overlaps me and like he starts getting like bookings and shit, you better bet that I'm gonna be like, hey, better send some of that my way. Yeah. Gotta give same way. Well, the thing is, I don't really do the interviews as much. Like, I talked to a few other creators about that. They're just like, how come you don't do more interviews? I'm just like, hey, if you want my honest opinion, it's because I kind of like doing this the way I do it. I don't have to worry about stepping on toes. Although I'm becoming more comfortable on panel shows. I hope you guys see that. It is some good chocolate. Yeah, you do love are they called the turtles? The chocolate, or like the truffles? I think they're called turtles, right? I don't know. I know that you like the like chocolate covered pecans with some caramel. You guys say caramel or caramel? I say caramel, like a Midwesterner. Caramel, like with that like it's got that weird caramel. Fame is vapor. The only earthly certainty is oblivion. Mark Twain. Yeah, funny coming from somebody that was literally, you know, immortalized through literature. Cashew clusters. That's no, pixies. They're called pixies. Yeah, it's essentially a turtle. Yeah. Oh, you have an easy recipe for truffles? Really? That's cool. All right. Well, let's do this. Let's get to some news. All right. So we already covered the AI thing that is just absolutely terrifying. All right. So we got some fun news before we go into the political news. So first, from the Ozarks in Missouri. This is about a year ago this happened. Check this out. They caught this live. So the road was starting to buckle. The road buckles like while they're filming. And somebody goes, well, this I'd call it airborne, but I'm not trying to oversell it. Here, check this out. Check this out. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, damn! Could you imagine being like, ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Are they going over it? Let's see. Does the red car even try? Nah, the red car doesn't try. Damn, dude, took the curb with it too. Woo! Duke's a hazard. Sell tickets for that ride? I mean, dude, that Corolla just fucking... Oh, shit! That actually did some fucking damage. You could tell that did some damage. That might have actually fucked the frame. Yeah, that was a full send. Damn! Yeah, it was crazy. All right, now check this out. I'm not gonna give you guys anything on this. Just watch.
Take a look at this. An Action News viewer sitting at this.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Just out of nowhere. Boom! Like, oh my god! On a fucking freeway. Absolutely terrifying.
Take a look at this. An Action News viewer sitting.
Poof! Oh, I like how they even did it too. Or they're like, yeah, we don't want to. No. You guys are about to learn what this is as it happens. Let's go. One more time.
Take a look at this. An Action News viewer sitting at this piece of video. You see.
Oh my god. Oh.
See this from I-76 westbound. The dash cam video from his Tesla showing a rogue tire rolling down the median before eventually smashing right there into that car. It happened about 12.
You guys ever seen that movie Rubber?
12:30 this afternoon, right near Girard Avenue and West.
This dude. Oh my
Take a look
god.
at this. An Action News viewer sitting at this.
Oh my
piece of
god.
video. You see this from.
I mean, he hit his brakes right before it
I-76
happened, so
westbound.
like he saw it.
Take a look at this. An Action News viewer sitting at this piece of video. You see this from I-76 westbound.
Yeah.
The dash cam video from his Tesla showing a rogue tire rolling down the median before eventually smashing right
Lord,
there.
dude, that
into
thing.
car. It happened about 12:30.
I mean, that motor is just
Girard Avenue in
totaled
West
right there.
Philadelphia. You can see that tire bounce up, hitting the overpass structure.
Oh,
and then
jeez.
slamming right into the car. The driver
You're just like,
said
no.
that he heard the impact but had
Oh, thank
idea
God,
what
thank God,
happened
thank God.
until they viewed this piece of video. We have reached out to police to see if any.
Oh my
injuries
god,
were
dude!
reported.
It doesn't matter how many times you see it. You're just like, oh. Actually, here I should have played this one. So there's another rogue AI robot. Check it out. It starts doing like kung fu kicks and starts freaking people out. Just "Wah! Let me go. Let me at him. Ow! Wah! Go get you. Ow! Go get you. Ow! Yeah. Watch out. Watch out, Chuck Norris, baby. Aww. Breathe. All right. Perform your kata. Chappie's escaping. This is what you get for putting that stupid blue wig on me. What, you think I'm a clown? Yeah, it starts punching. It just starts... This kid just got sent, dude. Oh, it's like Dragon Ball style. Fucking wah, 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 wah. Look, either woo, wah, wah, yeah. Oh my god, I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person. I'm going to hell. Oh, who's going with me though? Because that is freaking hilarious. I'm sorry. Like, look at just the kid's reaction. Just oh. Oh! Poor kid. I do feel bad for him. Broke down mid-dance. And chopsticks and flying. Wait. I'm starting to think that this might not be a great idea. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm just starting to think that this might not be a great idea, right? Like, why is it so funny to watch them just go? Bring him. Medic, robo-medic. Wait, did the lithium battery explode? I think it did. When it fell, like... Huh. All right, now, let's take some bets. Now, remember, this is nature. So, fair warning. This is nature. But let's see. Who do you think wins? It was just like, nope, I am living a nice long life. See ya, Simba.
Video and he came shooting out of the car.
Fucking Pumbaa just got one over on Simba there. I don't know. That's fun. I figured why not? Just why not? Because, yeah, we got to go into some not so fun news, even though this guy looks like he's breaking some fun news. You know, he looks like he's having just a good old time here. So, if you guys haven't heard, Spain's dealing with something that if this was America, like, this would automatically trigger a state of emergency, which
that is the
I mean, we've kind of already been through this, but the fact that they're dealing with it in Europe is, yeah, this just sucks.
Please threaten to suspend.
Like, realistically, you have to understand what this means, and like with all the geopolitical destabilization and us locking our countries down, where are all these refugees supposed to go?
Open border Schengen agreement with Spain. That's after thousands of migrants broke across the Moroccan border into the Spanish territory of Ceuta. At least 15 people drowned trying to make it onto EU territory.
Oh, God.
Spain says it's sending soldiers and extra police to reinforce the border. Now, Ceuta on Morocco's northern coast is separated from mainland Spain by the Strait of Gibraltar and has long been a focal point for migrants attempting to reach Europe. Let's look at some live pictures now coming into us from the region. This is Spain first.
The answer is not one you will like, I know.
Ceuta, where we can see lots of people on the streets, and there were many certainly previously watching when those people arrived. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Strait of Gibraltar, this is Funique.
I still feel like this is not. They're saying thousands. I'm seeing a couple hundred, dude.
In Morocco, you can already see a security presence there already. Monitoring this for us is our correspondent, Sarah Rainsford, who's in Rome. Sarah, a pretty strong response there from the Italian government. Is there a real fear in Rome that this could see a surge of people heading in Italy's direction?
Well, certainly that's the political statement that's come from the Prime Minister and from the Interior Minister.
Cool. So do you think that Melania Trump should be deported?
Here, strong statements, as you say, talking about potentially suspending the Schengen.
I'm dead serious. Do you think that Melania Trump should be deported?
Agreement, the open border agreement within the EU, but of course difficult to see how that's possible.
Yeah, this appears to be orchestrated. I saw another video where the border police were literally ushering people through the border, and no, this appears to be orchestrated.
For Italy and Spain don't have a shared border, so I think this is a political statement more than anything. It's coming from a government which is facing an election next year and looking to
She was here illegally first, though.
appeal to voters further to the right.
She didn't get naturalized. That's cute.
Than this government's current voters. So I think
Yeah, she got naturalized by fucking,
that's what's going on here in Italy.
They bought it. She didn't go through the process.
As to what's happening
the fuck up.
in Spain itself, I mean, those were extraordinary scenes yesterday. Many thousands of people making a very difficult.
Who gives a shit?
Actually,
apparently not you.
Crossing, having to scramble down.
Oh, look at you! Somebody watches Andrew Wilson.
On a concrete embankment on
Somebody watches debates. Whoa.
the Moroccan side of the border and swim out.
Yeah, straw man, straw man. Yeah, it's called an argument. Anytime that you guys bust out straw man, I'm just like, oh, you mean a winning argument? Cool.
Into
Thank you. Thank you for the affirmation. I really appreciate that.
Sea beyond the jetty, around the jetty, with the very high border fence on it that separates Moroccan territory from Ceuta, which is the Spanish exclave they were trying to reach. And then scenes of utter jubilation for those who made it across the border as they touched down on the beaches there. Some of them kissing the ground, chanting "Viva España." Smiling and doing victory signs to the cameras, because for them that was a huge achievement and big question.
I mean, let's be real. If this was like, I don't know, an event, it is kind of a big deal. Like, that channel's not small.
I think from the Spanish authorities about how this has happened, how active the Moroccan authorities were in trying to seal the border, and why so many people all at once tried to make that crossing. As you said, it is a point where people do try to cross, migrants do try to make a crossing into EU territory as a rule, but this is an extraordinary number of people, the biggest number of migrants making that crossing since a previous incident back in 2021 when relations between Morocco
15 people drowned
and Spain were very complicated.
Yep.
And Sarah, Spain says it's sending additional resources to the region. Has there been criticism that it shouldn't have got to this in the first place?
Yeah, certainly from the authorities in Ceuta, saying that they wanted a state of emergency to be called. They had been pointing, they said, to an increase in arrivals from Morocco in recent days, but that was numbering in the hundreds, and now what we're seeing is thousands of people coming across. There's been some speculation about why that could have happened, whether traffickers have essentially got the message from Spain's Supreme Court, which ruled earlier this month that anyone who made that crossing by sea would not be immediately returned to Morocco. Migrants arriving don't appear to have heard about that, but certainly it's possible that those who are facilitating their route might have learned of that. So big questions about that. But yeah, there are around 60 soldiers heading from Spain to reinforce the border, also a number of members of the Interior Ministry too. And
why aren't we talking about how we're going to, like, where are they going? What are we doing?
Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez is also heading there with his Interior Minister.
Where are they coming from? Why are they here? It's almost like we're doing all the news coverage about, whoa, they're here and they're coming over and there's more of them. It's like, but no whys.
The local authorities have been calling for tighter measures for some time. They seem to be getting that now. Whether or not that can bring the situation under control, together with perhaps a stronger response by the Moroccan authorities, I think that's the big question today. Will we see more scenes of many people trying to make that difficult crossing? And remember, at least 15 people lost their lives at sea trying to get to Spanish territory over the course of yesterday.
OK, Sarah Rainsford for us in Rome following this story. Sarah, thank you very much. Let's take a look at these pictures again. So this is the Spanish side in Ceuta. So this is just under 6 kilometres away from Furnique, where we saw those other pictures earlier.
Yeah, and the thing is, again, where are these thousands of migrants that you were just showing?
There it is. So across the Strait of Gibraltar, as we said, several people died.
Oh, wait, this is Morocco.
Trying to make
Oh, this is where they're leaving from. I got it. Okay, now, hold on.
At least 15 people trying to make it onto EU territory, and Italy now threatening that it might cut off its Schengen open border agreement to prevent people heading towards its territory. Italy famously has had lots of issues with migrants arriving on its shores previously, so it's something that it is particularly sensitive to. We'll keep you posted on this story.
Just a warning about that it could. Okay. Another channel modded me this morning. Nice. Congratulations. Look at you growing with your mod status. Hell yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, yeah, this is kind of funny. He gets checked by a reporter. He regrets this.
I don't. No, I think that Minnesota is.
By the way, so hold on. All right, let's do the cyber attack thing because that was his response to the cyber attack. So let's get short hair Seth Rollins' take on this.
CNN cybersecurity reporter Sean Lingus is here with me in the
Sean, who told you to wear a mustache, brother? That's not a great look.
situation room. Sean, I know you have some new reporting this morning about some worrisome cyber attacks on U.S. water systems. What more are you
Awesome.
learning?
Ken,
I'm really
what up?
concerned about this.
Yeah, well, so the problem with the water sector and other critical infrastructure sectors in the U.S. is they leave too much of their sensitive computer systems online. The types of computers that monitor water pressure and other safety parameters at water systems. And what happened here is that someone, possibly Iran, not confirmed yet, but someone earlier this week carried out this sort of sweeping cyber attack across potentially 6 states. The epicenter was sort of in Minnesota, where we had 30 water systems affected. And the hackers are going in and sort of accessing some of these industrial machines and potentially causing safety issues. Now, we don't have any reports of contamination or anything like that. Things were safely shut down, and there's no threat to the immediate threat to the drinking water. But this really has U.S. officials alarmed. FBI, EPA have been investigating all week and trying to run it down to determine.
It's almost like this is what happens when you have an incompetent government that doesn't give a shit about its people.
To make sure that there's been
gives a shit about profits.
threat to the drinking water. In some cases, water utilities have advised folks to boil water briefly, but this is something that's been sort of brewing for a long time. You got the Iran war, you have Iran threatened and weakened, and potentially Iran using their asymmetric capabilities over here to make us feel the pain.
So why are they suspecting, and the key word, suspecting Iran? They don't have any hard proof of that, at least not yet.
Some of the tactics match. They haven't pointed the finger officially. They don't want to rule out a false flag or something like that. But given the geopolitical environment, it's the top suspect in many cases.
Could be very, if it's Iran doing this, could be very worrisome indeed. All right, thanks very, very much, Sean Lingus reporting.
Cybersecurity experts are raising fresh alarm over potential cyber threats against U.S. critical infrastructure, urging local communities to take their water system controls offline. And here's why. Word out of Minnesota of a massive and coordinated cyber attack. Officials there are now saying that hackers targeted more than...
They just released the Nancy Guthrie ransom notes. That's what I was just reading right there.
30
wow.
local...
I'm also just going to say that they wasted a lot of resources because apparently they were informed quickly that she had perished.
Water systems in Minnesota over the course of 2 days, this past Sunday and Monday, hacking them through the online systems that manage operations. Now, officials say the hackers went so far as to change passwords and lock out official personnel. They even disconnected the systems by changing IP addresses. The New York Times is reporting that local officials have said that the well and treatment plant in at least one city was temporarily offline on Monday. But the state says at this time they are not aware of any active requests from Minnesota cities to have their residents modify their drinking water usage.
Wow, it's almost like they kept it going as a distraction.
Meaning no reports yet that
because the protests were happening right at the same time.
There's, anything dangerous or unsafe about the water because of these hacks. Joining us right now, CNN senior law enforcement analyst Andy McCabe. Andy, this is something that you can be sure.
Didn't know his name.
That Minnesota says they're in touch with all relevant authorities, especially the FBI, for sure, to investigate this. What concerns you when you hear this about just, again, reminding us of the vulnerability of critical infrastructure in the United States, like when it comes to our water?
Yeah, so this is a really serious reminder of why we've been spending so much time and effort over the last decade trying to secure these elements of our critical infrastructure. So what's happening here is something they call programmable logic controllers have been targeted. These are essentially the kind of computer-driven brains that monitor the very physical aspects of a water system. So they can actually change the flow rates, they can open or close valves, they can raise or lower the temperature, they can add or subtract or reduce chemicals put into the water.
Oh, great.
Those things are all monitored by these logic controllers, and the logic controllers can make those changes in the system. Those controllers are, of course, connected to the internet so that they can be monitored and adjusted by water system administrators. What the attackers have done here is gotten into the controllers through those internet connections. So CISA is advising all the cities to go back and check their systems to make sure that they are, appropriately secured from that sort of intrusion. You can see the kind of chaos that could result if an adversary focused on really imposing costs and harm on American citizens. If they were successful in an attack like this, we could be in for some serious trouble.
Yeah, the fact that it happened over the course of 2 days, it means it wasn't a quick in and a quick out. I mean, this happened in its 30 communities we're talking about. Are there immediate suspects here when something like this happens?
I mean, dude, this is why this is a lot scarier than even they're making this out to be.
Well, I guess the past is our best guide as to what might be happening now or in the future. And we do know one of the most likely suspects here is the government of Iran. We know this because they have a history of targeting water treatment, critical infrastructure facilities. Back in 2016, the Justice Department indicted a number of Iranian hackers who had conducted all sorts of activity, but one of those hackers was specifically charged with unauthorized access to a protected system. He actually hacked his way into a dam in Rye Brook, New York, and attempted to control what they call the sluice gate, which is essentially the controller of how much water comes over the dam. Now, in that case, that particular gate had been taken offline years before, so he wasn't able to accomplish his goals. But this is a pretty consistent issue for Iran. So I think they're probably the most likely suspect at this point, although we haven't heard a conclusive attribution from the government just yet.
Yeah, definitely so many questions raised, but what's happening in Minnesota is just one 30 communities, one state, and so quickly.
No, not just one state, you fucking dummy. It's happened in multiple states. No, you're doing the thing where now you're kind of like saying, oh, well, no, this is government. Like, that's what Trump is trying to do. Nope, it's just them. It's just Minnesota. Talk to the governor.
It can become such a scary situation. Andy, thank you so much. Your perspective on this is so important. Thank you. We've just learned that that Minnesota and the federal government are investigating a massive coordinated cyber attack on 30 local water systems in that state, in Minnesota. And the little that we've learned about it so far is that official personnel that got locked out of online systems, IP addresses were changed. The former deputy director of the FBI, Andy McCabe, was just on with me, and I want to play for you what he said about who he thinks could be. Of course, this isn't yet stated by the federal government, but who he thinks could be behind.
Gee, is it the people that we're fucking at war with?
This?
No, bridge too far.
We do know one of the most likely suspects here is the government of Iran. We know this because they have a history of targeting water treatment, critical infrastructure facilities. Back in
Hello, guys. I'm going to just say it right now. If they want to play those games, I already know Trump. He don't give a fuck. He'll start going after their desalination and their fucking civilian infrastructure, because then he'll just be like, they went after ours first.
16, the Justice,
which I hate to say it, that does give him cover for that.
Department indicted a number of Iranian hackers who had conducted all sorts of activity.
Has House Intel been briefed on this breach?
Not yet, but what we know in our prior briefings is that
Yeah,
Iran
I guarantee that we hacked
has the
ourselves. I mean, I can't say that. That is the opinion of a chatter.
capability of doing this. And now, given the spread, the escalation in the war and the chaos that has ensued, it's entirely quite possible that they conducted this attack. The other part of this is that we are just not prepared with regard to defending our utilities from these cyber attacks. I happen to be the ranking member on the subcommittee of the Full Intelligence Committee that's looking at this particular issue, and we've sounded the alarm that now the Russians just recently hacked into UK private industry, causing billions of dollars of damage. The Chinese and the Iranians both have the capability of doing so here with regard to utilities. And instead of defending them and
I
coordinating
just realized
with
I live not too far away from one of these things.
those utilities, the federal government is now cutting funding.
Like specifically those those ground pipe things
for DHS.
Yeah, we have a bunch of those little ones.
And CISA.
Thank you for the $5 getting us started. Appreciate that.
The Cyber Information Security Agency that would otherwise be charged with helping to coordinate and defend against those attacks.
Yeah. Quite a moment, and just scary. I mean, 30 water systems, though they say that they don't have any reports that the water is unsafe, it's still just a terrifying prospect and a threat of what
I mean, if you want so if this was Iran, this was a warning. So, yeah, well.
Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen of New Hampshire joins us now. She is the ranking member of the Foreign Relations Committee and sits on Armed Services. Senator, I'm not sure if you got to listen to that in real time, but in the playback there, what do you make of the President of the United States appearing to blame Minnesota, an American state, over a foreign enemy?
$5. Woot, I did not see
well, sadly, it's typical of the way Donald Trump responds. He doesn't seem to appreciate the threat to our own national security. I just talked to a town manager in New Hampshire earlier today about how concerned they were and whether they'd heard anything from the federal government putting them on notice that they should worry about this. And he said, no, they hadn't gotten any message other than what was reported on the news. So it's egregious for the President of the United States to take the side of a sworn enemy of the United States over a state in.
I mean, let's be real. One that he has said, they're the greatest threat that America has ever seen. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Yet, it wasn't Iran. It wasn't Iran. It was that incompetent governor of Minnesota. What can I say? Minnesota, get your act together. Like
this country.
He would. No, she's not wrong here. It's disgusting that he would rather blame an actual fucking politician who does help America. Like, this is what I'm sick of. You want to talk about division? Maybe, just maybe, the head of our fucking country should stop attacking every politician he disagrees with like a little bitch baby.
There were so many things wrong, Senator, with that cabinet hearing, perhaps least of which was the fact that you have acting DNI Bill Pulte there, as well as Jay Clayton, who is Senate confirmed. I don't know how they're both able to be in the cabinet meeting. Do you have an understanding of who is in charge of DNI right now?
No, it's my understanding that Mr. Clayton has not been sworn in yet, even though he's left his previous job. And I assume that President Trump is trying to keep Bill Pulte where he is as long as he can to do as much damage to the department, DNI, and fire as many people and get access to whatever classified information the president wants as he can. And again, that is not in America's national security interests. That does not keep Americans safe.
The other notable acting head there was Todd Blanche. His nomination very much in limbo, as some Republicans, senators, they're currently outgoing. They're demanding he formally kill the president's anti-weaponization fund. The White House clearly not letting that happen. Do you think the Senate ultimately confirms Blanche?
Well, I hope not. It's outrageous that this administration is on the side of defending people who attacked police, who were trying to defend the Capitol, trying to defend Congress, that he wants them to be compensated when they were trying to overthrow the government. I mean, that is just unacceptable, and the people of this country should be outraged, not to mention the fact that he wants to be exempt from any future misconduct or corruption, which we're already seeing writ large through his administration. But for any non-compliance,
he's already saying, like, I need to be pardoned for this. Wait a minute, who does that?
With the IRS on
Who's in charge of
revenue
that? Wait, who put me
to
in
his
charge?
businesses and his family in the future. That is not the way most Americans believe our country should work. Most Americans, and myself included, we believe that no one should be above the law, that no elected official should be above the law. And what Donald Trump is trying to do is put himself in.
This should actually be like a general consensus. A quick unrelated question: how's your wife doing? Oh, she's out on the mend. Well, the surgery unfortunately didn't go the way that we really wanted. So she is currently healing with a colostomy bag, but we can say that she is 0.0 with the cancer in her blood right now. So
family and his business and his
she's doing good, man.
Own interests ahead of the American people.
Senator, I don't know if you've heard this expression. We talk a lot about the YOLO caucus that includes Tillis, Cornyn, other
trying to get to that point where we can actually use the remission word.
Senators who will not be returning either because they have decided not to run for re-election or because the president has supported their primary
Mr. Good Time. Thank you. Really
opponents.
Appreciate that. Thank you for asking.
Of course, YOLO stands for you only live once. We nerds have decided it stands for either you only leverage once or you only legislate once. I am waiting to see the legislation.
Yeah, it's proper. You are a nerd.
Legislating happen, and I am sort of
cancer free is the way to be. Sorry, surgery was rough though. Yeah.
Intrigued by where you.
Well, unfortunately, the tumor perforated the area, so
you have decided to put your effort in your final term in office, really going after.
Oh, cringe! Yeah, that's pretty bad.
A cap on insulin prices, $35. This is a bipartisan measure. Why this? Why does this feel so important and so urgent?
Well, I've co-chaired the Diabetes Caucus since I got to the Senate with Susan Collins. And I have a granddaughter who has type 1 diabetes, so I've had a very personal window into the challenges that people with type 1 face. And I know that for them, insulin is life or death. If people can't afford their insulin, if they cut it, it has huge health ramifications. And so we know that this works because we put a cap on insulin at $35 a month for Medicare 2 years ago. We've seen the benefits of that. We know that that saves other health complications. And so this is a way to help the more than 8 million Americans who are living with type 1, the million.
Okay. Now we got his response to the reporter.
Behind it. You know who's behind it? Minnesota, because they're grossly incompetent. I think the governor's behind it. I don't think there was an Iranian cyber attack. I think that...
Do you understand just how fucking irresponsible this alone was? Like, dude, I don't care if you support the guy. I think you're just a profound weirdo. But come on. Like, this shit... Like... His own fucking people in national security are telling him, no, this was Iran, and he's just like, he would rather have a fucking vendetta. Like, fuck him. He is so dumb. He is just profoundly stupid, guys. And this is just, this is kind of treasonous. This is one of those things where, like she said, he's taking the word of Iran on this one, kind of going like, you understand that's what that is. They're like, no, it wasn't us, and he's just like, I think it was this incompetent governor, and that's what he goes with. Like, Jesus, fuck you, fucking treacherous asshole.
Minnesota ought to get its act together. It's one of the worst run states. JD will tell you. He found tremendous corruption in Minnesota. And by the way, just gave me a report. Massive future things having to do with corruption in Minnesota are happening right now. Thank you very much.
Have you talked to Senator Fetterman about the Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
The President of the United States with his cabinet at Camp David, taking questions from the press and giving us a lot to fact check. So let's start in reverse order.
Nice. Let's do the fact checks.
David Road, the president laying responsibility for a cyber attack at the feet of Checks Notes, Minnesota.
Correct. He was asked about was Iran behind the cyber attack in Minnesota, and his answer was, I don't think so. Minnesota was behind it. And then he sort of questioned the state's competence. I don't have it in front of me, but the FBI put out a post earlier today warning about attacks in multiple states. And again, a U.S. official told me earlier today that the Minnesota attack, it was dozens, it was 36 different localities. Their water systems were attacked by Iran. We are at war with Iran. Multiple states might be undergoing cyber attacks right now.
Again, if anybody actually believes this, just doofus. Like,
what is the...
It's kind of weird how we are getting to the end of his buffoonery, though. Like, it's not working.
The President of the United States?
Like, now we're actually, like, seeing how dangerous his fucking stupidity really is.
Tries to score political points by claiming this is...
Dude, he's so unpopular. I love it.
All the fault.
He's about to go under 30%. Hey, if he does that, that's something no president's ever done.
Of the state of Minnesota, which he's attacked over and over again.
And Camp David is also a medical facility. He is deeply unwell.
Again,
no. Wait, the medical facility is John Hopkins.
It's just
Camp David is literally where they vacation.
Extraordinary moment in terms of the nation is at war. We don't have a clear director of national intelligence, and the president wants to. I've heard no one suggest that somehow Minnesota attacked its own water systems. There has to be someone perpetrating this, and it's just shocking that he's making this claim.
It's serious. Instead of addressing for the American public, the agencies that are addressing
this. Everybody is having the general consensus on this one, where it's like, no, he's kind of throwing us under the bus on this one as Americans.
Literally, members of his cabinet that are a part of this
meeting
bulletin are a part of that meeting. And it says at least 7 states have reported incidents to the FBI, and some of that activity.
I lost his password to the water treatment plant and turned it into an international incident.
Water operation.
I mean, that'd be funny, but honestly, the fact that this happened in 37 different localities, including Wisconsin, come on.
The FBI goes on to say, after remotely accessing internet-facing devices, the actors changed the IP addresses and passwords, resulting in a loss of monitoring and control functionality.
Have you ever believed a poll about the Democrats ever? About like a negative poll, like where you see that like they're at 23%? Because if you have, then you know you're an asshole on this one. You know how polls work.
To reduce the risk.
You're just intellectually dishonest. That's usually how that goes, because you're a little bitch boy that doesn't understand that being a little bitch boy doesn't mean that reality changes. I'm sorry. People don't like him. People hate him. He's doing a horrible job. The economy's not doing great. He's not a good leader. We don't have the fucking people in his cabinet that are actually helping us. They're all, dude, the crypto rug pulls, all the schemes and scams, all that he's been perpetrating almost every fucking day. Yeah, nobody cares, dude.
Of compromise. The FBI.
Your average American hates him. And he actually did the thing where he got independents and a whole bunch of people who didn't give a shit about politics to get back into politics again. No, hey, go ahead. By all means, ignore polls. Ignore polls. You know who do that? Democrats.
Recommend removing PLCs from direct internet exposure via secure gateway and
comic movies.
Setting up strong.
He's a terrible president, and I love comic movies too.
Unique passwords and utilizing an access.
If you have seen Spider-Man, please do not spoil. I have not seen it yet.
Control list to allow only authorized communication between expected control system devices.
How's it going? Welcome in. Matt loves comic movies.
Put that into English for us.
And the federal agency that would do that means get better software, basically, for your water systems.
I mean, this one just kind of shows it, though. This really does show how bad he is. I think it's the governor. I don't think it's what everybody's saying that it is, and logic would dictate that it is.
The CISA, the critical...
Spider-Man is out? Yeah, it came out yesterday.
Infrastructure and Cybersecurity Agency, which the Trump administration, when it took office last year, slashed the budget by a third.
Trump is the best president ever. Get your Trump dollars now. Go get your Trump dollars.
And Trump attacked
just like, yeah, I got a Trump dollar. How much is this worth? Nothing. This is fake paper. What?
Because it was trying to counter foreign disinformation, but he claimed they were trying to prevent free speech. So it's, again, Go with your conspiracy theories. Go with your, attack your.
This is one of the rare times that like MS Now has some pretty decent coverage as far as fact checking goes.
Opponents, but you're not addressing these core issues that we face.
No one believes a poll as a absolute. The thing is, polls are just an aggregate into and like a look into how people are feeling. That's what polls are. Apparently, you don't know what a poll is.
A digital age.
You really are one, dude. You're a moron, Just Human. You that's You are fucking certifiably stupid. You need to go and actually like study some civics, please, by all means.
Area where there are new threats.
Keep leading with your emotions, dude.
As the economy changes, technology changes,
like I said,
and our government isn't changing.
The president just made a complete ass out of himself.
It's just a president sort of more interested in messaging than addressing these problems.
What's up, y'all? Hope everybody out there is having an awesome Friday. I have some breaking news for you. So,
umbrella
let's start with
just
this. Apparently,
down?
Trump exploded and lost his temper during a security meeting, and he was shouting and cursing out of frustration over the fact that he kind of knows he lost the Iran war. Okay? So he was presented with military options moving forward, and he apparently was furious at the lack of progress toward making a deal. This is kind of an incredible story from NBC News, particularly because he seemingly is completely and utterly unaware of like what the Iranians are thinking, what they're feeling, how they've openly said repeatedly, not only do they not want to talk to the U.S. right now, but they never want to talk to the U.S. as long as Donald J. Trump is president. Because
it seems like the negotiation phase is over. This is why I think he's so pissed, and he's coming across panicked. Like, for all the Midas touch sensationalized fucking news, this is the first time I've really seen it where it's like he seems like he's in a corner. He does seem fucking just worried. He didn't have the orange color in his hair. He's sitting there just like, no, like he's kind of frantic. Like, no, dude, he's panicking because he was told, like, they don't want to talk to you, Mr. President. They're going to continue to hit.
That he lies about
and he knows that this is going to impact the economy throughout the midterms here. This is why he needs Elon to rig this election.
Absolutely everything. He can't uphold a deal. Netanyahu lies about everything. Israel can't uphold a deal. So this is insane because Trump seemingly thought, like, hey, it doesn't matter how many times I don't abide by an agreement, they're still going to come crawling back to me, and they're still going to, want to make some sort of a deal whenever I want to make a deal. But the fact of the matter now is we are running out of munitions, and the Strait of Hormuz is closed, Bab el-Mandeb is closed, we're blowing through the strategic reserve. So he's panicking, man. He is absolutely panicking. So a U.S. official added, quote, "After all this time, there is no unity inside the administration, which is facing a strategic..."
I wish I could hear him say, "What do you mean they don't want to make a deal?"
"Defeat without clear..."
I mean, do you want the impression?
Guidance or a decision
or do you
about
actually
where
want it
this
from
is
his
going.
mouth?
An ally close to Trump
What do you mean?
adds that the president
They
is,
don't
quote,
want to make a deal.
exasperated, and there was not a real strategy for how long or what they should do.
Iran they promised that this would last at least until the midterms. Yep.
When I tell you this is a baboon...
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. And they were also told, like, with the polling, that this is too big to rig. 27 points is, dude, they were 2 points ahead of the Democrats in the last election. 27 points over the Republicans. That's insane.
Regime.
I know that, like, we got this guy, Just Human, that doesn't understand how that actually, like, tracks in politics, but, Just Human, that's called a mollywop.
I say it because
you want to talk about like Trump's like the way that he fucking went into the swing states and he what did he say? I had a landslide. Yeah, well,
because I mean it. This is as baboony as baboons get. Okay? No plan whatsoever, throwing feces against the wall, desperate, no clue what to do moving forward. Now screaming at his advisors and screaming at the military because he's caught. He's in a corner. He's trapped. And so this is a very terrifying place to be because...
Yeah, he's a cornered animal, and he's going to end up making a rash decision.
I could absolutely...
This is what a lot of people, including people in his cabinet, are fucking freaking out about.
We see him crashing out and doing something devastating whether that be, ordering an invasion of Karg Island or Keshem Island or a ground
DNC,
invasion.
fuck, dude.
Or dropping a Moab or using.
If they did give me money, that'd be nice. Then I wouldn't be
a nuke. Remember, they were
sitting here just being like, oh my God, hey, I'm just trying to make a quick hundo.
There was talk about a week or two ago that the Israelis were pushing for and Trump was leaning in favor of.
And I mean, like, a huge
using
backlog
strategic
of bills.
Nuclear weapons, bunker-busting nuclear weapons at this place called Pickaxe Mountain.
Yeah, we actually did kind of get some where we know that it's like, no, we can't even negotiate some of these.
The nuclear material is being hidden. So this is where we're at right now. We're at this crossroads where either Trump just accepts the big, fat, juicy L, or he does something incredibly idiotic that will go down in history as absolutely catastrophic. And as I keep telling you guys, I fear that the latter is what's going to happen, right? I would rather him accept the big, fat, juicy L, but I feel like that's kind of unlikely given his mental makeup, given his character. He can't even acknowledge when he loses a golf event, or an election for that matter. So the idea.
I mean, does that ever track to anybody that follows this guy? The fact that he can never lose? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
He's going to acknowledge that he
Jesus Christ
lost this war is honestly laughable.
And none of you would be okay with that if you were playing golf with him or playing a game with him.
And
or would you? Are you that pathetic?
I mean, shit. I feel like we've all gotten used
to the chaos.
There's
nothing more pathetic than somebody that's scared of a rich dude, and you just I'll never call him out. I'll let him. He already won this golf game. He's got he's a -4.
But it's about to smack us over the
he's
head
one of the best golfers
very
on the planet.
aggressively and remind us that there are consequences. So it seems like he had almost an enlightenment moment where he went, "What the fuck? What am I supposed to do now? I have no idea what to do now." Because Iran is not just, they thought like, oh, the more we bomb them, the more we commit war crimes against them, the more that Iran will somehow like bend the knee and say, sir, yes, sir, whatever you want, sir. But in reality, the opposite happened. The more we committed war crimes against them, the more they were like, hey, fuck these people. We don't have to make a deal with them. We can keep the Strait of Hormuz shut. Now they shut Bab el-Mandeb, the Houthis did. And so, okay, incoming recession or depression, incoming $6 a gallon gas, $7 a gallon gas, as soon as they run out of all their tricks that they're using to cover up the crisis.
Yeah.
So prepare yourself, man, because shit is about to get absolutely wild.
I mean,
and by the way,
I'm not gonna go saying like that the gas is like once the gas spikes again, I can finally just be like, I did tell you, like I told you so. But it is getting a little annoying where it's just like, okay, we're going into August. And that $6 gas didn't happen even at the end of our reserves. Like, I don't know, guys. There's something here where it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, especially with and this isn't just leftist media doing this. This is the right-wing media putting this shit out, saying like, yeah, we're getting dangerously low to our reserves. Yeah, weird. Yeah, there's something odd going on.
They're still now on a daily basis. I just saw there was like a number of ships that Iran seized and or attacked. That, again, it was the U.S. trying to use an alternate route through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran warned the ships and then went ahead and attacked some and seized others. Like, it's happening, bro. It's all happening. It is not fucking pretty right now. So we're still getting shooting back and forth. We're still getting ships being seized and things of that nature. So yikes is all I have to say about that. And Lord only knows where this goes from here. All right, listen to this, too. This is crazy. So,
made me want a cold beverage just seeing that.
Which is this polling company, they released this thing called a word cloud, which shows, like, when you ask Trump voters who regretted voting for Trump, when you ask them, hey, what makes you say that? What issue makes you say that? Ready for this? The number one issue that Trump voters who were feeling regret cited was the war. Now, by the way, this flies in the face of conventional wisdom in Washington, D.C., that people don't care about foreign policy. Well, the fact of the matter is, perhaps that was true in the past at some point, but what people are realizing now is foreign policy is linked directly to domestic economic policy. Because, like, Trump literally says, like, we're not going to do daycare, we're not going to fund Medicare and Medicaid, because we can't.
Again, if the Democrats don't use that shit in their fucking ads coming up here, that's just a lost opportunity on them.
I don't care about your financial situation at all, he says. I just care about stopping Iran from getting a nuke. So people are realizing, oh my God, these issues are one and the same, right? And so the number one issue regretful Trump supporters cite is the war. Right behind that, in a close second, is the economy. Another thing that they say is like promises not kept. They bring up promises not kept. You also have, smaller here, but they say things like, he doesn't care.
That's funny because I've even seen it in this chat recently where he's like, I like Trump because he kept all his promises.
But he just simply doesn't care. Prices is another one that comes up quite a bit.
Exactly what I voted
crime
for.
is cited here, and I think that
they love seeing fucking Mexican families crying in the streets and being terrorized. Like, do you understand that makes them happy? Do you understand that that's the mark of a bottom of the fucking barrel person? Like, there's no saving that. Honestly,
crime. Honestly,
those are like, you want to talk about people that need to fucking be dealt with. Those are the types of people that need to be dealt with.
Say that, what they mean is corruption. What they mean is Trump's crime, like the crime spree.
You take fucking pleasure in the literal displeasure of other people. Yeah, you're fucked.
That his crime family is on. But a lot of stuff here, man. War is the biggest regret.
You know what?
They hate that he started the Iran war.
I might not believe in karma, but I kind of hope it exists just so it hits you in the ass.
Breaking his promises.
Based on yesterday's oil consumption rate, we have about 45 days left of oil until caverns risk collapse. Prepare for $8 a gallon.
Economy.
That's what I have been preparing for. I mean, they said this was going to hit in July. I remember July 8th was the big day that it was supposed to hit.
Prices. So a lot of stuff there and a lot of regretful Trump supporters. Now, on that point, new Quinnipiac poll just came out. Generic ballot polling trend among independent voters. So all the way back in 2018, when the Democrats had a big wave, Democrats were plus 11 with independents going into the midterms, okay? October of 2022, right before that midterm election, where the Democrats actually overperformed. Everybody was saying red wave, red wave, red wave. I wasn't. I thought like, I don't know if there's going to be a red wave. I feel like it might be a relatively equal election. I think the Democrats are going to do better than people think they're going to do, okay? The polling leading up to that race had Republicans plus 9 with independents. And again, Democrats sort of overperformed and kept it relatively even Stevens. Well, now, July of 2026, what's the independent polling number? It is plus 22 Democrat. Plus 22. So that might even be in underrepresentation. Because again, it was plus 11 in 2018, Democratic wave. It is double that now in 2026. So, bro, these people are struggling to say the least. New Trump approval polls just this week in high quality polls. So CNN has him at 34%. The AP has him at 33%. And
we import 40% of our oil because of the lack of heavy crude refineries here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Has him at 32% skis, y'all. 32, 34, 33.
Yeah, like
30.
I said, he's going to drop down to under 30 at some point. Like, I don't care, man.
Dude, that is
that's for you guys to recognize. Like, dude, I remember like when I was like, because I did a little bit of this where I'm like, nah, Biden can't be that unpopular. Hey, you know what? He was. He really was. And that was on me for not actually listening to the polls and saying, hey, yeah, people really don't like this guy.
Catastrophic. That might be the single worst.
This is actually kind of where it's like, I guess, you know what? Ignore those polls, guys, by all means.
Polling in modern American history. I know it sounds crazy to say those words, but it's true. We also have, when you look at an average of all of the polls right now for Trump, ready for this? He's at 60.5% disapproval and only 36.4% approval. His average is a 36% approval rating, y'all. His average is a 36% approval rating. Astonishing stuff. I mean, that is just... that is like, there's no hope for you at that point.
No, and that's kind of where, if like you applied all the Biden logic to this, you would see that as being what it is.
Attention point where we're going to start with our group chat. I want to bring in MS Now's Eugene Daniel.
Man, we are getting through this news. Hell yeah.
Who is on the ground in Chicago. John Harwood, veteran Washington correspondent and Duke University distinguished fellow.
That's today? Oh, Jesus.
Naira Huck, former State Department senior advisor and former White House senior director, and Joel Payne, Democratic strategist and former senior aide for Hillary for America. Absolute pros, one and all. But Eugene, you're on the ground, so I'm going to go to you first. Talk about the mood at this conference. You and I were talking on Way Too Early before you left about if they are seeing this as the start of
Jonah, poor Trump and MAGA J6ers are the most abuse victims in human history.
True realignment inside the Democratic Party, or if they still see themselves.
My mommy said that everybody is just so mean to me. They said, "Why are you so mean to Donnie? Little Donnie, he's just misunderstood. You got to stop being so mean to Donnie. He's, you know what? He didn't poop his pants. He didn't poop his pants at all. You're being crazy. Maybe you farted and you smelled your own shit."
As the fringe trying to push the rest of the party out there.
It depends on who you ask.
Dude, did we cover that? Yeah, I think we did. Oh no, we covered it on this space. Yeah, where there's the guy standing behind him at Lindsey Graham's funeral, and he's just, you can see like the guy's face go.
Which one of those things is true, right? I think they do feel like they have a lot of momentum at their back alley from Zoran and then everybody else who was one who's a DSA or DSA adjacent person. But also, they haven't really figured out whether or not they feel like they're insurgents within the Democratic Party or whether they're a separate party and different people do different things. I was talking to a Tempe, Arizona councilman who sits in a seat that is, there's no.
That's what they want. They want us to be a separate party. They're so scared of DSA actually overtaking the Democrat establishment.
No political.
They don't want MAGA happening to the Democratic Party.
Affiliation, but he is a DSA
but they
member.
see the writing on the wall.
And the thing that I thought was most interesting is the understanding, as we all do, that if you want to change a party, right, like if you want to get in there and change it, you do have to convince a lot of people. And there's some frustration with mainstream Democrats that there is not a lot of convincing coming from the left. There's a lot of finger wagging at them. And I think that is something that they're going to have to contend with. And also at the end of the day, establishment Democrats have left this. The only reason the insurgency can happen is because of them. Had they been making sure that voters were getting what they wanted after they elected folks, if they were making sure that they were listening to voters who wanted fighters and wanted to see something change within their lives, you wouldn't see these folks winning. And I think that is the thing that the establishment has to contend with as the DSA is here meeting. I will also point out, it's not a convention in the way that we typically think of them. This is more like a rules committee meeting for the DNC, because there's like 900 people here, not a ton of speeches. A lot of learning, they say, is going to happen here.
One quick question, Eugene, before I take this to the table. Do the folks that you're talking to at the DSA consider themselves Democrats?
Some do. Some of them see themselves as Democrats, but what you will hear both from people here, but also people like Bernie Sanders, that the only way to actually win is to do it through the Democratic Party, right? And so some of them consider themselves Democrats. Many of them, I think, especially the younger ones, see themselves as DSA members first, who have to work within a system that in their eyes is built to make sure that the left cannot succeed. But they have to work within the system that they are in while working to change it.
And I think, Joel, it is that natural tension point that Eugene is referencing there about what does it actually constitute? And this is something, frankly, that I've asked Abdul El-Sayed, who is running in Michigan. When does the Democratic Party end and the Democratic Socialist Movement begin? Or are they just one and the same, and one is just pulling more toward the left than the other?
Yeah, I also think it's important. I mean, I think the idiosyncrasies between the different parts of the left is important, too. Like Eugene alluded to, that there's DSA, there's DSA adjacent, there's DSA friendly. And I think the thing that sometimes people miss is how...
Wait, is the DSA friendly just a normal Democrat, maybe?
Much organization.
What the fuck are they talking about?
And how much, real thought and power goes into the muscularity behind this movement. Like, these are not just folks who are like hobbyists.
Yeah.
Like, these are folks who are building real political power. They're very invested in it. If you look at the places where these DSA candidates have been successful, door knocking, phone calls, real organization, they've been able to turn folks out. So yes, the energy behind their ideas is very, very, present. But also the organization and the thought behind putting a political movement together, that shouldn't be missed.
To Joel's point, this idea of movement building and door knocking, connecting with real people, right? Real people. It's something the Democratic Party used to be known for, right? Union organizing, people power. And in that Clinton, Biden, liberal era, so many folks on the ground felt that was lost, and that connectivity at a very deep community level.
You're Obama there?
Well, I mean, I did work for the Obama administration, so thank you for noting that. But Obama did have this kind of maverick element in that. I mean, he was not supposed to run at that time. That was supposed to be the Hillary election, and he came forward, right? He was also younger. And so it's some of that Obama energy that crossed party lines, frankly. The majority of Americans are unaffiliated at this moment, right? They've rejected party labels. And so whether, as you said, whether it's...
I'm actually genuinely shocked to hear that somebody just said it. That most Americans, they're just done with Republican and Democrat bullshit. Like, the only people that really, like, still play in that sandbox are these assholes.
DSA or something else. This is the way.
You're Democratic Socialist, so we're in this polling. Nice, Godmind. Welcome to the channel. I'm also Democratic Socialist. Hit that subscribe button and join the community.
That you reignite a big tent. And you get more people.
The thing is, I hate the fact that I don't like the consultant speak, but she's not wrong. The big tent thing is that this is kind of where I've been talking about it. I call it normie outreach and just kind of not. And like, if you need to hide your power level, you don't need to fucking give them the entire platform right out the gate.
Into a bigger,
because you do kind of risk sometimes losing people based on that. Where it's like, no, get them on affordability, get them on, socialized medicine
movement,
and getting us to have, more fucking socialized programs, and then we can work on the other stuff. Step one, we need to do step one.
As long as, again, establishment folks understand that they need to be moving forward and not holding on to power from a previous era.
And I understand why we are talking about it. And
Anna, do you know why BSL or is that or BLG? Jesus, or BSG? Oh my God.
I think rightly so.
BRG, Black Red Guard. Oh my God. I don't know why you guys know this. I'm bad with acronyms. It is kind of part of my whole mind fuckery that I have as part of my dyslexia. And sometimes I'm just dumb. But yeah, is Black Red Guard, like he's part of the DSA. So do you know if he has anything does he work with PSL or how's that work? Because he calls himself a Maoist and he's very, very,
this establishment wing of the people who have been political practitioners in Washington for a while versus these more insurgent candidates who are running.
I would have thought that he'd be part of the PSL. Dara Lisa is Haitian.
Outsiders
but Dara Lisa also is doing this. Actually, she's a perfect example of where it's just like, cause she's the one that kind of put the abolish prison thing out there. It's just like, shut up.
A time where the system is not very.
Because if she loses, that's not great.
Very popular. But John, I'll pose to you what one of our
and
viewers, Dorothy in Maryland, is saying.
on.
Why won't the Democrats just focus on policies and stop the divisive conversation of moderates versus
and socialists? Yes,
something else?
Thank you.
Well,
Dorothy, based. Dude, the fact that they just brought a viewer question up that was just so on the nose.
I think they will, if they get power, they're going to focus on policies, but this is the time when factions fight each other. I do think the relevant point is the one that you made in the initial question to Joel. I believe this is directional. It's not about socialism per se or democratic Socialists of America. The views espoused by the head of the Democratic Socialists for America, who was on television recently, are held by a minuscule number of people.
Democratic Socialists have not included black people. They've included everybody. The thing is, they're not just focusing just on a black contingent.
Abolish the Pentagon, abolish the police forces.
Get rid of the Senate.
Honestly, I would argue that it's probably a better thing to just guarantee, better outcomes for all Americans and not necessarily have to do this thing where you have to fucking just focus on one fucking marginalized group.
On the police.
Yeah. We can focus on all marginalized group and just be like, hey, we should stop marginalizing everybody.
Yeah. That's
yes, I understand. This is where I'm saying this is where it's about language. The for-profit prison system, we need prison reform. The fact is we say abolition and we say abolish prisons, but it's always reform. We start with reform and then it's like we can go from there. But this is the stuff that sells on just your average person. This is why you will see, actually, even in conservative circles, they will kind of just be like, yeah, we kind of need to reform this. And they don't, for the most part, when it's something that's popular, like Medicaid, They'll say we need Medicaid reform. They never say abolish Medicaid. Only the dipshit MAGA people will, and then usually that does kind of rile people up, where they're like, keep the government hands off my Medicare.
Is fringy, going nowhere stuff. The point is directional. It's about aggression and fighting.
Godmine, did you
and trying to get more done? It's basically a more
By the way, we're 1 minute away
help
from the local
for people.
420.
That's what people who call themselves democratic socialists, that's what they
We're
want.
officially 25 subs away from 3K.
And
hell yeah.
That's what they hope to get if Democrats take over.
You can, and I also just want to add.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that.
Whatever you're going to add. Is it helpful or harmful for the head of the Democratic Socialists of America to go on Fox over the weekend and say, yeah, these are
And I mean, like, he's
our
big dude.
our
Like,
points. We want to abolish the
he
Senate.
looks
We
like
want
he's probably 6'8".
to fund the police. I mean, is that helpful, harmful, neither?
I mean, just as harmful as it is for establishment Democrats to talk about older positions on the Middle East and not reform those positions as well. I mean, there are a lot of unpopular positions that people hold in political coalitions. The other thing I would add here is, and this is to that point, I mean, I understand the DSA label is, it can be applied in a toxic fashion. You know, it also can be applied in a toxic fashion? Democrat. Because
Well, dude. They're ignoring the fact that every Democrat has been called a fucking socialist or a communist by the far right now. Like that. Why are you ignoring that?
Might actually be more harmful to your brand, right?
Does that kind of just show their ass where it's like, yeah, no matter what we do, they're going to call us communists too?
Now, in some parts of the country,
we need to reserve our place in the Red Scare.
To be labeled a Democrat than to be labeled someone who's friendly with DSA. And that is the ugly truth that Democrats actually have to face, is that this stuff is very complex. These things are moving. The ground is moving beneath our feet. And I think instead of being dogged in your old positions, I think Democrats should be open-minded to what the coalition can look like.
John, how much of this is a backlash
Man, and the fact that people are just like,
to Trump?
Well, everything in politics.
This is proof that the DSA really does have momentum. The fact that this is week 4 or week 5, we're coming up to the primary in Michigan on Tuesday.
Right now is a backlash to Trump. And it's why I think the point that Joel is making about the Democratic brand, sure, that's true. People don't like the Democratic brand. Republicans don't like it, and many Democrats don't like it. That's not the relevant factor for this election. Donald Trump and what his administration is doing is the factor in this election. I do have to disagree with Joel in the sense that when you said, is it helpful for that person to go on Fox? I think it is not helpful. I don't know how much not helpful it is. I'm not sure how many people really absorb what's going on that particular television program. But to the extent that anyone associates Democrats with those positions, I think those are qualitatively worse than whatever Democratic position is on the conflict in the Middle East, for example.
Yeah, if you're watching Fox News to understand the Democratic Party, you already...
I agree with you.
Right? Like, you already have a certain perspective, so it's okay, great.
Yeah.
Go preach to the people who already hate Democrats.
There it is. I spoke too soon. There it is. I mean, they're not saying it as just loud as I was, or just,
But there is that idea, and this is
bringing up the commie word.
Where I bring up the Biden era, of how that many people in the progressive left thought that this was an opportunity post-Trump.
Nobody cares about Kamala Harris here, dude.
To make big...
Go bother a lib channel.
Big swings, make big changes.
We're literally past you. We're actually we've moved on past Biden, Kamala. I mean, you guys still haven't.
Answer that we got often from the White House and indeed also from the Attorney General at the time was let's norm harder. Let's get back to the systems and processes we've already had. And this is where this faction and this entire movement is coming out of a reaction to things were already broken. Trump blew a hole through all of the things that we thought existed and people did just because you're supposed to do them. So let's take this
not the C word. What? I missed it?
Opportunity to think about things differently.
We said communist.
And that wasn't what centrist moderate Democrats did for 4 years. And that's some of the anger is it wasn't a fight. It wasn't reworking. It wasn't looking at what's next for a new generation, the rising generation. And yes, then they blame that administration for the second coming of Trump.
I would just offer a counter, though.
I like norm as a verb.
You can't norm harder.
But I will say, just as a counter to that, the Biden administration
they won't call them normies.
Did do things. They
That's
ran
kinda
as
funny.
moderates, certainly, but they did things with Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and others when it came to
Man, they are
attempting to
handling this one delicately too.
cancel student loan debt. They were able to do some
They
of it,
see
but the
it.
courts
They
stopped.
don't want to. Now they kind of see that they don't want to piss us off. Oh my God, this is the first time that I actually kind of feel like MS Now is kind of catering to us, the DSA adjacent.
Stopped other parts of it, right? I mean, like, there were attempts to be more progressive.
And so I think the 2 points where they lost some of what should have been the base was the criminal justice reform and not willing to bust the filibuster to get the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act passed, allowing the Voting Rights Act to expire. Again, things very deeply important
Child tax credit was the biggest one. How did you not lead with that?
to the black voters in the coalition and a younger generation of black voters, and Middle East messaging, right? This is Obama had already boxed in Netanyahu and brought the Democratic leadership along, and this was a return. What Biden did was a return to a much older era.
Wow, she is way too analytical about this to not just see the forest for the trees.
Of what was going on in the Middle East, where, you know, it was still the Yasser Arafat mindset of that's who we're dealing with Palestinians versus the reality.
Yes. Universal health care, equal distribution, social resources, and tax the rich. Yeah.
Of a Netanyahu administration.
God mind, I like the fact that you have it down to the 3 main things that you could just sell people on. Congratulations, man. Like, honestly, not a lot of people are really good at articulating what the DSA is about in such a simple way. Even me. So I really appreciate that. Also, it's nice to have someone from the DSA here. Yeah, I didn't know that the conference was happening today. Oh, you know why? I covered this yesterday. Someone didn't check his emails again. God damn it. I have got to get better about this. Oh my God. Okay, lecture time on myself. You gotta get better about checking your fucking emails. All right, I'll just, without going into too much detail, I'll just say this. I did miss an opportunity. Had I checked my emails sooner, I would have been able to go on like a pretty decent sized show. I think I might be able to still, but it's now one of those like, oh crap, I really hope I didn't fuck up. Oh, I am so bad at it. Oh crap, yeah, no, I have to get better at checking my emails. Everybody check your emails. Like, seriously. I know there's a lot of spam, but oh boy. What did I say I had? It's over 6,000. It is. I have over 6,000 emails just waiting for me. And these are like newer emails that, like, I've already done this. I went through my emails about a month and a half ago, and I was so proud of myself. Yeah, now you're just spamming the same BS. No one cares, dude. You can think, like, if Trump is your American hero, you're like one of the very, very few that think that way right now. And you are panicking about it. I can already see it. That's why you're here. Otherwise, you wouldn't even need to type this BS. The only person you're trying to convince is yourself. They will sing us sweet nothings in the end. We can't listen to them. All right. Iran war widens as Egypt is targeted for the first time. That was not what I was looking at. I was looking at the Hamas deal.
President Trump last night announced that the Board of Peace has reached an agreement for Hamas.
You can't even say it like the Board of Peace.
To disarm in
You mean literally the Council of Demons?
Gaza. They insist that it will take a number of weeks. We should note Hamas themselves have not confirmed that they've agreed to this. Some Israeli officials
Well,
are...
yeah, because let's be real. All right, this doesn't even need to be covered. If they sign it, great. Then Israel needs to hold to it. The second that Israel breaks it, then yeah, they have every right to like be pissed. Let's see. So I want to watch this Finkelstein thing, but not quite yet. We got through the news a lot quicker than I thought we would. Which, hey, that's good. All right, so we're at chill for a second. Can you imagine the full diaper psychopath, narcissistic PDF being your hero? That's so gross. I mean, realistically, yeah, it's weird. I don't understand how anybody can like a president as much as people like Trump. And like they created their identities based on like this idea that they're trolling people that don't like him. Like him doing a bad job and pissing off America seems to actually get them more like on his side, where they're just like, yeah, more people are pissed off. Good. You're going to watch the Finkelstein thing? That thing is long. Yeah, I saw that. Because the two things that I pulled up for today that I wanted to watch are both. They're over 2 hours. So let's see. Finkelstein's was, it's 3 hours and 20 minutes. And then the Not So Erudite and Rachel Wilson debate is 2 hours and 38 minutes. So, yeah, I'm not sure which one. All right, actually, hold on. I might need to start a new poll here coming up because, yeah, we'll figure out which one do you guys actually want to watch. The Not So Erudite one is literally kind of drama, debate, slop. Norm Finkelstein is more technical stuff. Also, 3 hours and 20 minutes of Norm Finkelstein is a lot. That's a lot. Who was that? That's Norm Finkelstein. You had it on in the background, but no sound. Oh, hey, what's up, Push? How's it going? Oh, damn, Pep, you got content for days. Yes, I do. Einhart is Finkelstein. Or Finkel. I mean, yeah, it's like the one thing. I don't know. I don't know. The transphobia in Ace Ventura is still problematic. It sucks too because there are just so many. Like the mental institution scene is one of the funniest goddamn scenes where Blue 32, he's got the fucking tutu on. It is so funny. All right. Let's see what else we got. What we doing? Confronting the worst dating advice on the internet. No, let's not do that. I don't care about that. Discover members only content. Wait, I'm a member of Pondering Politics? What? When did that happen? Wait a minute. Did I get gifted a... What? A fighter jet fucking crashed in San Diego, sparks fire at airbase? Oh my god, dude. That's where they were doing those low-flying fucking things that Pete Hegseth was just like, based, go for it. That everybody was pissed off about. Oh, no. That was in Florida. Oh, shit. Hold on. But still, Pete Hegseth's in charge. All right.
We're following some breaking news right now out of Southern California. Emergency crews there responding to what's being described as an aircraft mishap involving an F-35 fighter jet at a Marine Corps air station. Oh my god, dude. This administration's fucking language with this shit is insane. Mishap, a boondoggle. Just outside of San
Diego. We're in quite the boondoggle,
It happened this morning around 10 a.m. local time. Let's get right to NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Kuby in Washington. So, Courtney, take us through where this happened and what we know right now about what occurred here.
Yeah, we don't exactly know why this aircraft went down, but the video of the aftermath is pretty brutal. That aircraft, it looks like it's just absolutely destroyed. Now, we do know, according to a Marine Corps spokesperson, that the pilot was able to safely eject and was recovered and is now seeking medical attention.
Oh, he did eject.
But that's
okay,
about all
he
that we
ejected.
know about that individual. As you can see there, you can see military aircraft in the background of the video there of that wreckage, emergency vehicles and firefighters going to the scene to try to put out what was initially a massive fire of that aircraft. This occurred at, as you mentioned, a Marine Corps air station at Miramar. It's just outside of San Diego. There you can see that this was still when the aircraft was on fire and firefighters trying to put it out, hoping that it doesn't lead to a larger fire in that area. Again, it's not really clear what happened here, but this crash did occur right on the air station there. As you can see, the aircraft right there. So it's possible that it was either taking off or landing at the time of this incident. Ellison?
All right. NBC's Courtney Cubie on that breaking news. Thank you.
We thank you for.
Damn. That set us back a couple bucks. I mean, Joe Med, what's up, man? Did it happen? The incident everyone expected? What? What happen? Yo, why are people like saying that? Like, this is the second time somebody said that. Like, something big happened, but I'm not seeing any fucking updates or. Anti-weaponization fund is dead, but made clear that he wishes it still existed. Wait, what? Trump says that the anti-weaponization fund is dead, but he says he still wants the payout. President Donald Trump acknowledged that for the first time on Friday hearing. I'm gonna have to tilt this and this weird computer thing. That for the first time on Friday that the $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund is officially dead, but made clear that he wishes it still existed. He also did not spell out why the end of the fund isn't being put in writing. The fund and Trump's set. Okay, see, that's the thing. He's being a little weasel about this. The fund and Trump's settlement with the IRS, which provided him and his family with immunity from any existing audits of tax returns, has thrown a wrench in the nomination of Todd Blanche's as the Attorney General. Republican Senator John Cornyn, a key holdout in Blanche's nomination, is demanding that the Department of Justice formally put to paper that the fund is not moving forward, as Blanche testified under oath at his confirmation hearing. Do you agree with the acting Attorney General's assessment that the anti-weaponization fund is dead, and why not just put the thing in writing? ABC chief correspondent Mae Bruce asked Trump at a cabinet meeting at Camp David. Well, it is dead, but, you know, I wish it weren't. I wish it weren't. To be honest with you, Trump responded, I think people were horribly treated, horribly abused, and I'd like to see them compensated for their pain. Trump then argued that Blanche, despite his role as acting Attorney General, shouldn't be in the middle of this. It's literally his fucking job, you... Oh my god, he is just so profoundly stupid. It's just, it's painful how stupid Trump is. Trump then agreed. The Senate Judiciary Committee postponed voting on Thursday on Blanche's nomination amid resistance from Cornyn, as well as Republican Senator Tom Tillis, both outgoing senators whose terms end in January, who were also, I'm going to add this one, who were also not supported by Trump in the primary. He abandoned them, so now they have no reason to actually vote for him. Weird. Senate Judiciary Committee postponed the video. Oh, both outgoing senators, their term ends in January. There we are. Sorry, I lost it. Trump has floated the possibility of temporary withdrawing Blanche's nomination until Cornyn and Tillis are out of office. That does not guarantee anything. If anything, that could actually backfire, because I think that the guy that's running for Tillis or against Cornyn in Texas, or Paxton. So that could be Tallarico. Cornyn, in addition to wanting written confirmation that the fund is dead, said that he wants to see the scope of Trump's immunity deal with the IRS narrowed. The president was asked if he was willing to accept limits on the scope of that deal in order to get Blanche approved to the post permanently. He shouldn't be approved forthwith? Wait, he should be approved forthwith, Trump said. I mean, you're not going to get a person like that forthwith. Jesus, look at him. Yeah, Trump is stupid, but look at the guy. I mean, look at where he's at. The guy, yeah, that doesn't matter. He is just profoundly fucking stupid. And it actually says a lot more about the people that put him there. I mean, I would argue that this kind of proves that America pretty dumb. Okay. I'm not seeing any breaking news here. Masked ICE agent pepper sprays woman recording in New York streets. Candidate calls president pedophile president on Fox News. Interview cut short. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. I do want to see that then. Hold on. Hold on, this is worth it. This is definitely worth bringing to your guys' attention. By the way, we're doing a little bit of news roulette because I kind of went through all my stories that I had lined up today.
Well, what is the number that is fine with you? Is there a benchmark? Is it fine? How many children can be raped and it's fine if you're in relation to the immigration community?
If we're going to talk about children being raped, then we need to hold this pedophile president, Donald Trump, accountable and all those that have been implicated by the Epstein files that the Department of Justice is still not leaking. They've sent AIPAC after Thomas Massey for having the temerity to hold accountable the pedophiles that are in control of our government.
Thank you. We appreciate your time very much.
All right, that is kind of funny, not going to lie. Music's trending in Chicago? What? Oh, damn. Yeah, that was fire. Good for him. Good for him. Trump's policies, socialistic.
Joining us, Professor of Economics.
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, this is perfect because he does have socialistic policies for some.
In public policy at the University of Michigan, Justin Wolfers, and Von Hilliard, my friend, is back with us. So, Professor Wolfers, to you first. So let's say President Trump didn't start the Iran war impacting GDP. Is there any way that
that's the guy running against Moskowitz? Vote out Moskowitz? Hell yeah.
We would have seen 5% or even 4% GDP at this point?
No. Heck no. And definitely not. And
No.
it's not even
Heck
in the
no.
range of arguable.
Definitely not.
Right? We could say it was 1.5%. Maybe it could have been 2% if something else happened. Although something else didn't happen. Someone did start a trade war. Someone did blow out the budget deficit. Someone did start a war in Iran. But it was not credible when he said it. It was nonsense at the time. He possibly even knew it or he'd been drinking a lot. But there's no question that this claim that they would supercharge American economic growth, the best thing you can say is this is a distinctly moderate period of economic growth. I actually think that's good, given all the mischief they've gotten up to, that the US economy managed to keep on keeping on at 1.5% is fantastic. 5%, a joke.
So Lutnick's promise, as Justin says, maybe would have never materialized. But you have the president over and over again, Vaughn, saying that the economy is great, that it's booming, that it's amazing, that he's fixed the economy, that his predecessor left him.
Fuck, is he Aussie? Yeah.
You know, that's not reality. So what exactly are you hearing from folks inside the White House or from other Republicans when it comes to how they're going to explain this to the American people?
Number one, they're putting less benchmarks down. It was not just Howard Lutnick, but Scott Bessent also was placing great expectations about what the impact of the tariff war initiated by the president would be 1 year ago. And what happens is when you lay down those benchmarks for a time period that is not the end of the administration, you are setting lofty expectations, not just for you and your own domestic policy agenda, but you're setting expectations for voters and for Americans that believe, a large part of the country believes somebody that is their commerce secretary. And so when the positive effects that you predicted, like a 5% GDP
Your
growth,
inflation is steady at 3.8. I think ours just reached, it's over 4.0.
do not materialize, people start to question. And that's exactly what is being reflected inside the polling data. Because, folks, it's not just gas prices, energy prices, it's utility prices, it's home prices, mortgage rates.
Shit. 3.5.
It is the reality that folks are still paying more.
Wait. That's from June. Hold on.
And it's so many of the promises that were not just on the campaign trail, but coming from this administration.
3.7 was the last update.
And they said the impact of their policy would result in something that is not playing out here in real time. And that's a really tough thing to spin.
Yeah.
Still over Biden's.
I don't know how.
Like his average. Because at this point, we are playing the averages. Because a lot of Republicans and a lot of MAGA we're trying to do the gas didn't get to the price that Biden's did. It wasn't $5 average. Dude, it was a $5 average for 2 weeks. They did reach over the $5 limit in most states. And now we're at way higher averages. We're paying way higher fuel prices on the long term than we did under Biden. It's just a fact.
They plan on spending.
Same with the inflation rates. They were at 8.0 during COVID because you guys remember that, right? Right? You guys do that? You remember that. And you remember when we were all kind of stuck at home and all? Yeah, you remember that?
Or if they maybe don't even plan on.
I love how they can always also disingenuously use the COVID timing, but never recognize why we're in the position that we were in the first place.
Spinning it very much.
Same with Fauci. They love to blame Fauci, but not Trump. How is it that Trump always escapes being held accountable when he's the president, but everything that anybody did under Biden's administration, it's all just Biden, blanket Biden.
Much Vaughn, but I also
or what Trump did and gave to Biden, still Biden. It's maddening how just fucking disingenuous these assholes are.
I want to ask about
you can't even engage with them. That's how bad it is. And then they're just like, you just live in an echo chamber. You will live in an echo chamber.
Whether or not the Trump administration is engaged in socialism at this point, Justin, because Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary that we're talking about, he talked a big game in January, and now his department is announcing a new incentive program with $870 million in federal funds in exchange for minority equity stakes in 7 companies. So is this another example of socialism?
It is. Actually, this is straight up not even just socialism. This is straight up communism.
Laura, a long time ago, we used to begin our Economics 1 classes by defining capitalism and socialism, and then a mixed market economy, which is what the US is. We use markets and we also use government. And then I stopped teaching that because I thought everyone understood it and we didn't need to just repeat ourselves.
It's just I thought people were just, this was too common sense. Welcome, dude. That's what happens. No. Never stop. Never stop doing the one where you're just it's too basic.
Some pointless, mindless things, and then you add on these things are more often thrown around as slogans than as anything else. So I'm going to use a different word just because socialism, communism, all that, there's so much baggage. The debate here is about how interventionist
economics, that's his channel,
is the government. Historically, the Republican Party was the party of small government. It didn't want the government telling you or telling businesses what to do. This, though, is the most economically interventionist government of my lifetime, and I'm 53 years old.
Wow. He's 53? Oh, wow. Okay, you know what? I take this back because I used to kind of make fun of his hairline a little bit. Wow. No, he looks pretty good for 53.
They are involved with telling you who you can trade with and at what rates. They're literally directly.
Everything that I've ever said about that man's hairline, I now retract, and I want to offer a formal apology, at least to my audience, for
buying shares in particular businesses.
Wow.
The president calls companies and tells them how they should.
Closer to my age. That's why I was kind of so critical.
Set their prices. He issues statements telling telling Intel to fire its CEO, and then the very next week invites the bloke in, and the bloke accidentally leaves 10% of his company down the back of the White House couch. This is not.
Hey, Just Human, go look up what Elon Musk proposed for his post-human experiment thing here. By 2036, look at seriously, just type it. You know what? Fuck it. I'm the streamer. I just realized this. But no, you want to do this shit? Let's see what Elon Musk's plan for basic income, because he wants UBI. Elon Musk talks about not needing money. Here. Wait. This is your fucking hero. This is your Doge fucking hero. This is the guy that you guys were fucking jerking it to.
It won't matter in 2036.
Well, what do you want money for?
Here you go. Here, shut the fuck up before you start talking like the left is the one that's really trying to get rid of your job. Take your job, take your money. And you want to talk about living off the teat of the system? Here you go, baby.
You want money for goods and services. Well, if that is so abundant that there's more, that the robots and AI are providing more goods and services than any human could possibly consume, what do you need money for in that case?
Let's agree that could be where we end up. I'm concerned about the road, and we live in.
He's not your hero? Well, he's also not a fucking leftist. So explain this to me then.
Democracies. And people are very
worried. How does
worried.
It work when he does it? It's not like cyber communism.
About this.
Somehow it's just he's just talking.
So I guess.
And you're sitting here fear mongering about the DSA. Shut the fuck up, Just Human.
2 questions. Firstly, do you have to have massive redistribution from people like you.
Pretty easy to say.
The people who are losing their jobs. Do you need to pay more tax? Do you have much higher taxes on capital so that you fund some kind of universal income? Otherwise, what do people live off?
I think that the Treasury should just simply issue people.
Well, if you can't stand Elon, then you can't stand Trump because he's technically the one that's going to, like, inform Trump on this.
Checks.
You do understand, like, he doesn't just have, like, a passive role in Trump's life, right?
Well,
but where's the revenue coming from? I mean, I'm enough of an economist. If you just issue checks, you're going to have inflation.
These things were relevant in the past. They will not be relevant in the future. So, like, inflation is simply the ratio of money to goods and services. So if the goods and services output increases dramatically, if it increases, 1,000%, you can literally print, or these days change the database. It's not print money. It's you create money in the database, provided the creation of that money is less than the rate at which goods and services increase.
I mean, remember, everybody thinks that that's how it works.
You actually have deflation. So I'll make a prediction, which is that deflation will be the issue, not inflation. Because as the output of goods and services increases, if the output of goods and services increases faster than the money supply,
Dennis Paco, hey, what's up, man?
You will have deflation.
I'm perfectly willing to believe that. You may well be right.
Statement of fact.
Absolutely,
I mean,
I just loaded my Twitch messages. Sorry.
You may well be right.
If I missed some.
I'm really hung
Musk
up
has no
on how
idea.
we get from the current polarized, angry.
What he's talking about either?
fearful-
No, he doesn't. But that's why I'm just saying, like,
How
they're sitting here
America
fucking fear mongering about like communism.
traditionally did business, but more to the point, it's not how the
Putting an end to
Republican
this
Party
Red Scare
traditionally
bullshit.
did business. It is, in fact, the most interventionist government of my lifetime.
Vaughn, how do they explain how interventionist they are? All these national investments that the government is making.
They compare it to the CHIPS Act and that money that was provided to chip companies for AI or for chip investment, semiconductor investment in the U.S. That effectively, that there was nothing that was holding any of these companies and these corporations accountable. And this is the one way to ensure that by having the government have an official stake, that somehow that the companies are going to be more responsive to the administration and the government moving forward here. But to Justin's point, I was actually over at the hotel where the CEO of Intel was staying after his Oval Office meeting. And at the time, he was moving with his scrum of folks. And I thought real fast, what question do I even ask him? The last question I would have had on my head is, what did you offer the president of the United States? And was it a 10% share of your company? And I appreciated also on that graphic that you just had up, Laura, the $28 billion to farmers, right?
Now, is it to him personally or is it to us?
Essentially, if his economic policy and agenda doesn't work, what he ends up doing is finding cash and a government stake and investment as an alternative route. You can tell farmers, you can tell the agricultural industry, don't worry about those losses. Sorry, this didn't work.
I'll deny that they're MAGA. It's already happening. Jonah, we're actually about to cover that.
Out. We're going to subsidize and make up for your losses.
Yeah, they're running for the hills.
Right. It's also the same thing when you're making these sorts of investments in these companies here. You are suddenly taking a different ownership of the American economy in a way that may not be felt or completely understood in months' time, but has long-term consequences.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Having a lot of people losing their jobs all at once, having a refugee crisis based on the world, like just the state of the world, and then, having locked down borders and just authoritarianism. Yeah. Recipe for greatness.
Impact that these types of investments in these companies.
It's kind of fucked up for all the fear mongering with communism and like all that. We've already been here. 1930s Germany didn't work out.
I don't think that we're even at.
This is what drives me nuts about that, for real. Every single fucking time they would say, oh, well, communism, it's been tested and it didn't work. Not in the form that we've been talking about, but this is the exact experiment, almost like verbatim, because they are using the same playbooks.
On the cusp of beginning to understand what the impact long-term will be.
Yeah, it's all just stunning, potentially hypocritical, as the president has said over and over again, that he will not be engaged in socialism, that America is not a socialist country, and he attacks Democrats for it repeatedly. Justin Wolfers and Vaughn Hilliard, thank you.
Good coverage. Excuse me. All right. Trump has always been a broken man. Let's go with this one.
Socialism, dun dun dun. And we've got Michigan reporter Sam Robinson going to join us at the 10 a.m. hour to talk
socialism, dun dun dun.
Talk about updates with the race between Abdul and Haley Stevens. The racism meter is getting turned up to 11, maybe 12.
Against Haley Stevens.
Against Haley Stevens against white racism. And so we'll get into all that and more with Sam Robinson. And then potentially
Emily and I need to defend our people.
That's right. That's right. Breaking points, so white. And then Max Miller, there's some dust-ups going there. Bernie Moreno's daughter, Emily Moreno, just filed a lawsuit restraining order against Mac Miller for abuse. That's Representative Max Miller, and we'll get all into that and more here on Breaking Points Fridays. But Crystal, we were talking about how we all assume that Trump is unpopular, but just how unpopular is he? Well, we've got some new polling that I'll pull up right here. Why don't you read it off for us?
Yeah, so, we like to look at a number of polls together rather than just one, because one can be an outlier. But this week, we had 3 high-quality polls come out that all have him not just in the 30s, in the low 30s. So CNN has his approval at 34%. AP has it at 33%. Quinnipiac has it at 32%. His overall disapproval rating has now, I think this is in the RCP average, has now topped 60%. He's been flirting with that for a while. Now he's reached this rather dismal milestone. And I was looking back just historically for some comparisons here. And, everybody thinks about George W. Bush and how unpopular he was after people soured on the Iraq War. The real turning point for him with his approval rating was his abysmal handling of Katrina and how horrifying that was. After Katrina, his approval rating sunk to the high 30s. So in terms of Trump himself, if you go back to the lowest ratings from the first term, which came right after January 6th, this is right in line or even a little bit lower than where he was at this point. So we've always been accustomed to Trump being very divisive. And for most of his political career, he has been underwater in terms of his approval rating. But I think it's worth noting that we are truly reaching new lows here as, and I think the Iran war is really a big part of what is pushing him to this historically low level, not only because people oppose the war, but because they oppose the impact the war is having on their bank accounts day in and day out. There actually was a period, Emily, where his approval rating ticked back up a little bit. And it was right during the time period after he'd signed the MOU, where there was a sense of like, okay, he's going to wrap this up. Okay, we're moving forward. The gas prices are going back down. And then when we went right back to war, guess what? The approval rating cratered to new lows that we're seeing from him today.
Yeah, I think it's actually important to pause on these numbers because we have become numb to Trump being just a really polarizing politician. But if you go back to 2024, the time between that election and when he took office, his numbers were, for a very polarized country and a very polarizing figure, actually pretty high. And for him,
it was record highs. He was a little bit over, a little bit net favorable. And that was really a first for him for his political career.
Right. And Republicans felt because of that, they had the wind at their back, that they had just made like generational momentum, inroads with young voters, inroads with Black and Hispanic voters. Some of those might be sticky-ish, but the polling isn't showing that at all as of right now. He's lost inroads with just about all of the people he made inroads with. And for me, it's just like, what's the best way to put it? Amusing almost to go back to that time period, because on the right, people were so confident and convinced that this was a sea change in American politics. And when you look at the numbers now, there's no way that the energy and the euphoria they felt right there was durable, because it's gone. Like, was it ever durable? Open question. But with the Iran war, it's the nail in the coffin of whether that was actually ever going to mark a real sea change.
And we don't just have numbers, but we also have words. Now, Navigator did a word cloud poll here for people who voted for Trump and are now feeling disappointed in that. Now, some of the words up here, the biggest one, war, promises, economy, Iran, and then some smaller ones kind of outside the inner circle. We got a tiny little ice.
You can make that a shirt
here at the bottom.
And just be like, promises kept, promises made, promises.
Middle class, even a racism in the bottom left. Wow. We got 360, falling apart, crime. Very interesting as well. And then some in the bottom right here, it says buddies. I don't know what buddies refers to.
Cronies, probably.
Maybe
oh,
just like.
Yeah, that's what it is. Giving like favors to his buddies. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Not like, I thought we were buddies.
But if you look at the word crowd, promises, economy, and war all go together. They all go together. Because with and this is something that I think applies to populist type candidates across the board, if you are saying don't trust the other people,
Chorizo's
they are
the
lying
best.
to you,
Oh,
which
man,
is what
I
Trump
love
did
chorizo.
in every single election. And that is
if you guys haven't tried it, I just had some ground turkey chorizo. Dude, it was really good.
where some people who had lost faith in our institutions,
I was
it
kinda
is basically
shocked
that
by
record
that.
lows across the board, institutional trust. They say,
thought
all right,
the
well,
pork was like the whole
I'm just gonna take
thing.
a bet on this guy who's telling me everybody else is lying to me. He's correct about that. So maybe he's correct generally. And when you then say, I'm going to be different, and inflation is like it's worse. It was worse the last couple of months than it was when he took office, because it had been coming down over the last year of the Biden administration. And then obviously gas prices, and then obviously the fact that we're now around 20 dead Americans in Iran and in another stalemate right now, at least. That's a disaster for somebody who said over and over again on the campaign trail for 10
He had scalloped potatoes.
years, basically, that he
It's
was
delicious.
not going to be a George W. Bush, that he was not going to do dumb wars. He said he was not going to do new wars. So all of that is just blowing up in his face. Affordability, that he was going to take down inflation. I mean, it's just a legendary turnabout.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot going on with the rise of Trump and the return of Trump and the defeat of
My wife just said she likes the picture on the TV.
establishment Democrats. I think there are a lot of different factors that play into that. But you could be forgiven for looking at the entire Trump political trajectory and saying this was just about the economy. People coming out of the Barack Obama era, post
Honestly,
Great Recession.
I'm so happy that we did this. So the other night I got off of a stream early late, and we kind of had that collective oh shit, we didn't eat. So we went through our fridge, and we just found a tray of scalloped potatoes that we hadn't made yet. And I was just like, "You okay with just having this for dinner?" And she was just like, "Yes." And honestly, not the worst. Wasn't the worst meal.
Feeling that the gains are not flowing evenly to people, that they're being left behind, they're struggling. You've got the legacy of all of the blue collar work in factories.
When it's sped up, they kind of look like they're tweaking
going
a
away.
little bit.
Trump comes in.
But so the reason that I speed up breaking points specifically is I want to keep them I use enough of their content that I do want to keep this in fair use. This is also why I make sure that I do the pauses, even though a lot of people are like, "Why are you pausing?"
And as this brash businessman, and Americans just tend to assume that, oh, he's a billionaire, so he must know what he's doing. He's probably going to be good for the economy. And then lo and behold, during his first term in office, the economy, it was pretty good.
Let me link their,
so, in spite of whatever else was going on that people may not have loved, they're like, you know what?
You guys should follow breaking points. Breaking points, Status Coup are the two top ones, I would say. And I hate to do this, but Midas Touch, as clickbaity and just annoying as they can be sometimes, their coverage is decent.
But I was doing
They do a lot of stories that don't end up breaking through.
well. Then you have COVID, which comes in at the end of
precious.
Trump's term. Then you have, the
potatoes,
the Biden era, where you've got the hangover from
put them in a stew.
COVID, the hangover from the lockdowns, all the supply chain disruptions, inflation comes in. And it's not just Biden/Harris that loses that election. If you look around the world, incumbents were tossed out in almost every nation in the entire world, either the incumbent or the incumbent
Or is it bake them, mash them, put them in a stew?
Simply because of high inflation. And people looked back.
Boil them. It's boil them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
After
Thank
the
you.
first term, they were like, I was doing better
the first
then.
one's not
So
right.
maybe if we bring this guy back,
Thank you, Ravi.
maybe he can recreate what I was feeling during that time period. And not that it was amazing, but it's better than what we're dealing with now. So he comes in, and people thought again, okay, he's a businessman, he's going to figure this out. And instead, we just get own goal after own goal. It's the tariffs, which immediately contribute to inflation and create problems for the economy. It's Doge, which ends up doing nothing actually to shrink the deficit, and also destroys a lot of jobs in the process. And then, of course, the war is the final straw here, where, it's the war, which people oppose, and the amount of money that's being spent on that, and the risk, and all of that comes with it. But it's also the way the war directly impacts them, where you can't blame someone else. This is all you're doing. When I'm going to the gas pump and I'm paying $4 a gallon or more than
just right above you,
that is directly because of the choices that you make. And then Trump has the audacity to come out and say, I don't think about Americans' financial situation at all. That's not a factor for me.
Oh, hell yeah. I would have to take out a small loan for some seafood here in the Midwest.
So, if you just look at it through that lens, you can explain a lot of Trump's initial rise in politics, his return, and now how he's fallen off so hard, because people do see it as a really fundamental broken promise. And it's not something you can bullshit them on, because they have a personal sense, a personal reality that they're dealing with when it comes to the economy.
Yeah, I think that's very true.
And this is before any sort of potential ground troop invasion, full collapse of the gas
God damn it, you had to remind us.
economy. Like, this is before all that. So Trump maybe posting some unseen numbers very soon. I did want to flag one word that is specifically mysteriously missing on this cloud, and that's Epstein.
I thought about that too.
Oh, wait a minute, not
on this list at all.
Could
and
be
it's all
buddies.
about war.
Crazy.
Well, it could be buddies.
buddies.
That's right. But I gotta say, if it's all about war and there's no Epstein in this cloud, then I guess mission accomplished for Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't crazy. I mean, one of the most blatant, like on its face, clumsy, stupid cover-ups of all time, and it's kind of gotten washed away with the news of this disastrous war. So, sir, mission accomplished.
I would argue that that may fall under, though, promises, because I do think that there's a sense in which the betrayal on Epstein really felt like it was very brand damaging to Trump when it turned out like, oh, you actually aren't going to release these files. You aren't going to hold the pedophile cabal accountable. And your name is all over these files more than almost any other person. So, it's always been the case that when pollsters ask people like, oh, what's your top issue? Epstein doesn't rank. But we know that how sort of culturally and in terms of vibe and in terms of damaging Trump's brand and people's sense of whether he's delivering for them or not.
Bullshit. If anything, it's one of the top issues.
I think that.
I mean, fuck. Some of the people that I've even talked to are just like, okay, yeah, the Epstein stuff is sus.
Epstein has been really damaging, but no doubt about it, been pushed down to the headlines as we all look at, where's the Strategic Petroleum Reserve today? How many ships are going through the Strait of Hormuz, et cetera.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it gets to the question of like, if everybody else is, if you're correctly telling me everybody else is lying and everybody else is corrupt, and you come in and then you are just very flamboyantly lying and corrupt, that when it touches people's, to Crystal's point, people's kitchen table questions, then it can explode. And I feel like that's why promises is probably one of the bigger words.
Promises made, promises TBD.
Number 3, thank you.
If you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
Really appreciate that, Rebecca.
It helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Let's see. Do we want to... Yeah, let's get
politics going on here. The race that the entire nation is watching right now is the Democratic primary in Michigan, and we've got reporter and journalist Sam Robinson here on the show. He's been covering all of it on the ground. How you doing, Sam?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're happy to have you here, Sam. Now, let's start off with a big poll that just dropped last evening here. The Michigan Senate Democratic primary poll with Abdul El-Sayed leading by, I'm not good at math, y'all. Is that double digits? We've got Abdul here at 56% and Haley Stevens at 39%. Of course, this is after over $74 million in spending for Haley Stevens. Sam, what are you seeing on the ground in regards to this poll?
Well, I'm seeing a lot of my neighbors. I'm on the east side of Detroit. In the urban cores, Abdul's movement.
Trying to see what the bottles are behind
has
him.
not quite reached. What has reached are the ads, are the mailers like this, specifically targeting Black voters. I mean, you can see with the font and the color scheme used, you can see the photo with Obama somewhere on the back here. And so, of course, Barack Obama has not weighed into this race. His office told Dave Weigel that specifically. He has not weighed into this race. We haven't heard anything of a takedown on his part. I guess some people say, if he was really that bothered by all of these ads, perhaps he would say something. He has not. And so a lot of my neighbors who tell me that they're voting for Haley Stevens, they talk about the ads. They'll talk about, early on there was ads about ICE. So I would hear that quite a bit. She's going to take on ICE. She's going to lower grocery costs. Yeah. It's really interesting. I do think that the reality is that Abdul El-Sayed is the front runner. He's been the front runner for quite some time now. I think as soon as Mallory dropped out, it became clear.
And you work, people should know, for the Michigan Chronicle. It's the oldest Black newspaper in the state. So you're covering the race and also specifically the African-American community is the beat that you focus on here. Griffin, can you cue up yes, this one exactly. I want to play this young 19-year-old supporter of Abdul El-Sayed explaining the reason that he supports him. And then I'm curious on the other side of this, Sam, if you're seeing a generational divide here in your community as far as how voters are viewing this race. Let's go ahead and take a listen to Brandon Young here.
Yes, and I just want to flag for audio-only listeners, he's also wearing a Dragon Ball Z t-shirt, so we're getting the young Black Dragon Ball Z electorate now into Michigan race.
Very specific slice of the electorate.
Easy. She's too much of a corporate and Israel shill. One of her most famous quotes is that Israel comes to her in her dreams. Fuck that. I'm so sick of America bending the knee and getting on its knees for Israel. And Haley Stevens doesn't really seem to be against that. Abdul al-Sayed doesn't take like any corporate funding. He just has endorsements from the UAW and Bernie Sanders.
So the way he's wearing those glasses on his forehead with the headphones reminds me of Donatello from the Ninja Turtles.
Haley Stevens is basically like being groomed to be in the Senate to make more favorable changes for Israel. And
vape plug. Yep.
I already don't like indirectly supporting a genocide just by collecting a paycheck or by buying literally anything in the country, because I know it's all going to eventually go upwards and then outwards to Israel. And if I can like say that my own state's responsible for that, I feel deeply ashamed. So I'm just going to vote for the guy that's not doing that.
And let's get one last one here to cap this off.
Somebody different. Somebody different. Yeah, you know what I mean?
I'm telling you, man, that's it right there. Somebody different. That's my friend right there. But that's also why he's about to like throw his vote away and vote for a fucking Republican governor when we're in the middle of Trump trying to fucking, run our states essentially. Like, this is where I think he is going to like just do the big, he's going to do the big steal where it's like, hey, look at that. Everybody hates the Democrats so much. All the polls lied. Everybody get used to it. No more blue states. Every state's a red state. Oops. You guys miscalculated.
No, yeah, we need changes and shit. You know what I mean? Fuck it.
I
we
think
need
that
changes
is
and shit. Fuck it is that's a great tagline right there.
I feel that in my bones.
We need
so
changes.
Sam, is this just a anecdotal video, or is this something that you're seeing on the ground largely?
There's a generational divide in this race. I think the exit polls are going to show that clearly. The talk of black voters are all going to vote for Haley Stevens is ridiculous. Frankly, the talk of all Jewish voters, all Oakland County voters are going to vote for Haley Stevens, I think is a little bit ridiculous. And when you go into those communities, you'll really find all kinds of outliers, older black voters that are supporting Abdul al-Sayed, that are frankly worried about the direction of the Democratic Party. Worried about their tax money going to foreign governments like Israel, worried about cuts to Medicare, voting rights.
Yeah,
so
my cart didn't just clog. What happened is when it unclogged, you can tell that the bottom just went.
Most of my peers, are in that Abdul al-Sayed camp. It is kind of hard to find Haley Stevens supporters who are not like, either working for Haley Stevens, they're like in their 20s, or, I was at a Haley Stevens event at a Teamsters Union Hall in Detroit. And, I would go up to people asking them where they're from. Can I talk to them and include them in my story? And I was attempting to find young people at the event who wanted to share anything. And I actually talked to 3 people, some white guys with T-shirts on. They all worked for the campaign. They all couldn't talk to me because they're like, oh, I technically work for the campaign. So, it is kind of hard to find the younger Haley Stevens voter. Typically, the ones that I've talked to are wealthier, are perhaps from Oakland County. Yeah. So she's going to have to run up the score in her own district there. She represents Farmington Hills, Birmingham. It's Oakland County. Certainly, Wayne County is going to go to Abdul al-Sayed, I would imagine. The city of Detroit, she's going to have to run up those numbers too. We have 500,000 eligible voters here. Of course, turnout's going to be like 18 to 25%. I've been hearing some people say that Abdul al-Sayed has to kind of root for low turnout in Detroit. I frankly don't even know if that's going to matter based on what we've seen in these poll numbers.
And Sam, I wanted to ask you about this interview you did with Farmington School Board member Angie Smith, Griffin, if you could cue this one up, because obviously there are echoes of 2016 and even 2020 Bernie Sanders in South Carolina, where you had Jim Clyburn, for example, basically organizing to get Joe Biden to be coordinated, by orchestrating the dropout of Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar and consolidating around Joe Biden. And at the time, the reason that this kind of echoes is obviously because the idea is that the emergent socialist coalition is overly white and it is not appealing to black voters, which is, as we've been discussing so far, not a clean narrative.
Salt on her watermelon? I've done that.
In this particular race. But here's what...
I do tahine, though. Tahine on watermelons, that's a treat. Ooh, I kind of want that now.
Angie Smith, Farmington School Board member, told you, Sam, and we'll get you to react on the backside.
Yeah, and Sam, don't count yourself short. You found some supporters here. Let's take a listen.
Yes. Oh, yeah. So we're here with Angie Smith. And you're from Farmington?
Hi, I'm Angie Smith. I'm from Farmington Public Schools. Top vote getter for Farmington Public School Board. Been on the board 11 years. I am supporting Haley Stevens because she's that candidate. We need someone that can represent all of us, not just one race, but all races. Haley has done great work in Farmington and in Farmington Hills. She knows what she's doing. And anytime you can go to a Democratic convention and be booed, and walk from behind a podium and stand there while you're being booed and things thrown at you, that's our person. So let's vote August 4th for Haley Stevens. Thank you.
Thank you. When you say, not just for one, what do you mean by
she's
that?
about to kiss
You feel
the
the other
camera.
candidate is
The other candidate seems to be doesn't work a room. You have to know how to work the room. Don't come out speaking only Arabic. Don't come out with Arabic music on. Represent everyone. My DNA is my DNI. Well, my DI. I'm a mother of a lesbian. I'm Puerto Rican and Cherokee with a grandfather that was a white man from Ireland. Represent us all. Don't just represent one ethnicity and one race.
So Sam, can you
She's like diversity rolled into one person.
confirm that
Holy shit.
Abdul is coming out speaking in Arabic and only playing Arabic music? Can you confirm that for us?
Angie Smith, she was talking about the Michigan Democratic Party convention. You guys might remember, but to reframe for your viewers who are not in Michigan, we have these university board regent positions, the board trustees, and there was a Muslim Arab man, Amir Mokhled, who defeated a Jewish guy, Jordan Acker. When Amir Mokhled's results were announced to the crowd at the Michigan Democratic Party convention, he did come out to Arabic music. Perhaps that's what Angie was referencing. I did not ask her beyond that point. That was at the end of that video.
You got enough. You got enough, yeah.
And so she went on Fox 2 yesterday to apologize to Metro Detroit's Middle Eastern community, as she put it. She has Arabic tattoos. She has 2 Arabic tattoos. So, she said what I think a lot of people think, but
Sam, this is what I was going to ask you. How widespread is that? You were just going to say she said what you think a lot of people might be thinking privately. Is that the sense that you get talking to particularly maybe black voters in the Detroit area?
Yeah, I mean, it's a sentiment held by some older folks. There is a longstanding tension between Detroit's majority black community and its Arab Muslim neighbors. You can go to the west side, closer to Dearborn Heights, where they live together. On the east side, off 7 Mile, there's a pretty fair Bengali community that lives door to door to African American families. And so, it's been a long thing in Metro Detroit. A lot is talked about Dearborn, but we live amongst each other in the same communities, and there are moments when the tension bubbles up. I think Angie Smith's comments were one of those moments. Haley Stevens' campaign, of course, condemned the comments. I think the comment that she made last night at 10:30 p.m. on Twitter, accusing El Sayed of blaming all of his problems on Jewish Americans. I don't think that really helps when talking about this conversation of the tension between Metro Detroit's Jewish and Muslim communities. It's certainly an ongoing.
Pretty much any melon with tahine is good.
Issue.
Try it.
Yeah, that post was pretty shocking because, it was a lengthy post, but part of it, she said that, as you quoted, Abdul Sayed blames all of his problems on Jewish Americans, which is, that's just a wild thing to say.
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked. We were getting all these text messages. People are calling me about a Haley Stevens tweet at 10:30 p.m. I'm like, can you go away? What's the deal? And
she
then
accused Abdul of anti-Semitism. That's literally like the fucking the trump card for this race.
Scroll down because it's like a 290-word tweet.
When all else
and I'm like,
all anti-Semitism.
This is an Atkins-style tweet right here.
Yeah,
let me read some of this for the audience here, in case you have not been tracking and putting notifications on for every Haley Stevens tweet. Like I have. Abdul, we were both on the ballot in 2018. I was capable of winning my competitive primary and general election. You lost. You lost by over 20 points to Gretchen Whitmer, and you will lose to Mike Rogers by talking like this. Everyone in America understands you want to blame all your problems on Jewish Americans. Bro, I just want to work for Michigan.
I think everyone in America, I think the majority of Americans at this point do understand the difference between the criticisms of the Israeli government and of Jewish Americans, frankly. I mean,
not the juicy naturals.
Talking to Brandon Young about that after I took the camera off, after we interviewed, he clarified, so I have nothing. I have Jewish friends and neighbors even, he told me. And so, I this conversation, especially happening in Michigan, as Haley Stevens knows, as the Democratic Party in Michigan knows.
Can you describe the perp? Big natties.
Arab Muslim community feels so strongly about the AIPAC dollars flowing into this race, about American lawmakers' support for the state of Israel. It is a shame, really, that these things are conflated.
Yeah. I was curious too, Sam, your perspective on we've had a few Michigan electeds who have either not said whether they would back Abdul El-Sayed if he is the nominee, or overtly Hillary Scholten, representative, came out and said she could never stand alongside someone who was pushing what she described as anti-American views. And I think the Attorney General said that she would not go to the convention, the party convention in Michigan because she was fearful of her safety. I wonder if you could talk a little bit
Why did Emily just look like she just
about that dynamic, because
that was
Hillary
unfortunate.
Scholten, someone from the more sort of center swing of the party, this would have been someone who was very opposed to, for example, the uncommitted movement. But now when the shoe is on the other foot and she's being asked to support a nominee who shares some views that she does not share, she's unwilling to do so.
And I'd also like to tack onto that question, Sam. One last thing to tack onto that question about establishment Michigan Democrats is Gretchen Whitmer came out recently and endorsed Haley Stevens, and we didn't see any bump from that. In fact, there is new polling on Gretchen Whitmer that she is dropping in the polls. This is an Emerson poll where she holds a 62% approval rating, a 17-point drop since April.
This was before Whitmer was caught on a hot mic saying we can do whatever we want about building data centers.
It was 79. So what does that say about?
And that's among Democratic primary voters. So
yes,
that's a significant swing.
So we'd love your reaction to that as well.
Yeah, I think that as Gretchen Whitmer's popularity is going to decrease every time that she takes a picture with Sam Altman or rejects legislation that.
No, that's Democrats' death now.
That would have.
I'm telling you right now, after watching Letterhack talk about the data center meeting and how this is beyond politics, like J.B. Pritzker, if he wants to fucking lose his seat as governor, he's got to turn away from the data centers and the fucking tech bros. Like, he has to.
Help.
Otherwise, Darren Bailey will win.
Workers every time.
If he goes and actually does the thing, and it seems like this is exactly what he's doing, pivoting his entire campaign saying no more flock, no more data centers, and that's pretty much it.
She puts a binder in front of her face.
Yeah, they're not going to care if he's a fucking Trump-supporting, governor. At that point, they will just be like, all right, dude, you've raised our taxes so fucking often, and then given us no relief. It's not like our taxes have ever gone back down or anything ever like equalized it. So realistically, J.B. Pritzker's got a fucking uphill battle.
I don't think she's ever going to do that again.
Does this
Let me be real.
Democratic voters did not like that. Most of the folks that I talked to, there is some split. They'll say, hey, she's got to do what she's got to do. I actually kind of like that she has sort of done anything that Trump is asking her to do, which
By the way, so the cart, I declogged it, but it did the thing where,
it's appearing in his impromptu press
for.
conferences in which she has to pretend that she's not there. Gretchen Whitmer is still extremely popular in Michigan.
Worst part's about doing those.
But no, I don't think anybody's voting based on what she does or endorses. As it relates
Nobody
to
gives a shit about Gretchen Whitmer's endorsement.
Conversation about.
If anything, I think that Michigan's done with Gretchen Whitmer.
If Abdul wins, will Haley Stevens supporters back him? To be honest, I am hearing from more Abdul supporters that say, I'm only going to the polls to be, for Abdul. So if he does not win, I will not show up in November. I am hearing more from those folks than I am the Haley Stevens people. But when you ask the Haley Stevens people who don't want to support Abdul, don't want to commit to supporting Abdul, a lot of it gets into the conversation about Israel. The conversation
That's what
about
worries me about this actually being all rigged anyway for the DSA, so they can just be like, well, look, the communist one. No wonder there was a red wave.
Race and religion, and not a lot to do with Medicare for all. Helena Scott, she's a state rep who is, on a Facebook tour smearing me, telling her Facebook audience that I somehow lied on her for reporting what she said to me. She told me that if Abdul wins, we're fucked, she told me. And when I asked her, would she commit to supporting him if he is the nominee, she says, I can't do that right now. And, a few days later, she calls me to tell me that she actually called Abdul El-Sayed to tell him, after receiving backlash online, that she would be endorsing him and supporting him if he is the nominee. Helena Scott is in her own state legislative race in Ferndale against an insurgent DSA candidate named Chris Gilmer Hill. And so, there are folks that are on both sides of this kind of going to sit out.
There were 38 wins, 38 losses. We're technically at a net zero right now.
November.
No, actually, that's not fair.
Democrat that I've talked to yet is going to vote for.
As far as like win-loss ratio, this is where, so when I was playing hockey, this is how I used to maintain my my mentality as a goalie. Was any time that somebody even either scored on me or they scored on the other team, I would just be like, oh, we're back at 0.
Abdul,
because I don't know,
sit out and then vote for Mike Rogers. I am hearing some of that accusation from the Haley Stevens folks. This idea that if Abdul isn't the nominee, then there's going to be
why do you not like Twitch?
A large portion of Democratic primary voters that end up voting for Mike Rogers. I would not see that. I don't know. John James is on our ballot, though. People can vote for Black Republican John James.
James
for Michigan governor.
Oh, good. That's good for Facebook.
I stay within TOS.
I think that's really significant, though, that some people are also saying they will not vote if Abdul El-Sayed is not on the ballot, because we just looked at a CNN poll earlier in today's show about how the people who are identifying in the Democratic Party, it's about a third, as Democratic Socialists, say they're more energized to vote. And I think that's a significant observation on your behalf, Sam, that you're also talking to people who say they're just not going to show up because Democrats right now are running behind themselves on the generic congressional ballot compared with 2018 and 2006, big blue wave years. And it feels like the one thing that could help that gap widen between now and November is actually these Democratic Socialist candidates who have injected a lot of energy. So I don't know, Sam, if you have anything to add to that, but just there's something that you see on the grassroots level probably with the DSA aligned candidates, which Abdul is not. He called himself a capitalist the other day, but he has Bernie support and that sort of thing. That it is really getting people excited actually about organizing and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and Democratic voters in Detroit have been desperate to get excited about something. Our voter turnout in the city, all across the state, is typically really, really low. When you ask clerks, what are they doing wrong? How can we increase voter turnout? They'll say, well, it's about the candidate too. I think that you talked to James Cotton at the Northwest Activity Center yesterday. What he said was, we're ready. We need change. We need somebody different. And I think that's the sentiment felt by a lot of Democratic voters. At the Michigan Democratic Party convention that Angie Smith was talking about, you saw progressives on the entire slate win. And so I do think that there's energy in Michigan. If Abdul does not win, does that electability conversation kind of flip, right? Because saw it in 24. If people aren't excited, they're just not going to go vote.
Yeah. One last one for you, Sam. I know it's a little bit outside of your coverage area, but we had Will Lawrence on the show as well, and our audience was really interested in him and the way that he was standing against data centers. Polls seem to show him up in that Democratic primary in Michigan's 7th congressional district. Do you have any sense of the dynamics there? How, if whether a strong showing for Abdul may help some other progressive candidates across the finish line too?
Well, something that I've been seeing is that just the cross canvassing going on between the aligned candidates. You mentioned that Abdul called himself a capitalist. Typically, in my experience, that's enough for the DSA folks to just completely abandon you and say, to hell with you. They have not done that with Abdul El-Sayed. I am seeing candidates, from the state, House, Senate level, all across canvassing. I have not been to Lansing this cycle. I used to cover the state legislature, so I used to be over there to know what was going on. Jasmine Crockett and our former Michigan House Speaker, who was the first Black House Speaker, Joe Tate, he tried to run for mayor. That didn't work out. Tried to run for U.S. Senate in this race. If anybody remembers that early on, that did not work out either. And so Jasmine Crockett and Joe are supporting one of Will Lawrence's opponents. He's got 2, and they're mad at each other because they think that they're going to split the vote and hand it to Will Lawrence. I don't think it really matters. Will Lawrence announced that the day before election, he's going to do a walk across Lansing like he's Zoran or something. I don't know. It's going to be a pretty gray walk across Lansing, Michigan. I do think that Will Lawrence is going to win that prime.
Yeah, it does only kind of work in metropolis area, like metropolitan areas. I mean, you might want to, this is kind of the bad thing, but it's true. Do like the Grand Plattner where it's like, no, you meet him for coffee.
Hey, Mary, just based.
And you do the thing where it's just like, I met, you'd put it on your YouTube channel. I met with a few constituents and here was what they had to ask and say.
On the fact that, no one else has. I
mean, Kat didn't even do that. I'll be real. Like that was part of the problem is that she didn't actually record, just sitting down and having conversations with the constituents.
Really captured the attention of those folks there. When you talk to people,
more and more I think about it, I'm kind of glad that she isn't the candidate
they're pretty
this time.
Looking already ahead to
maybe
the
next
general
time.
Election.
Well, Sam, I really want to thank you for your time this morning. I also want to thank you for your coverage. Getting clips from real voters on the ground and hearing them talk in their own language about who they're supporting and why. As somebody trying to watch this race and follow it from the outside, it's truly been invaluable. I don't know why we don't see more coverage like this in all the races. You seem to be doing something unique here, but it seems so straightforward.
No, it's literally what they tell you to do in the school, right? And you go to journalism school, interview people and have them say it in their own words. I don't know. It's that hard. Put it in their face. And
Name, age, why are you here?
Well, Sam, tell people where they can follow your work so that they can see some more coverage here heading into Election Day.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Samuel J. Robb. My Substack is called Detroit 1 Million, and my work is published in Michigan's oldest Black newspaper. We're celebrating our 90th anniversary this year. Michigan Chronicle So shout out to you guys. I appreciate it, Chris.
Oh yeah, that's a hell of a interview. Cool. All right, let's do a little intermission here while we kind of figure out what we're gonna do. Because yes, this Hassan interview is way too. That's a lot here. Maybe you know what? Let's do the Hassan and verse, or Hassan and Hassan. Maybe that would be. I don't know. I'm not committed to this yet. Let's play roulette. See what we get. DNC is mortgaging their property for fast cash. Really? Like, that's just a thing? Oh, damn. Pilot expected to survive after fighter jet crash. Okay. Psychologically tormented. Where do we go from here? Nah, screw it. Let's do this.
Oh, he's very shocked.
Okay. I'll just make sure that I don't get the music. Here we go. All right, so this is about Jimmy Norton. This kind of sucks because Jimmy Norton's one of my favorite comics. Married to a trans woman. He is what you would consider like a normie comic who every once in a while has dipped his toe into politics. He did actually like become a Trumper for a short time there. I know that he's doing a podcast coming up with Anthony Cumia, but I got to give Gianmarco Ceresi some credit here. He kind of did what is risky in comedy to like really challenge somebody. I mean, it's not just politics. Like when you're a newer comic, you do kind of, and you're doing these circuits, you kind of do want to like, not just burn the bridges right as you're starting to walk them. But yeah, Gianmarco didn't care, and I appreciate that.
People give Hinchcliffe a hard time. I love him because he's been good to me. Like,
sure,
you know what I mean?
But if you watch that special,
I haven't watched the special, but
I dare you.
What's in the air? What's in the G of comedy radio. He used to do Opie and Anthony back in the day, and then I think that evolved into different radio shows where Jim Norton was like
Opie with Jim and Sam,
a regular character. He started off as kind of like a side host. So that world,
no, he was what we call third mic
of comedy and radio, was always very shock jockey, always very offensive or controversial. So that's kind of the world that he comes from. But he's also sort of an interesting dude because I guess he's like technically queer, or he's married to a trans woman. Yep. So he's still definitely like right leaning or right wing, but has a little bit of a different perspective than a lot of those guys because of that. And Gianmarco Ceresi has been sort of emerging as one of the premier critics of the right-wing comedy scene, at least in comedy. So he's one of the comics who's willing to go out there and, talk shit about them, trash them. And he's not the only one. Plenty of people do. But I think Gianmarco is one of the guys who articulates a pretty solid critique of them. So that's what they talked about here. And they had a pretty reasonable exchange here. So I wanted to get into it. I know that these are just comedians, especially a guy like Jim Norton. Who cares what these Tony Hinchcliffe later as well. So here's the first clip where they talk about Rogan. Who have you wanted on your podcast that you haven't been able to get? Have you had Mamdani on?
We don't do politicians.
Oh, you don't?
We don't.
Really?
We don't, because I don't want it to be that. I want to be able to be like, hey, we're bullshitting here. We'll talk about serious things.
Sure.
But I think the moment I talk to a policymaker, I feel an obligation to do a level of research that I don't want to do. And that's not what I want.
Dude, this is the problem with being a comedian, is sometimes it's just like, I'm lazy, man.
That's not what
I just kind of want to lay back and not do nothing.
I want to be, at least right now. So I'll engage in, I'll talk about politics. I'll open for a rally, maybe if it's someone I really love.
Have you done that?
I opened for a Mamdani rally.
So I always hate these guys, and then after a while, you're like I've met so many people that have trashed publicly. I did a book, and my second book, I trashed a lot of people.
Yeah, I was pretty harsh. I was harsh on people.
You did.
People who had Trump on the podcast. And I
hey, what's up, Seth? How's it going, man?
Still feel that way. And then I went to.
I just realized
there was a Netflix brunch, and it was like, all right, here's 12 people I've talked shit about.
Have you met? Did you talk to any of them?
Schultz and I once talked at the cellar once, and it was fine. There was no resolution to it. And then, like, I don't know, I wouldn't talk to Theo Vaughn, or I wouldn't talk to Joe Rogan. I don't need to.
Would you not talk to them just because of their politics, or have you heard things about them that you like? I don't like this guy.
No, it's not necessarily even wouldn't talk to them, but I mean, like, the truth is, like, I don't respect them, and especially if I don't respect their stand-up comedy, then I go, well, what do I even care? I certainly don't respect you as a piercing journalist. So if I don't even like your stand-up, then whatever.
Yeah,
you're not a peer.
Stand-up is a taste thing. So anyone who doesn't like stand-up, but do you not
taste the thing? But I respect. I can respect someone who I hate if they're a great comic. I believe in the integrity of my comedic taste.
But do you not respect Rogan and Theo, at least for like Theo gave a funny Trump interview. Like he gave the most different Trump interview that anyone has done.
I actually like Theo's the one where he kind of he's walked it back enough to where I'm just like, all right, I guess he gets a pass for just being a moron.
And he was totally himself in the interview.
That's fine. He's a good interviewer. He's an entertaining personality. I just don't think Trump's a good force to America. I think it's hurt culture. I think it's hurt people. I think it hurts queer.
I mean, this is the thing. Jimmy he lives in New York, so he's safeguarded with his trans wife. But the thing is, realistically, you go meet fucking any other like Midwestern Trump supporters with his wife in tow. That should kind of radicalize him a little bit to just go, hey, you know,
people get.
But he does the thing where it's all about fucking, you know, making sure that his taxes are right in line where he wants them to be.
Mistreated, and so I just don't like.
That's what it always comes down to with these millionaire fucks.
The cozying up. I think we've become way too cozy with politicians if we want to maintain that badge of being a comedian. I think politicians should be like, I don't know if I want to do the comedy podcast. And I think it's become a little too much like, you got.
That's actually a great point. Like the fact is politicians used to listen to like shock jocks or see shock jocks as being like detrimental. That's why they wouldn't go on Howard Stern. So the fact that they're just using podcasts and comedy podcasts disingenuously to get like their platform out there, that's something that every comedian should just be like, yeah, I think we're done with that.
Got to get on Rogan. You should be scared to go on a comedian's podcast if you're a politician or
but they know that they're not, like, this is the thing. They know that they could sweet talk their way into this shit. And especially with a guy like Rogan, they kind of did figure out where it's like, oh, he does just kind of listen to who like is on his program, and then he will shift his opinions based on that.
Obama,
which it's great that you can take in new info and then kind of shift your opinions. So that's not the problem. It's the fact that he does it with everything.
Broke that mold.
With everybody. And for some reason, the only ones that actually stuck were like the Peter Thiel-isms.
I agree. And I had a friend, I remember when he did Between
Zach,
Two Ferns, and my friend was like, I don't really like this. And I remember being like, shut up.
It was funny.
Shut up.
It was funny. Zach
it was funny.
Really funny when he did it.
Again, it's not Joe Rogan's fault to a certain degree. It's like, well, if people aren't educated, you're going to be mad at Joe Rogan for saying something crazy and everyone believes it. Like, it's like if someone says, I got your nose, and everyone believes it, and then we shoot the guy who made the joke.
But that's true. But I also don't think you have to be uneducated to like him. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I don't think that it's only...
You can like it as entertainment. I just think if you're going, like, for medical advice, those people who do...
Right.
That's crazy.
I wouldn't go to any podcaster for medical advice, but Bill Gates gives a lot of advice about health and COVID vaccine. And I'm not against COVID.
Sure.
But I'm saying, like, is he more qualified to talk about it than...
No. And nobody... See, this is the thing. You're so stuck in your fucking 90s brain there, Jimbo.
Joe, who's in...
That, like, you still think that people are listening to fucking Bill Gates.
Good shape. Like, you know, look at Bill Gates. He's just a fucking... You know what I mean?
Why is he using Bill Gates?
Like, who are we...
Did he not pay attention to the Epstein files?
Yeah, but we should have some qualifications. But when is this entertainment? Because now it feels like we're talking about news. Now it feels like we're just talking about news. And then I go back to like, okay, well, news should have higher standards than entertainment.
But that obviously is entertainment because people are listening to it. Like, there really is something to be said that when millions of people are going to something and listening to it, there is an entertaining factor to it. If all of a sudden people are like, wow, let's
realize Norton's he's looking good.
A guy who I like.
He's like almost 60.
what he says. I like listening to this guy talk, and I've found enough inconsistency in the way the media reports things to not trust them anymore. Maybe people trust him more because he's willing to have people on he doesn't like.
Part of this is not necessarily that I think what they're doing is inherently wrong. You can talk about whatever shit you want. It's just so many people listen that I think.
But this is also part of, like, I don't think that Gianmarco's really saying it where it's like, it's not just the influence and the numbers of the podcast. It's the fact that Joe doesn't push back.
It changes the context of what you're doing. Yeah. It's the same like Spider.
I mean, realistically, more bros out there, right, are more comfortable with Flock and Peter Thiel just doing all the surveillance bullshit now because Joe Rogan has said, yeah, you know, what is the problem? You know, what's the problem with having these license plate readers? You know, now we can actually track like human trafficking. And then you realize that they're abusing the shit out of it, and it blatantly breaks the Fourth Amendment. If you bother to read the Constitution, which I'm pretty sure Joe Rogan just doesn't and has never done.
Spider-Man quote of great power, great responsibility. It's just like, if you do.
Hey, Jimmy should get that. He was in Spider-Man 1. He's the guy that said, he stinks and I don't like him.
Look out one day and a bunch of people are taking your advice. I'm going to go, well, I'm going to be a lot more careful when I give something as serious as what vaccinations your child.
I just realized that's not my music playing. Shit.
Should take.
But
fuck, I just realized this is Ebb and Flow, isn't it? Ah, fuck. Okay. Well, fuck that. I haven't had any contact with them. I'm not sure if they actually flagged their stuff. Sorry, we're ending that one early. I just realized that there was some music playing in the background, and I, for some reason, got confused and thought it was my lo-fi. It wasn't. C-Town. Wait, they're doing Come Town again? Wait, what? Holy shit. I didn't realize that Stavi and Nick were doing, and Adam. And fucking Danny Sodes. Ah! Oh, I gotta listen to that. Hell yeah.
Would you ever do that panel show, Jennings?
Oh, I thought this was something else. Wait. Wait. You can't hear the question. Hold on. So Collins, the guy running against John Ossoff, got asked about his son-in-law being a neo-Nazi. Huh? Can't hear the reporter, and I have captions on. The fuck?
But John really addressed that. But John Ossoff refuses to disavow these Democrat socialist movements in our country. As a matter of fact, he embraces that. You know, John Ossoff should answer as just for white extremists. Well, lady right there, she has a question. One last question. Listen, thank you. I appreciate y'all's time. I appreciate.
Oh, okay. So that's him running, where he's just like, oh, no, never mind. I did not have that. Yeah, no, not you. I meant anybody but you. Oh boy.
The goal is to make sure that Iran never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, develops nuclear weapons. And my opponent on the other side doesn't seem to have a problem with that. He doesn't think Iran ever wants to develop nuclear weapons. So
what in the fuck is happening with this angle? Yo, what? Is Alan Dershowitz like laying down? What is he doing?
You come to the table.
Is he an iron lung?
Deal that will make it absolutely impossible.
Is he like just laying on his like staircase? What in the
possible to do what you say
also
Iran wants to do, and that is not develop a nuclear weapon. We can have peace if you come to the table and present the United States and the world with an airtight, not the old plan, but an airtight plan to do what you say you want to do. That is,
Man, he just I hate to say this because I was going to be like, why is Pierce still platforming him? I know why. Because dude, Dershowitz has been clouding himself in the public media spaces.
Prevent Iran
ever
from
since his Epstein.
So here we can be on the same page here, and we can avoid further war. Just come to the table and do that. Just assure the world that your promise, which is hollow, obviously, speaking on behalf of the Iranian regime, that you don't want to develop nuclear weapons, that your promise can actually be made certain on the ground. Then we can have peace.
Okay, Professor Morandi.
Oh, is it my turn? Because you've been, for the last half an hour, you've been busy with the spokesman for genocide and Epstein's buddy, who used to go to Rape Island
with that already,
with him.
I'm a lawyer.
For a person who frequented Rape Island, I think anything that he says is nonsense. And see, I listened to him. But he's a lawyer, yet he cannot tolerate the words of a layman. That's how weak his argument is.
Yep.
Now, of course, someone who supports the genocidal regime of Israel would say this sort of nonsense. And of course, we recall how the South African government in its ICJ complaint showed genocidal intent by the Israeli regime, including the Israeli prime minister, whose spokesman you brought on and had this little love fest before this discussion. And
you know what? You don't have to keep making Professor Morandi.
He's like, hey, chill, man.
Professor Morandi, just to be clear, it wasn't a love fest.
I asked him some tough questions.
I made some tough statements. I treated him with the same. I treated him with the same respect I try and treat you until you inevitably go. Till you always invariably go ad hominem on people. Try not to go ad hominem. Stop with the silly digs. Stick to the proper debate we're having, and viewers may learn something. Force yourself.
Let the viewers judge, Pierce. I know where you stand, Pierce. I saw your previous interview with Ehud Barak. I saw it with this spokesman. We know where you stand, so that's not really important. But the point is that
where do you think I stand? Where do you think I stand?
You stand with the genocide. You stand with the ethno-supremacist regime. I once asked you 3 times in a row, do you consider an ethno-supremacist regime to be legitimate? And you refused to answer. And the tone of your language, the fact that you do not, the fact that I'm not,
hey, where is he? Yeah,
not allowed to speak.
I've also, hang on, just to be clear, and I want to get back to the debate in a moment, but just to be clear, I have repeatedly asked you in our numerous interviews, and I platform you regularly, something you always try and diminish in terms of its significance, but I do. And I've always asked you to tell me one critical thing about your own regime, and you always fail.
I said
which is
the
very
treat
telling.
word, and he was just like, go.
So let's get back to the debate.
My regime is infinitely superior to your genocidal regime that helped the Israeli regime in the genocide. My regime, as you like to call it, your guest doesn't want me to speak, obviously. My regime did not pull the plug on little infants in the hospital, in the premature babies in the Al-Nasser hospital. Pull the plug on those premature babies and let them die. My regime didn't do that. The regime that you support did that. But getting back to the topic, the reality is that chemical weapons were used on our country with the support of your government. I survived 2 chemical attacks. And then your guest has the audacity to say that Iran would use weapons of mass destruction. During the Iran-Iraq war, the state, the leader, refused to produce chemical weapons. Even though the military politicians asked him, he said, no, it's immoral. So we had to suffer your chemical weapons, and your governments prevented our government from even purchasing gas masks. My gas mask was bought on the black market. It was North Korean. So don't talk about weapons of mass destruction to me when my friends have died because of your chemical weapons. Your regime is the regime that has used nuclear weapons twice. And your ally, your genocidal ally, the apartheid regime, the illegitimate regime, where 44% of young Jews below the age of 35 in the United States, believe that Jews and Palestinians have to live together in one state with equal rights. That is exactly the Iranian policy. So despite your propaganda, despite your nonsense, despite the lies that you promote,
stop trying to get on the computer.
People are waking up. Jews in the United States are waking up. Christians, Muslims, people from all walks of life are seeing who's carrying out a Holocaust in Gaza. You know, Ronald Reagan, when this genocidal regime in 1982 invaded Lebanon, he called it a Holocaust. This is far worse than the Holocaust of 1982. But you refuse to acknowledge this genocide, whereas the population in Gaza has collapsed. It's not 70 or 80,000 people who've died. As a result of this war, hundreds of thousands have died. The population has collapsed. People are dying every day, not just because the kids are
In my mind, I always say Stan and Randy Marsh's voice. Yep, me too.
being bombed or being sniped. Because they're dying of illnesses.
It worked. Good boy.
And a lack of medicine that this filthy regime is imposing on the people, on the kids of Gaza. But you want to look away and antagonize.
Is it simply Al? I'm gonna go simply Al.
The Iranian people or the Palestinians or Hezbollah, whoever else it is that you like to antagonize, so that they can get away with this. But you will not be able to do so because people are waking up across the world.
I need to get Alan to respond.
Okay,
Alan, Alan, hang on one second. Before you give a response to what you just heard, I just want to stress again that Israel has never been more unpopular globally, and not least in the United States, where 50% nearly of Americans said they would like to see Netanyahu arrested for war crimes, where 2/3 of Americans have a negative view of Israel. You know, my view of this is that Israel's current government is popular.
The clap is because,
with people
resets
like
his brain.
Ben-Gvir and Smodrich, these other guys, who are complete psychopaths, and that the activities that they are promoting in, for example, the West Bank at the moment and so on, are making Israel a global pariah. Does that not concern you?
Of course it does, and I'm not at all a supporter of Ben-Gvir. I'm not a supporter of Smotrich. I am a supporter of the nation state of the Jewish people. I am a proud Zionist. Zionism is the national liberation movement.
I still can't get over the fact that he's like somehow upside down.
Of the Jewish people.
Or does he have like all those photos on his ceiling?
Israel is the only non-colonialist state in the Middle East. All the other states were established by colonialist regimes after the First World War. Israel fought against colonialism and self-determination. I am not here to support everything Israel does. I wouldn't vote for Ben-Gvir. I wouldn't vote for Smotrich. I have to tell you that if in 1935 Winston Churchill had been the Prime Minister of England and he had gone into Germany and attacked them,
Nonsensically correct. What are my views on both sides?
Most unpopular person in the world.
Are we talking left versus right, or fucking Democrat versus Republican? Because it is a little bit different. And I'll just say this: Republican versus Democrat is becoming less and less.
It's very
it's changing just to left right. I would say MAGA already made it so the Republicans are pretty much just, a thing of the past.
Popular to engage.
It will be fossils. I mean, realistically, they are already fossils.
Wars, because you don't know what
taco is a sandwich.
You're preventing. History
is hot dog a sandwich?
Blind and deaf to the future. You only know what you're doing now. And so it takes enormous courage of the kind that not only Winston Churchill had, but that Benjamin Netanyahu has had, that Ronald Reagan has had, that George Washington had back in the day. It takes tremendous...
I don't know. That's a good question.
Courage to get involved in...
Yeah, did he just say Israel fought against colonialism? Yes. Because he's delusional.
War that is unpopular. The Revolutionary War was unpopular with many
Hot dog is a sandwich, so yeah, taco's a sandwich. I guess that makes sense.
many parts of the United States.
But then, wait, no, it's not. A taco's a taco. A torta's a sandwich.
It was the right war, the Second World War. Nobody wanted to get into it on the basis from the United States. Lindbergh was against it. The Poles were showing against it. It took enormous courage to take on Adolf Hitler. And, you know, I hate to say this, but I think I'm in 1935, and I'm sitting opposite Joseph Goebbels right now, and he's making the propaganda case for the Nazi regime just the way this professor is making the propaganda case for the new
Oh, didn't she say verse? Oh, wait.
Nazi regime, which is the regime of Iran. Will you at least admit, sir, will you at least admit that Iran murdered
What is the Crunchwrap? The best thing on the fucking planet Earth.
in cold blood is
That's my go-to.
many as 50,000 innocent
I love Crunchwrap so goddamn much.
protesters? And would you
Oh,
admit
no, I want
if
one.
that's
I want either a Crunchwrap or, I could go for a good pizza.
true, that comes closer to genocide than anything that Israel has been accused of doing in
How
self-defense?
can you say hot dog while I have my dog
After its
there?
people were raped,
My dog actually, like, he loves hot
kidnapped,
dogs.
murdered on October 7th. Would you at least admit that the Iranian regime has killed many, many, many thousands of people? Yes or no?
What's that? You don't know what a Crunchwrap is? You don't know what the Taco Bell Crunchwrap is? Oh my God, I just oh my God, no way. You don't have,
We are
do they
not
call
in
them, they're like they're,
We're
Yes or
not
no?
in 1935.
like, how do I describe this? It's like if you had 2 layers of flat shells, which we, wait, Taco John's, Taco Bravo?
We are in 1942.
God, what the fuck do you call them?
You are
Oh
the
my
Nazi
God.
regime
You don't have Taco Bell?
that is carrying out a Holocaust in Gaza. You
sad.
are the Nazi who is doing it as we speak.
That's
You're the
sad.
evil monster. You
You're
say
fucking
Israel
loose.
is not a colonial regime? You're from Eastern Europe. You're European. All of those Ashkenazi Jews who are now running the country, they're from Eastern Europe. You came and slaughtered. I'm talking. I didn't interrupt you as you were ranting. You're
Okay. Oh man, just looking at this, I am very, very hungry. Oh yeah. That's a Crunchwrap right there. That is what we call a Crunchwrap Supreme. The Crunchwrap Supreme has the sour cream on it. Oh, now oh man, that was a mistake. That was a mistake.
the people who you support, the people who are
I'm
running
very
the
hungry.
country. They're Polish. They're Ukrainian.
Not
They're
Polish,
from
but man-
Czechoslovakia. They're from Eastern
That
Europe.
looked
You're not
good.
even Semite. You're the
Prime Minister
anti-Semite
is
because you've
Moroccan.
been slaughtered. You won't let me talk.
So tasty but unhealthy. Oh yeah.
You are afraid.
Oh yeah, it's like yeah, yeah, but you know what? They're delicious, and oh my God, if you get a few like brews in, and you're just like,
Afraid.
I want a Crunchwrap.
Because you know you have no
That's what
argument.
life's
You have
about.
no leg to stand on.
Is it bad that that's when I enjoy life the most, or like those little moments like that, where like the first bite of a Crunchwrap, especially if it's got the cheese evenly distributed, like because they have nacho cheese, and sometimes it'll like if you tilt the Crunchwrap, the cheese will kind of slide down into like a little pouch on the Crunchwrap. So like you gotta have it like nice and flat, but if it's evenly distributed, it's the best. Like that first bite, getting all the ingredients. Oh. Yes.
Slaughtered the
So
Semite
good.
Palestinians.
Same with a fresh fucking Whopper. The first bite of a fucking just a fresh off the broiler Whopper.
And you took their land. And you support.
The first few French fries and a sip of McDonald's Coke.
You are a proud Zionist who supports a regime that celebrates the rapists in prison. They rape Palestinians in prison, and then they're celebrated on television. This is, if you don't let me talk, you're just exposing yourself. You're exposing yourself. You're exposing yourself just as you exposed yourself with Epstein.
I'm Israel.
So in response to your nonsense, the nonsense about 50,000 people, those lies have been responded to by the Iranian people. Stop ranting. I'm speaking.
How is Alan Dershowitz still here, but Lindsey Graham is gone?
Lawyer.
Huh.
You're a lawyer.
Chicago food content would be cool. I actually am going to be doing Chicago food content on the fun part of the show coming up here.
117 people died thanks to an armed insurgency that your regime and
I
the
might
Israeli
not be able to do the Twitch exclusive tonight, though.
regime funded and
I'm
supported.
still waiting to hear from my friend.
And you're a coward.
Hey.
You are a coward. You won't let me talk. You're afraid. You're afraid of me talking.
Don't tell me I'm afraid.
The
I'm not
lawyer, Epstein's lawyer, Trump's lawyer, is afraid of me, a layman, talking. Why? Because
I'm
you have
proud
no
of
legs
being-
to stand on. The Iranian
proud of
people
being-
have spoken. They
I would
went to
even
the streets in the tens of millions. They
is-
went. You're a coward. You won't
Say
let me
hello.
talk. I let you talk because I'm not afraid of you. People are not afraid of you anymore. You can kill Epstein. You can kill. You can kill whoever you like, but we're not afraid. You can bomb my house. You can kill me with my family, but I'm not afraid of you. I will support the Palestinian people
He just started
until
biting
your
me.
regime
He's just like,
bombs my home.
oh, yeah?
So go and tell them that. I'm prepared to die for the Palestinian
Oh, my
people.
normal. He is.
But you,
oh my God, you're being such an asshole.
you who used to frequent Epstein
Why?
Island, you have no principles and no morality. The Iranian
All right,
people
that's it.
came
You're
to
going
the streets in the
upstairs.
tens of millions. We all know it. The footage is there. The international journalists were there, not just in Iran, but in Iraq. The Iranian people have spoken whose side they are. No one is going to be fooled
All
by
right,
your
let Alan respond.
propaganda to justify war.
Well, let's get this lawsuit
Okay, Alan
straight.
Dershowitz.
How many times do you think I was at Jeffrey Epstein's island? How many times? Say it again so we could get it on tape. How many times?
One time is more than enough, but I think you've been there five,
You're
six
saying
times.
multiple times. How many times do you think I was there?
I think you were there 5, 6 times.
This guy has no fear. No.
They say it again.
I like the fact that he's just calling it, like, he's been on Piers Morgan enough, too, to kind of see, like, the tactics. I think that he might have requested this one as a one-on-one.
Yeah.
Something
I
like
was
that, yeah.
I was his lawyer, just the way I was the lawyer for Palestinians.
What a
who took
naive
the
lawyer.
flag- No, don't interrupt me. I was the lawyer for Palestinian students who tried to hang the flag when Yasser Arafat died.
Excuse me.
I was the lawyer for Nazis in Skokie, Illinois. I helped represent them. I would even represent
Oh,
you
I hate Illinois Nazis.
if anybody tried to prevent
I
you
don't
from.
need you.
I'm a lawyer.
I don't
and
need you.
a lawyer
What the
does,
crap?
and that's what lawyers should be proud of. I mean, I'm going to continue to represent people you don't like as long as I have the courage, strength.
I swear to
do
God,
it.
if you start
And
at
you
it
can
again, I'm going to be
cite
fucking
that
mad.
As an argument against Israel, but it has nothing to do with Israel. It's just an ad hominem attack on me as a lawyer and on the American
Mohammed
legal system.
Marandi.
You wouldn't understand the American legal system because you don't have a
yourself
legal
said you regret being his lawyer, so don't talk nonsense.
Oh, it's like an attic. Okay, I get it now. So this is like an attic. Oh, and those are probably skylights. Okay.
Say it again.
I get it now.
You yourself admitted that you regret being his lawyer, so don't talk nonsense
never
to me.
Dude.
I don't regret being his lawyer. I'm proud
You
to have been his
express regret.
I'm proud to have been President Clinton's lawyer. I'm proud to have been Ted Kennedy's lawyer. I'm proud to have been the lawyer for hundreds of indigent people who didn't have enough money to have a lawyer. And I would be happy to go
Yeah.
to Iran and represent the people who can't get lawyers there, who were executed yesterday
you really just
because
go and
they went
test
to
them?
demonstrations. You have to say
You
what you're
can't just
saying.
The two people,
You-
the two
That's-
people who were executed
Don't-
yesterday, and I've tweeted the footage. The two people, I'm glad you said this. You are so naive. You're not a good lawyer. I tweeted this yesterday, and I will retweet it after this debate. The
"I'm
two
sorry
people who
for
were
being an asshole."
executed yesterday, they burned 4 police officers alive and
What
stabbed
about
them.
who were executed before that?
They were executed because of murdering 4 police officers. So I
What
will
about-
retweet that today. But that's
what about
and that, by the
mil-
way,
what about
what happened
50
during that armed? Don't be afraid. Let me explain.
What about
don't be
50
afraid of people listening. You are the one. You are the one from the civilized world. You are the proud Zionists, the ethno-supremacists that we should all be listening to. So don't worry about what. Don't worry if people hear what I say. Your own Israeli regime, the regime that you love so
he looks so evil.
much, is self-admitted.
I'm telling you right now
that they were behind the armed insurgency. Channel 14 of the Israeli regime, which is close to Netanyahu itself, said, and I tweeted this, and others have too, that the Israeli regime, they helped send in, along with Americans, they helped send in the weapons that killed hundreds of police officers during those 2 days of armed insurgency. Your own regime admits it.
My friend.
Your own regime admits it.
I hope that's true. I would like to see the United States and Israel together topple the Iranian regime and replace it by a democratic regime where all people can vote and all people have free speech. I would be happy to participate in any such attempt to try to topple this Nazi regime. That's what would have happened in 1935 if they had done the right thing. We have a chance now to have peace in the world by toppling the Iranian regime. It won't happen overnight. It won't happen quickly. But ultimately, the good people of Iran, will rise up against their evil leaders who kill them in the street and will give them ultimately, for the first time,
dyslexic to have
real democracy. That's what we want.
So says the genocide supporter. The genocide supporter who's supporting an ongoing genocide where every day Palestinians are dying, every single day as we speak. And Western media won't tell anyone about it because it's controlled by the same sort of people who you are aligned to. Those kids who are dying of disease every day. Those parents who are dying every day because of a lack of proper food and medicine. You are responsible. And all those Western journalists who've been trying to distract public opinion away from it. The only guilt of the Iranian people, and Hezbollah and Yemen is that they say no to genocide. That has been the guilt for 47 years. For decades, your regime has been supporting the apartheid and genocidal regime of Israel and supporting the most brutal regimes across the world in Latin America and Africa, in our region and in Asia. But
Israel is
the only time...
Oh, I just learned today that you don't actually spread Vegemite like a spread, that technically you have to put butter on first and then you just kind of pepper on the Vegemite, and that's the way you're supposed to do it.
But your hostility...
I can thank Millie Alcock, Supergirl.
Is towards Iran.
I saw a TikTok that she was doing it was Marmite or Vegemite, and she was just like, you done fucked this up. She's like, this is not spread at all. She's like, you put way too much on here.
Says no to ethno-supremacism, just like 46% of young Jews
quite thin over butter
in the United States.
I'm gonna try it.
Iran says no.
I'll do that. You know what? Yeah, I'll do that for one of the streamathons coming up.
Genocide. No.
Since my anniversary streamathon's coming up, it's going to be a good time. So yeah, I think that a Vegemite taste test will have to be in the cards there.
No to
it will also be the official start of the how many peppers did Pep pick for this year.
And that Palestine must be a land where Jews and Christians and Muslims live as equal human beings.
402.
Your regime, your Israeli regime, because you're not loyal to the United States, you're loyal to the Israeli regime, to the genocidal regime. Your regime bombed it during this war. Your regime bombed a synagogue. Your regime bombed a synagogue in Tehran. Why? Because that synagogue was not a Zionist synagogue. You hate Jews. You hate Jews that are not Zionists.
You prefer pro-mite. I don't even know what that is. What's the difference?
Anti-Semite because you kill Palestinians and you're from Eastern Europe. You have no right to slaughter and rape and murder.
All right, let me bring Alan back in here. All right, let me bring Alan back in. Alan, let's just talk about the politics of this, because you mentioned earlier that this could take 5 years, it could take longer. But there's a political relevancy to this, which is if Donald Trump was to lose the House and the Senate, in the midterm elections, then he becomes a lame duck president and would then be highly likely to precipitate a loss in the general election for the Republicans. And the moment the Democrats get back into power, they're going to get out of this. So this could all be over regardless of whatever you would like or Donald Trump would like or Netanyahu would like. This could all be over within the next, just 2 and a bit years because of the politics of this in America.
That's right, because we have a democracy and we vote for what we want. Iran, on the other hand, in which only Muslims have rights, in which there's no free speech, there hasn't been an election for almost forever. They don't have those rights. Yes, we can overthrow our government. Yes, the Democrats maybe will take control of the House and the Senate. That's a risk. That's what happened in Great Britain after Churchill won the Second World War with the United States. He got thrown out of power. Voters are fickle, but principled politicians, Churchillian politicians, do the right thing regardless of what the political implications are. And the right thing
All right.
is to
Abdul is
going to
be speaking in a little bit. I think he's going live, so I think I want to watch that.
Now, I want to pursue a little bit more of what our distinguished professor here said. He said Jews control the media. Jews control the media. Jews, and he start making other kinds of arguments.
You're a liar. You're a liar. A lawyer.
Wait,
You're a
unicorn
lawyer,
toast.
but you're a liar.
Unicorn toast. I mean, my wife likes to make. So our version of this, I guess, or my wife's version of it, is that you take toast, put the butter on, and then you put like the cinnamon powder on.
But you openly lie. People are watching. Jews,
I like it. It's good.
44% of young Jews in the United
Hassan
States
is there too.
under the age
Cool.
of 35. They don't believe your
Yeah,
nonsense anymore. No one
Keeping an eye
speaks
on
to
it.
you.
Once he goes live, we'll bring it
bombed
up.
the Jewish synagogue in Tehran. You're the enemy of Jews.
Yeah, sounds like solid content. I've had it with Alan. We only got like 2 more minutes of Alan, not even.
You are the. I never said.
I wasn't doing this for, like, obviously, I'm not an Alan Dershowitz fan. I gotta say though, Muhammad kicked his ass here. Like, dude, that's the one thing I was saying earlier. I love the fact that he continues to go on Piers Morgan, because every time he does, he just goes whoop, like he just flounders, man.
Audience can judge for themselves.
Everybody
In
hates
fact,
him.
when
Like,
you
it's
say
such a
Trump has-
creep. The thing is, like, he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand that, like, the view of the media, right and left, is that he's a fucking perv ass creep. After the Epstein stuff, he was done. Nobody likes him except for, like, his friends, which I don't even think they actually like him. I think that he just has dirt on them.
No freedom of
Kind of weird
speech.
how that works in that fucking, certain class.
Your host, I've invited him to come to Iran on multiple occasions to see if there is free speech. When I tell him to read the book Going to Tehran,
He's
he gets
insufferable. He
angry
really is.
because it goes against his narrative. But you speak on behalf of an ethno-supremacist regime, and you speak of free speech. Your country is run by oligarchs. You think that the people of the United States have free speech
PNW.
when
What
they
up?
lose their jobs?
Thank you for
when
the
on
raid.
campus they
Appreciate
can't
that.
talk out against the Israeli
First time
regime and the
raider, what's up?
brutality of the regime.
Have to
Don't
run to
talk
work, but I was watching
nonsense.
Stephen Abdul
People
debate
lose their
and wanted
jobs
to
in your
raid another
country. Their
channel.
futures
Hey, free
are
Palestine. Fuck
destroyed
yeah.
when they speak
Thank you. I
truth to
appreciate that.
power.
Welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, we're just finishing up this segment. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. This here is Pep Talks. I do a show called High on Politics. We are covering the Abdul Al-Sayed speech here in a minute. And then while we are all waiting for that, we're watching some more content as far as, like, TYT saying that, oh, hey, he agrees with MTG on something. I know it's clickbaity as shit, but why not go through it? Then, yeah, we have, like I said, the live speech coming up. Likely, for all my regular viewers, I usually go over to Twitch and then do, the 420 friendly stream. But I will just say, with covering Abdul, I do want to stay on YouTube for that. So maybe we'll do a little bit of a shorter version of that. But yeah, also 420 friendly stream. But Lefty, thank you. I really appreciate the raid. Nice to meet you, by the way. I'll check out your content here. Appreciate that. Okay, so I'm gonna play this while we wait for Abdul to.
Another Democratic candidate who is to the left of the mainstream Democratic Party, dealing with cynical, disgusting allegations in an effort to sink his campaign. There's really no other way to put it. And
I shot you a follow.
He's not only getting attacked by Republicans, also Democrats. It's really this bipartisan fight to sink his campaign. And I want to show you who I'm talking about. So Abdul Al-Sayed, who you saw in the images beside me as I was sharing the story.
Love meeting new lefty creator, or well, different lefty creators. New to me is what I mean.
Drew some backlash recently.
Yeah, dude.
Okay. And he drew backlash for doing what I think political leadership needs to do.
I will return
and
the
that's
favor as
finding ways to work with like-minded folks on the other side of the political aisle to accomplish wins for the American people. And I'm not talking about the real bipartisanship we do see in Congress these days, which is, oh, we want to start another war? Great. We want to increase the budget for the Pentagon, which has failed every single audit. Great, we agree, let's do it. The kind of bipartisanship I'm talking about is the type of bipartisanship that seeks to solve the very real problems we do have in this country. So Abdul Al-Sayed had apparently mentioned something on a podcast that drew the ire of some Democrats. So during an appearance on Politico's podcast, The Conversation with Dasha.
Oh, God. She really is going full on into this, like, oh, come on. MTG's not that bad. Oh, sure, we met the goal.
He was
Thank
asked
you,
about
Rebecca.
the overlap between the populist right and left, particularly as it relates to former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene and her appearing to shift her views quite a bit when it comes to things like Israel, corporate greed, and more. Take a look.
So I talked to former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene on this podcast in April. And it's kind of remarkable how similar some of your positions are. Like, she also has condemned AIPAC's influence in politics, called for no more U.S. taxpayer dollars to Israel, said that the cost of health insurance needs to go down. Do you think you could build this new coalition with people like MTG?
Look, she said a lot of things I disagree with, too. I'll just say this, that I wouldn't be surprised, right, when you ask me about why establishment elite Democrats are so worried about me. It's because there are a lot of people who listen to her who are going to vote for me in the general election. They're not afraid I'm going to lose. They're afraid I'm going to win.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, we get so polarized about D versus R, red versus blue, that we forget that when you talk about the things that people actually care about, you can win elections. You can do that in uncommon ways. But too often, the Democratic Party is more interested in continuing to take money from its corporate and special interest donors than it is in speaking conventional truth. It should be an obvious thing that everybody agrees with, that we should keep our money here. It should be an obvious thing that everybody agrees with, that people shouldn't go into medical debt in the richest, most powerful country in the world. The fact that MTG agrees with those points should not be all that uncommon, because they're just like obvious things to say. And the fact that neither party is willing to say that is a reflection of the amount of money both parties take from the corporations and the special interests, who in effect buy them off to be able to say that. Look, when you have a public consensus that's here, right, everybody kind of agrees on one thing, and then a political consensus that's over here, the difference is usually somebody's money. When it comes to healthcare, the difference is pharma money and health insurance money and big hospital money. And when it comes to the question of foreign policy, the difference is usually AIPAC money. And if we got that money out, maybe our political consensus would match our public consensus.
Okay, so what he centered his argument on is that he doesn't think the corruption that is now baked into our political system has really boded well for the American people. And he's right about that. And to be fair to Marjorie Taylor Greene, even when I loathed her, and she was, in my opinion, pretty unhinged in her behavior, even then, she was not taking money from big donors. She was one of the top fundraisers in her party, but she was funded by small dollar donors who loved her because of her populist message. So while she certainly has shifted her views in some ways when it comes to things like Israel, for instance, the fact of the matter is, you know, the foundation of what she, or how she presented herself and who she was and what she wanted to do, it's always kind of been there. And I do think she matured during her time in Congress. She came in acting like a lunatic, and I think she learned a lot and came out with policy views that I still disagree with vehemently, but I found the humanity in her because she showed her humanity. And I can work with people like that.
That's, yeah, up until what point, though? Like, Jesus Christ. You guys made, like, you might even fucking break bread over the fucking turf stuff. But let's be real. There should be a bridge too far, like the Jan 6 stuff. Like, come on, fucking Anna.
On specific issues, obviously, right? So
okay, well, she did correct herself at least.
I have no problem with
like,
what Abdul al-Sayed said in that video. However, it did lead to backlash from Israel's operatives, of course, like Eitan Fischberger, who says that Michigan's communist Senate candidate, Abdul al-Sayed, says that there are a lot of people like me.
If your name is Eitan, I'm going to just say this. You better not have a food in your last name.
Or a lot of people who listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene who are going
this is literally coming from somebody that has a food as his last name.
Vote for me. I love it when they just say the PSYOP out loud. Or Eitan, it could be possible that, there is a consensus between the left and the right in terms of the voters, of course, that Israel is really a liability to the people of the United States. They're welfare queens that keep asking for more and more money, taking. And I would venture to say that both Democratic and Republican voters don't appreciate that.
Nope.
Anyway, then you have the Democrats, just Democratic establishment voters like Jose, who says, but Kamala Harris speaking with Liz
By the way, when I stream for 4 hours and 20 minutes, we celebrate.
Cheney was a problem.
I know.
Yeah,
lame,
Jose, it was a problem.
Also on brand.
It was a problem. It was. Liz Cheney might have a good argument in regard to her moral high ground when it comes to pushing back against Trump following January 6th. But that doesn't erase her lifetime of warmongering, of dragging our soldiers into endless Middle East wars. She is a despicable neocon scumbag. And what you are signaling to your voters when you prance around town with the likes of freaking Liz Cheney is you are signaling to them that in the middle
of the Bituation Room clip after this, just on principle. Card collector, which one?
This genocide against Gaza.
Do you have just the title?
If you elect me, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. So yeah, Jose, it was a problem.
No way, Jose.
Okay. Also, there's this huge difference between pointing out that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Abdul al-Sayed's voters might have
got the opportunity to use it, fucking do it.
Arrived at some of the same conclusions and, being endorsed.
Same as Sorry, Charlie. Trust me, I welcome that.
By and campaigning with the daughter of the architect of the Iraq War. Nonetheless, many
420 your time, hell yeah.
Conservative Democrats heralded the Cheney,
will be right back. Cool.
The Cheney endorsement.
After these messages. We'll be right back.
And it wasn't just Liz Cheney. It was also Dick Cheney. And when Dick Cheney endorsed Kamala Harris, she said that she was honored by it. That was a problem, Jose. It was a problem. Okay. So let's go to this comment from Joe Biden, who said what she did. This is about Liz Cheney. What she did took not only political courage, but physical courage. I don't care what Biden had to say. He's a total joke and a disgrace. Okay, but Republicans and progressives aligning over the hatred of corruption and money in politics and needless wars, by the way, apparently a bridge too far for some in the Democratic establishment. So the Abdul al-Sayed and Haley Stevens race is very charged, incredibly charged. So the race has emerged as a bit of a proxy battle between the Democratic Party's, socialist wing or actual left wing and the establishment leadership. So you have Bernie Sanders, Ocasio-Cortez, and Elizabeth Warren backing Abdul al-Sayed. And then Stevens has secured the endorsements from retiring Senator Gary Peters from Michigan and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who of course is the Senate Minority Leader from New York. And it should be noted that Peters had originally pledged to be neutral Gary Peters, he was like, I'm not going to endorse. I don't want to stay out of it. But once he realized that Abdul al-Sayed is doing pretty well,
runtime is almost at
all of a
420.
sudden, he changed his mind and decided to endorse Haley Stevens. Now, Stevens was endorsed by Democratic Kingmaker Jim Clyburn, who has been behind such bangers as Kamala Harris 2024, Biden 2024, and Clinton 2016. But for Clyburn, this case the case of simply endorsing Haley Stevens, not enough for Clyburn. Like, he's got to stick a knife in Abdullah.
I don't know. I think is it El Sayed or El Sayed? I really don't know.
Sayed. And how is he going to do that? Do you want to guess? Okay. So here's what he said about one of the rallies featuring al-Sayed. He said, I saw a picture that concerned me coming out of Michigan. I saw the rally. I didn't see a single person that looks like me. That tells me all I need to know. Are you calling the Muslim candidate in this race, who's up against a white woman who's heavily funded by AIPAC, racist?
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing? So Ryan,
I just saw that they found out that Francesca Hong got $3 million from a GOP super PAC.
Grimm found out that.
Wonder why.
That one of the.
Is it almost like they're trying to sabotage the Democrats' chance to win the governor's position, and that they know that if there's a radical, quote unquote, by their definition, that they have a better chance? When I say no, I mean I'm being facetious.
For Haley Stevens,
420, by the way,
was working for Palantir simultaneously. And after he called that out in an interview, Stevens's campaign let that consultant go. Is that the kind of rot that Jim Clyburn wants to endorse, and in fact is willing to smear a candidate as a racist in order to get his way? And are we really okay with people cynically using their identity to sink political campaigns? Are we? Because I'm not. There's been no indication that Abdul al-Sayed is racist. None. Zero. But hey, if the race card can sink a left-wing candidate that we don't like, why not? And if that doesn't work, maybe we can use rape allegations. That hasn't happened yet. So it should be noted that Stevens is white and al-Sayed is not. It shouldn't even matter. I shouldn't even have to bring that up. But Jim Clyburn forced me to. So thanks, Jim. I appreciate that. AOC weighed in on the demographic breakdown of this whole situation. And I was bracing for impact because I was terrified of what she was going to say. She tends to fall in line with the culture war type stuff. But she said, I think what we're actually experiencing right now is a more nuanced conversation than to simply treat Black people and Black voters in this country as a monolith. That is a mistake that I think many people are making. Yes, AOC, yes, it is a mistake. Thank you. So conservative Dems have been quick to dismiss, all sorts of DSA candidates appealing to mostly white voters. But is that true? Journalist Michael Lang, who did a deep dive on Claire Valdez's victory in New York, actually found out that she won over every race and age demographic. This is not the electoral footprint of a gentrifier candidate squeaking past on margins from millennial and Gen Z white transplants. It is the signature of a multiracial, cross-generational coalition. I think Democrats, and this is important, guys, need to wise up to these cynical attacks that are being carried out by the very politicians who are funded by corporate.
Yeah, actually, to that point, here we go.
The change in Wisconsin. Some of those people are actually Republicans because they think that you're beatable, so much so that they spent around $3 million to boost.
Well, of course, Dana Fash is going to fucking
your
be the one to do this. I hope that frickin' Francesca just knocks
in
her
this
on
Democratic primary race.
her ass here.
How will you convince swing voters who think you're too far to the left to support you?
They also know that their candidate is one of the weakest candidates that they could put forth. Tom Tiffany is an election denier and traitor, and he supports a national abortion ban as well as losing health care and supports Americans losing health care, millions of folks across the state. I think with more moderate voters that we recognize that this moment is not just a movement moment, but our coalition continues to grow, and our coalition is bipartisan. Republicans with Hong signs in their yard, that our folks are in rural, urban, and suburban communities. It is incredibly exciting that an Organizing First campaign continues to help communities grow their organizing skills as well and come to support our campaign.
You have been distancing yourself from the National Democratic Socialist platform. I heard you in an interview this morning doing that most recently. In that interview on Fox, you said you don't support, for example,
what up, Madam Priest?
Abolishing the
Welcome
Senate,
in.
abolishing the Defense Department, abolishing the Supreme Court, which are all part of the platform. But there are some bread and butter issues that I want to ask you about that are also in the DSA platform. And it's under a headline, A Day Without Capitalism. And I'm going to read it.
Oh, here we go. Dude, I fucking knew they were going to use this.
Speaking of bills,
God damn it, dude.
You don't really have them anymore. You have no debt. You don't have health insurance. You don't pay a mortgage or have a landlord. Food, education, energy, medicine, and transportation aren't for-profit businesses. They are common goods and utilities. Would these be your goals if you were governor of Wisconsin?
I was a small business owner for over 7 years, and I believe in organizing worker power and unions as well. And I think it's important to recognize the practical and sensible solutions that we need right now. And that's permanent affordability. That's ensuring that we've got healthy school meals in our school, that we're raising the minimum wage, that we ensure paid leave, and that everyone has access to fair, cheaper healthcare across our state. And we're building affordable housing. Folks are excited when I talk about a public bank that allows people to actually build more affordable housing, create good union construction jobs, and make sure that our small businesses can thrive.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. But you said this morning that you pay dues to the Democratic Socialist Party, and what they are talking about, at least in part of their platform, is, I mean, it sounds a little bit utopian. I don't know. It depends where your point of view is.
Not word one about Elon's fucking proposal, though, from CNN.
That food, education, energy, medicine,
good job.
Transportation would be common goods and utilities. Is that your ultimate
ran
goal?
War
I understand
Room,
the political
to
realities
Dems.
of being in a purple state, but if you could, would those be the kinds of policies you would be able to implement?
My Hope Chapter, DSA Madison, we have focused so much on making sure that we're helping to meet community needs. And we didn't actually pursue the national DSA endorsement. And as I've mentioned, there aren't things that I completely agree with right now. And I want to focus on building permanent affordability for all Wisconsinites, where people feel like this is a state they belong to. And, you know, being born and raised in my home state and recognizing that this is a place where I can open a business, where I can be a single mom and still feel very cared for in the community. But this isn't the reality for too many people across Wisconsin. And so I think that for us, making sure that we're putting working class people first is the type of government we want to build, a government that is a force of good.
You posted a lot about the police back in 2020 and 2021. You wrote, I support defunding the police as a first step towards abolishing the police, and that reform can't be an option. I know you say that a governor cannot defund the police and that you do not want to, quote, govern by slogan. I just want to be clear. Does this mean that you no longer believe in the goal of defunding and ultimately abolishing the police that you posted about 5 years ago?
I believe that safety is a human right, that I'm going to be a governor that is more serious about public safety than any other governor. And I'm willing to work with community organizers, faith leaders, local governments where many of our public safety systems are funded. And if anyone believes in defunding the police, it's been Robin Vos and the Republicans in the state legislature who have ruled the legislature for over 16 years and have no qualms around defunding our local governments, where these are folks who provide some of the most essential services in preventing violence and making sure that we're getting guns off of our street. And so to be serious about public safety, I'm most interested in making sure that we are being tough on the cause.
Would you describe yourself as a Democratic Socialist? Yes.
If we're going to be tough on crime and make sure that we build community safety all across the state.
Did your opinion change then on defunding the police?
That I think that people can evolve, that I am going to be a sensible and practical government and governor that is going to make sure that public safety is a priority. And
so you evolved on that.
Serious safety I think that what, my values are where some of my beliefs are as well. But where my values are is in, making sure that public safety is for everyone, that everyone has access to it. And I think that, what I believed in the past, like that can evolve, but I still know that I cannot defund police as governor. And what I want to do is making sure that we're fully funding and investing in the community programs that we know actually work, that data shows builds community safety. And again, the belief that I have, the values that I hold, is that everyone has a right to feel safe and be safe.
I just want to sort of put a fine point on it. You said your views can evolve. Have your views actually evolved on defunding the police?
This is, guys, this is the shit. I'm not even kidding.
Madison, Wisconsin.
I know that we don't need to cater to this, but this is like this is what I've been talking about. You can avoid this, and because it is contentious as fuck to your normies. The defund the police movement is still biting us in the dick fucking 6 years later.
It's actually
God damn it. Can we just be like, all right, you know what? No, just fuck it.
Third one to happen.
This is one of those times where you kind of go like,
happen on Willie Street, which is in my district. And it's difficult for me.
You got to start, like, if you are going to, like, this is beyond the primary now. If you're going to beat the Republican in Wisconsin, a purple state, Wisconsin, then you're going to have to definitely win over some of like the fucking, what I call the curd eaters, the fucking ones that, literally live on cheese curds and pork sausages, and they fucking, work their farms.
To think about what I would say to a mother who has lost their children to police violence, but I know that we can change these systems that must be changed. There are folks who work in prisons, they have some of the highest suicide rates for any employment, that we need to make sure that every incarcerated person can live a life of dignity, that 99% of incarcerated folks in our state will be going into community, and we have to lower those recidivism rates, make sure to invest in mental health resources, in tackling the opioid opioid epidemic.
Yeah.
And
Totally
I
agree
think
with
that
this.
when we have a governor that believes in those things, we can achieve public safety.
I
Okay.
hate
didn't
the
hear
fact
a yes
that
or a no there, but let's move on. A reporter asked your
didn't get the answer you wanted, did you?
likely Republican
I mean, she did answer that pretty well.
opponent, Tom Tiffany,
And kind of pivoted at the
yesterday
right
about
point.
what he would say to a voter undecided between you and him. Listen to what he said.
Tom Tiffany, he is one of us. I grew up in this state. I raised my family in this state. Me and my wife had a small business in this state. I love this state.
As you mentioned in this interview, you were born and raised in Madison, Wisconsin. You're raising your son there. You started a business there. What do you think he meant?
I hope this is a voter that I can meet, that they understand that not only am I somebody who's relatable and has a lived experience to fight for making sure that all of these things are available to everyone across the state, but I believe that, the support from Republicans, independents, folks who want to challenge the status quo and know that this economy is rigged against working class people. I'm not sure why he may have said that, but I certainly want to meet him and make sure that we have a conversation and that he knows who Tom Tiffany is. Tom Tiffany is a pedophile protector. He wants to rip food away from our children, and he will be a puppet for the Trump regime, and he won't put Wisconsinites first. He'll put that interest of special interest corporation, and they call him Mr. Mining because he has no concern around the environmental impact of mining or in making sure that we're not selling out our natural resources to billionaires and tech corporations. And I will say, too, that he does not support a moratorium on construction of AI data centers. And that is not only legislation that I've introduced, but it is a deeply bipartisan issue where folks know that they don't want these in their communities. And I don't think that Tom Tiffany would be a candidate who cares about that at all.
Assuming that you do, in fact, win your primary on August 11th, this is going to be a very interesting race. Thank you for being on. I appreciate it. I'm glad it all worked out today, and I hope you come back.
Dana, I will absolutely be back. Okay. Thank you so much for having me.
Wow. Dana can't even put on the fake smile for her. That's fucked up.
Primary season is almost over, and that means we are about 13 plus weeks away from the time when you vote on which political party controls the power on Capitol Hill. And as we do it here on the Faulkner Focus, voters' voices matter most. Historically, the party which holds the presidency.
Well, that's crazy. Like, if you put her and Laura Ingraham on the radio, you cannot tell the difference.
Loses ground. That's seats in the House and Senate. And a recent Fox poll on the generic ballot shows Democrats hold a slight edge, 1 point outside the margin of error. And when it comes to those highly motivated.
That means they hold the edge.
In the midterm elections to vote.
Jesus, that's
it's a
a way
virtual
to spin
tie
that.
between Republicans and Democrats. Now look at that. That is remarkable. Way above 80% for both. People are ready to vote. A separate national poll shows the economy as the top issue on voters' minds as November fast approaches the economy by a wide margin, in fact. And something causing a huge rift in the Democrat Party, particularly the rise of socialism and radical left candidates running and winning in primaries all across the country. A new poll shows a majority of Democrats say they see socialism favorably, as well as the major organization backing socialist candidates, the DSA. Republicans very much have the opposite opinion. And
Yeah, who cares? We're not trying to win them over.
earlier this morning, 8 people
What about, like, notice how they're not focusing on independence?
spanning the political spectrum say it's time now to hear them talk. So here are the voters' voices.
Oh.
In the front row, from left to right, we have Kieran, a Republican, Naomi, a Democrat, Ruben, Republican, Mary Josephine, an independent. And in the back row, again, left to right, Jay, a Democrat, Dominic, independent, Corey, Democrat, Robin, Republican. Welcome all in right now. I want to jump right in with something
I think that they should have all been independent voters, in my opinion.
that kind of surprised me. You guys all talked with my team. You kind of set up where you are going
We
into
just
the
watched that, Ghost Dog. We actually just watched Dana Fash interview Francesca
midterm
Hall.
elections. And Naomi, you're new to Voters' Voices. Welcome aboard. You said
Abdul
that
should be taking the
you
stage
are
soon.
now kind of a centrist
I've
Democrat.
watched a few
But I noticed
other people
that you are
doing
all
their
over the
thing.
place
We're
politically,
going to watch the
and that
Abdul
there are
Al
some
Sayed,
problems in the Democrat Party for you. Talk to us.
Yes, since I'm a centrist, I don't like anything on the extremes on either side. So I'm pretty unhappy with things going farther to the left in the
so
Democratic
she's
Party.
dumb.
And I think when it comes to governing people, I don't see a lot happening when people are far on the left and far on the right. I think people need to be closer to the center to be able to work across parties and actually get something done.
All right, you and Corey actually have, and Corey, you guys can kind of talk to each other if you want to jump in here, but I specifically have this question. You both listed.
By the way, guys, if you haven't already liked the stream, please double tap the screen, like the stream, and
I think that
sub if
anti-Semitism
you're
has
enjoying the
become
content.
extremely normalized. When the mayor of New York is addressing a country in the Middle East that's the only Jewish state in the world, I think it's just
Being a
he's
centrist and
trying
hating the
to
left is
promote his own
wild. She's not an actual centrist. I think that, honestly, she's like, she would vote for fucking,
agenda.
George Bush again.
And it's fanning the flames of the divisiveness that's going on. And I have personally experienced a horrid normalization of anti-Semitism and just how wide it's become and accepted.
Yeah, these definitely aren't like, they didn't have a conversation with any producers before this.
I'm sorry to hear that it has been that personal experience for you. Real quickly, you told my
so disingenuous.
team you're a homeless Democrat. What does that mean politically?
I feel that I don't have a place in really either party. I'm also somewhat of a centrist as well. I've always had.
So wait a minute. Did they avoid like having somebody on the Democrat side that's like, no, I'm fine with this.
Progressive beliefs.
We've been needing this.
I
Our fucking Democratic Party isn't doing shit for us.
support a lot of progressive ideas. However, I'm not happy with the way that either party is going. I think they're both becoming extremely extreme. And, it's that horseshoe method where now they're meeting here and nothing is getting done here in the center where we really need this country to move forward.
Interesting. All right. I see that you may be voting for a Republican for New York governor, Bruce Blakeman. He's picking up in the polls. Are only a couple of points apart, he and Kathy Hochul. So that's interesting, too. All right. So I started off with 2 Democrats. Ruben, I want you to weigh in here, based on what you've just heard, but also what's important this midterm cycle.
Well, it's the most significant midterm that this country's going to have. You have a cancer brewing here, and it's building up very fast. People looking at these small towns and villages and mayor's offices, but I think it's going to go even further if we don't nip it in the butt. Right now, the socialists, and I don't call them socialists, they're actually communists. This is
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, Fox News is never biased.
something that's going real fast.
No, but the way that they frame this, just understand, guys, this is the shit that like your average normie American is watching when they watch politics. And unfortunately, this does it meets a larger mass than we give it credit for.
And if we don't get control of it, somehow it's going to absorb us. And I say get control.
That does suck.
I'm not negative. But we really got to get the message out. As a Republican, conservative Republican, we really got to get our message out there and make it stronger so that people, especially those who...
So wait a minute. What's the focus on the Republican Party then?
You got the independent voters you got to keep an eye on. They will go with us this time around, I hope, if these guys continue doing what they're doing.
Well, one thing...
So, yeah, Donald Trump, the reason that they would do this, yeah, has nothing to do with the fact that that's why people would go vote for the other extreme.
We do.
Which now they're trying to frame you do understand that the entire election just became about electing socialists when there's only like what 28
here on Voters' Voices
in the entire elective cycle.
And the Faulkner focus
like,
is we want to
maybe 29.
Talk with real people, and we find that here in New York
Good job, Democrats.
City, a lot of times, especially during summer, you've got people coming from all over the country.
We really actually did put it.
To talk about this topic
we did the thing. We kind of made it hard for them because, like, they're gonna have to, shape up, or they're gonna. Every Democrat is gonna lose, like I said. But I'm already expecting that because I already know that he's gonna steal the election.
Tragic end to it, and
I just know it. He's gonna do it.
Suffering the most.
It's gonna be a sweep. As I said, there's going to be red governors in New York and fucking Chicago, in Illinois, and then there's also going to be a red governor in California. Watch, it's just going to be a fucking red wave all across the country. Totally nothing sus there.
Is a socialist.
What we going to do, guys? What we going to do?
Program. Medicare is a socialist program. SNAP benefits. So it really depends on how you define socialism. I think people try to exploit it as to what is being described as today.
I don't know. Desperation, lack of knowledge. I don't think they know the impact it could have. I don't know, ignorance.
Anything goes as long as it's not a Republican, is the way people feel, I think. How are they going to do all the stuff that was promised for you people when they voted for him? How is he going to do all that?
Isn't that what we fought in Vietnam? Communism, which is kind of like the brother of the cousin or whatever of
This is why I kind of want their generation to just, like, be in the ground already. Like, I'm kind of done with them. Like, just go away, Grandma. We're done. Like, you've got maybe 10 years. Maybe. Just, like, I actually am starting to think, like, yeah, maybe take the voting privileges away from anybody over the age of 80.
I mean, isn't it
I'm
socialism?
fucking over it.
All right, I want to take quickly.
It's like, you've already done it. You've done your part.
This poll, the popularity of Democrat socialists and socialism as a whole, as Ruben said, moving across the country. Let's take a look at that. And while we're looking at the screen, Dom, I come to you for your thoughts. You are an independent. You're somewhere in the middle sometimes. How do you see the rise of socialism?
Yeah, listen, this is shocking to see the statistic. I think that America is in real trouble if this is the trend that's going to continue in the future.
So not one, not as, yeah, because, okay.
Two more
So this was a total farce.
Values and
whatever. It's kind of fun to watch.
Said, both sides just becoming more and more extreme.
So,
and,
like,
we
have to fucking remember, guys, what they are putting out there. And if this enrages you, then work harder. Work harder to do better with our messaging.
So that's so interesting because we do this, on election night, general election night. We kind of do it every few months. It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
And so what is happening right now? We're getting closer to election. I get that. But what do you think is happening?
I think that in New York City specifically, the Democrats are just swinging far too left, and people are getting on board with this mayor and this socialist mentality, and they're seeing, he won, and other people want to get on the bandwagon and go with this.
You're talking about New York's Mayor Zohran Mamdani, but we've got we have these people all over.
You're in New York.
The country. You've got El Sayed up in Michigan. You've got, you've got left over. You've got Chicago. Everybody's getting in. I want to take a look now at the top issues that people say that they will be looking at. And of course, we hit the streets. So let's hear from voters who are on the streets first, and then we'll come back to our voters' voices. Watch this.
Totally. Again,
that we keep the House
totally
and the Senate
unedited.
is the most important thing to me because
totally unedited, and they definitely pulled everybody that they could to ask them about
I
this.
feel that our country is going to go downhill if Trump doesn't continue to be able to go forward with his policies. I know he's not perfect, but I think he's doing a lot of good.
Voter ID is just number one for me. Keeping our elections fair, free. Everyone who should be able.
Did they find a fucking an old Betty's conference? Like, I'm pretty sure none of these are native New Yorkers.
To vote is allowed to vote, and if you're not, then you shouldn't. That's as simple as I can make that.
Not that there's a big difference between the
Jesus Christ, not a fucking youth vote, not a youth vote amongst them, eh?
Democratic and the Republican Party, but I'd love the pendulum to swing the other way to see what the Democrats can do with control of the House and the Senate.
If the Dems take over in November, it's going to be 2 years of impeachment and all the other nonsense, and nothing's going to happen.
He's right about this, and that's why I'm saying don't make it about that. Surprise everybody. Actually make it about legislation. Force Trump to look bad. Put so many fucking bills out that will help people that they have to fucking constantly go, nope, 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 that they have a fucking, just an absolute fucking blue wave in 2028.
International relations, I wish we could establish better relationships across the world because
we need to be the
Stop trying to think. Stop trying to think, lady. Just keep walking. Your opinion is definitely not fucking. It doesn't. We don't care.
models of peace. The U.S. can be and has been a model of peace and can be again.
I'm all for legal immigration. I'm all for helping people. You know, I love that. But
Hello,
when you come here
new cheddar.
legally and work around our laws to benefit yourself at the expense of American citizens, I just.
So we're just again going with the same people, like the same 5 people.
Robin, I see you nodding a lot.
I will actually say, Pep, you have had enough.
Why?
I disagree with a lot of what they're saying. You know, my top issue is anti-Semitism. I actually just left New York City and moved to New Jersey because I did not feel comfortable raising my Jewish son in New York City with the current mayor. But immigration is another one that's very important to me.
Jesus
I believe
Christ,
in,
dude. Just a reminder
tightening
of
the
how bad
borders
Fox News really
and
is.
just making sure that the people
Curated
that are
messaging
voting
from Fox
are voting
News. The
legally
thing is, this is
and,
technically good
you
for
know,
us.
fair elections, isn't that what a democracy is? And I think we've really gone sort of off the rails in a lot of this.
A lot of people talking economy, and one of the reasons why, Karen, and you are young, you're about to hit your senior year in college, is affordability. Talk to me about that.
100%. I mean, economic issues, especially someone young coming out of college, starting jobs, starting my life. I mean, it's a huge issue. However, I do think this midterm is quite unique because truly it's not left versus right. In my eyes, this is radicalism against common sense. And if you ask that question of common sense and which party has more of it, I don't even think it's a question. Border security, voter ID, cutting taxes, having people keep their money. I think that's an important
oh my God,
policy that I appreciate. So I think if common sense is the voters' North Stars,
then why hasn't he cut the taxes for any of us?
I think the Republicans are going to do quite well.
Why is it all the fucking millionaires?
Remember,
Jay, you're top.
Why did our rate, actually my taxes went up? My federal tax rate went up. Why?
Issues.
Oh, wait, and he's just starting out, you fucking dummy.
My top issues have to do with the economy, which has not seen any improvement under the current administration. We have seen a president who does not seem to be worried about the median average American, and that's been shown in many different ways, from his tariff agenda to his choosing to pick a war with Iran.
He's a good little repeater.
These things harm the average American person. The fact that healthcare is up, the fact that gas is up, the fact that housing is
Healthcare
up.
has been expensive for a long time, and the former President Obama policies didn't help.
I like how this is the first time that she's actually pushed back on somebody, and this is the guy that's actually like kind of sensible.
What you're saying. I do wonder where you get the engagement that things are not.
Dude, okay, I'm at least enjoying seeing how hard they do have to work to try and craft this narrative. I mean, let's see if it works.
At least in some areas, notwithstanding gasoline, we are at war
It
in
is
the Middle East,
fucking,
and that
but
has ticked up
wow.
and ticked down.
They just fucking totally different reality.
When it comes to certain items, things are better. No tax on tips. You have a tremendous amount of people who work in the service industry in this country, and so that has
That's not what happened.
made a big difference. What's your thought?
No, it didn't.
Mary Josephine?
I mean, the no tax on tips, of course, it helps. But I think one of the reasons why we are seeing so many move, to a more radical policy, especially on the left, is because they're dismayed. Affordability
Finally,
in New York City,
independent.
if you're from New York City, even honestly across the country right now, it's difficult. Housing is up. Interest rates, if you're trying to buy a home, is up. Housing in general is up, so it's hard if you're just starting out. Yes, prices have come down in the grocery store. Yes, they have, but it's still relatively high compared to 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, we know that COVID, kind of initiated that high inflation because of what happened during that time, but we still.
Well, Biden's policies didn't help.
No,
At some point,
no.
we were leading other countries with 9-point-something% in inflation. Real quickly.
No, actually, we were leading other countries in getting our inflation down to 2.7 in a record amount of time, and at that point, we were the leader in that field. God damn, dude. You got to fact check like everything with these assholes.
Show of hands.
That's all I'm saying. They can't actually, they don't work in fact
I said
at
in
all.
some places you were leading other countries
Many
in
countries
that
were in the
ramp-up.
20%.
I didn't say every country. I said some.
I understand that,
Right.
but there was
And
a
I
hard
even gave
decision
the
that
number
needed to be
exactly
made.
of what we had. So real quickly, because I want to do a quick show
wow,
of
he's
hands
pushing
here.
back,
How many of
eh?
you are voting
Poop less costs way
for the
less
party
now.
that you normally do? So if you're Democrat, Republican, how you normally vote? Show of hands. How many are going with it? How many of you are considering a shift? Interesting. The first 2 Democrats I started with. And that was hinged on anti-Semitism, which for at least 3 of you is your number 1 issue. The economy, also very important for everybody.
Yeah, this is a total aggregate.
Great to have you all on Voters' Voices. I wish we had more time. I always do. Thank you.
Hey, remember that guy that doesn't believe in polls
Be sure to
coming in
like and
here
subscribe
earlier?
for all the
I
Fox
bet he
News
believes
latest on
that because he saw it with his eyes. Ay, 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 ay.
Abolish ICE. I have a hard time with that.
I know that Medicare for all would be very difficult. Why is now the time?
Does he support the...
This is kind of my thing, guys. I'm very dedicated to watching this type of shit, specifically from Fox News and More Perfect Union. And anytime that they go out and talk to just voters, this is something that we have to remind ourselves. Like, we are in little online bubbles sometimes. Even in your own life, sometimes you're in a little bubble. Like, you have to get out and go, okay, this is how it is.
continued existence of Jews in Israel-Palestine.
All eyes are on Michigan, where Abdul al-Sayed is on the verge of a massive upset in the Senate Democratic primary, campaigning on issues that were previously deemed too radical.
I'm running on three things: money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all.
The argument against him is, as usual, about electability.
The electability issue, that is really the central question here.
The establishment pick is Haley Stevens, who's backed by over $30 million from AIPAC.
No one wants Abdul
Just a fundamentally weird-looking person.
to win more than the Republicans. They think that they can beat him in November.
But in an era where an increasing number of Americans feel politically homeless, what does
Holy
electability
shit.
actually mean?
Apple just lost $470 billion in market value.
I feel scared to call myself a Democrat. I
Yeah.
no longer consider
Now might actually
myself
be the time to buy some
either
Apple
a
stock.
Republican or a Democrat.
And can a progressive agenda really win in a purple state like Michigan?
What's my coalition? It's people who are sick and tired of being sick and tired.
We gathered voters with diverse political views to put al-Sayed's message to the test.
I come from a fourth-generation auto worker family. A lot of what we hear from Democrats is like a lot of lip service, when in actuality they don't really follow through on anything that they really say.
I am a service disabled veteran. I would previously describe myself politically as more Republican leaning.
I have voted Republican in the past. I feel like the mainstream media is very biased, and I do respect a lot of the independent journalists, including Tucker Carlson.
My political views have evolved over time.
Donald Trump did visit Dearborn, and he said that we will try his best to end wars in the Middle East. We accepted his, pledge.
Have you ever voted for a Republican?
Yes, many times. More often than Democrat.
Hey everybody, how are you? So good to see you guys. Alexis, nice to meet you. Ibrahim, how are you? Very nice to meet you.
What's that lady
Thank
on?
you so much for taking the time to be out here. Yeah, really appreciate you.
Let's begin with Medicare for all, because that is one of the most important issues in this race.
I went to medical school, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about this system. Wrote a whole book on it. And ultimately realized that the biggest challenge is not making the math work. The biggest challenge
It's been an honor.
is not
Mouse, take care of yourself.
The biggest
I will
challenge
catch
is
you on the
creating
next
political
stream.
will to get there. I want you to imagine that next to your insurance card, you had another card. And that card was your Medicare card. It came to you the day you were born. And it didn't matter if you turned 26, or get married, or get divorced, or get a job, or lose a job, that you could get health care with it. That's what Medicare for all is.
My uncle, he had a precarious healthcare situation, and he put off getting treatment for a while, and he ended up passing away from stomach cancer. I just think that really goes to show how
finally hit me. I'll be
far
right back.
gone the system stands as it is right now.
Abdul will be on in 6
The
minutes.
financial burden of actually getting the health care you need is more anxiety provoking than the possibility of being very sick. Now, the current system that we live under allows all of the corporations who make money off of our healthcare system to spend money to elect people who will then turn around and protect the industry. And they've, in effect, manufactured a bipartisan consensus that tells us we can't have guaranteed healthcare through Medicare for all. This is the question I always get. But doctor, how are you going to pay for it? Just remember, we already pay for it. Every single dollar that goes to the back pocket of an insurance CEO, every single dollar that goes to a pharmaceutical company, every single dollar comes from where? One of our pockets, every single one. And because you don't have to worry about that health insurance CEO's exorbitant salary, now all of a sudden the overhead off that system goes down. That's the vision of Medicare for all. We could have it if we actually were willing to fight for it.
My name is Lena Saad. I'm a clinical pharmacist. There's one patient that was not able to afford her oral therapy at the time, and we relied on giving her samples that we would get from drug companies, and I would literally take it and drive it to her on my way home. So how can we incorporate the pharmaceutical aspect into Medicare for All as well?
So one of the most important things we could do is negotiate prescription drug prices. Medicare becomes the buyer of all prescription drugs on behalf of all of us. And so it can use its power purchasing on behalf of the 350 million people in this country to start bringing those rates down. Here's the other crazy thing about pharma. Almost every pharmaceutical that has come to market in the last decade has had its roots in NIH-funded research. You know who paid for that? We did. Then some private company comes and buys the rights to this thing. Then they get to sell it back to the taxpayer at a ridiculous rate. I mean, that's insane to me.
My mom's from Canada originally, and it seems like the motive there is to keep the people healthy.
So what we really want is prevention. I'll be honest with you, I actually agree with Maha on a lot of things. Most people are like, wait, what? They're right about a lot of the problems. The solutions are batshit crazy, but they're right about a lot of the problems. I think we need to stop selling huge amounts of ultra-processed foods in ways that have us subsidizing them via a whole bunch of programs, when what we really want is people to be eating healthy foods in the first place, right? Like in our current system, let's be clear, a lot of people make a lot of money off of people getting sick.
I've been working for Ford Motor Company for 31 years now. I've had it nice being a UAW member that I've had health insurance my entire career. I find myself as a parent of a child with autism. I'm coming towards the end of my career. So that's one of my biggest fears, where the care will be in place for him. I typically hold more,
buy more
libertarian views on something like this. So would we be doing like a single payer system?
It would be single payer. And what I want is that the government basically guarantees your health insurance. And that allows the healthcare providers to go out and say, look, if I can provide a better service, then I should win more patients. But it shouldn't be.
I love how engaged they are with them.
That your health insurance says, no, here's who's in network and here's who's out of network. So you're going to go here and you're going to like it. And I think there's a couple of pieces that we need to institutionalize. Number one, the governance of this system can't just change.
How am I doing this evening? Or how's this evening going?
So
good.
The governance would have to live somewhere similar to.
Staying on YouTube for now because we are covering Abdul Al-Sayed's
that we offer in the Fed,
live speech.
Right? So the governance would have to sit under, but separate from.
We only have what, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
In the history
so
of the world.
Yeah, 4 days until the election.
You know, we fight wars.
Excuse me.
But whenever we talk about providing health care, everyone's like, well, I don't know if we could do it. Well, it's a choice. These are policy choices. I would rather not spend $1 trillion on war. I'd rather spend that money on healthcare and schools and infrastructure.
The U.S. relationship with Israel has become a flashpoint in this race.
The question about Israel isn't about the theoretical right to exist of a country that exists. The question about Israel is, do they have a right to our tax dollars?
AIPAC is spending $30 million to defeat El-Sayed,
Fucking
its
A.
largest single-race investment.
What election? Michigan's primary.
Too radical for Michigan. Too radical for the U.S. Senate.
And his opponent, Haley Stevens, has made her commitment to Israel very clear.
Hello from Israel! I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams.
But most voters believe the U.S. is too
Israel
supportive
comes
of
to
Israel,
her in her
according
dreams,
to a
eh?
recent AP poll. So will Al-Sayed's message actually get him more votes in Michigan?
As a U.S. Senator, how would you seek to reorient U.S. foreign policy?
I don't believe in unconditional foreign military aid to anyone. I don't pay my taxes every year to be like, man, I can't wait for Israel to get a new tank. And then when it comes to Israel's own behavior, I think we need to engage them consistent with what they have done. They have perpetrated genocide. And before that, they were perpetrating apartheid.
Yeah, she's totally unhinged.
Right? They lobbied to move us into a war. Now they're trying to annex southern Lebanon. Like, I just think that any other country that behaved that way would be treated as a rogue nation because they're violating international law.
A fear that a lot of American Jews have when they hear
why aren't we being real about that?
Messaging against the state of Israel is that that is a slippery slope towards Jews don't belong in Israel-Palestine at all.
I recognize that that land is a land that a lot of people have lived on, right? The most recent inhabitants before 1948 were the Palestinian people, but also historically the Jewish people. The problem, though, is that The implicit public policy of our government has been to aid, arm, and abet Israel's current government to the exclusion of the right to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinian people, right?
What would you say to people who are worried that withdrawing defense funding to Israel would make American Jews less safe here at home?
This idea that the things that we're doing with our tax dollars to backstop a foreign government somehow makes Jewish folk more safe here, that doesn't make sense to me. I start from a position of principle, which is to say that Jewish Americans are not the same as AIPAC in Israel.
Right.
That Jewish Americans deserve to live their lives.
This is why I've been
unfettered
actually very
and
adamant about
unencumbered
like messaging
by
like this.
discrimination or hate, and that we have to fight together to build an America where that anti-Semitism is stamped out.
There is the largest Arab American community here in Michigan, and mostly are from the southern Lebanon. My dad is building this dream home for all of us as brothers or sisters, and it vanished in a couple seconds, and the soldiers were laughing about demolishing the whole village. As an American citizen, I'm paying taxes for this government to bomb and kill us for what?
I appreciate you lifting your voice. And
You
I'm sorry
voted for that
about your family's.
No. See,
experience.
I hate. I hate when these guys like this is part of the problem with like kind of kids gloving a little bit too much, where it is like, bro, do you understand the consequences of what your vote did? And you're sitting here being like, I don't like to see the bombs drop. Well, okay, well,
What is happening in southern Lebanon
Donald Trump said, well,
right now is frankly
Fucking
an
A.
abomination. I intend to be a voice in
Man, he's good at talking. Yes, he
the
is.
U.S. Senate to consistently advocate for our principles, and that we apply them everywhere, and that we apply them consistently.
Do you think that it's harder to change things so we're not being proactive anymore? Like it's easier just to let things keep going, like Israel, AIPAC. Is it just the easy way out?
I'm threatening a
What fucking answer? What?
system of power that says you just go along to get along. The real issue in our politics is not right versus left. It's not like progressive versus conservative. It's not Democrat, Republican. It's people who are locked out of our healthcare, our housing, our economy, versus the people doing
ones
the
that
locking out.
aren't. Yeah.
I just want to always be on the side of the people who are locked out. In theory, my opponent in this race is Haley
I know.
Stevens.
Ilhan's on stage.
My real opponent in this race is Chuck Schumer, every corporate PAC, AIPAC.
I'll be completely honest, unless it's Hassan or Abdul right now, I don't care.
They'll run your name in the mud. They will lie about you. They will lie about their opponent. It doesn't matter as long as they maintain a control on power.
One of the biggest attacks on El Sayed right now is that he will lose to Republican Mike Rogers.
No, I appreciate
The
it.
Democratic establishment thinks that Stevens' ties to the Obama administration and her history as a U.S. representative since 2018 make her a safer bet. But recent polls slightly favor El Sayed's chances against Rogers.
I haven't decided who I'm going to vote for sure. I do think Stevens polls a lot better with like the older demographic who are much more likely to vote. I think Haley would have a better chance to beat him.
Does that impact how you're going to decide to vote?
Yes, for sure. When it comes to being against Mark Rogers, I want to hear how you can get your message out to people when you are facing these odds of people spending millions and millions of dollars.
What time am I going over to Twitch?
You don't necessarily
I don't know.
You beat Mike Rogers.
It's looking like
that
in about an hour.
Embodies the hope and the joy that you want to.
I'm going to cover Abdul Al-Sayed's speech and then we'll go have some fun.
Prices. I don't know how many times. Then he helped to architect the opioid epidemic. He took $700,000 from the pharma industry. They're going to spend a whole lot of money trying to call me some combination between a communist and a terrorist. And I'm going to sit out there and be like, yeah, well, he's corrupt as hell. Now, I get it. I'm brown. I'm Muslim. I got a name you probably can't pronounce, right? But I was born and raised here. And I've taken the time to serve and listen. So I think that's how we beat him.
I do question his ability to win against a Republican. I feel that some of his beliefs turn
Uneducated
off
MAGA pigs, the dumbest morons in history. B. Diamond.
large portion of the population. Listening to his comments that he would
How you
like
doing,
to
man? Good to
abolish
see you.
ICE, I have a hard time with that.
I'm Abdul Al-Sayed, the only Senate candidate for abolishing ICE, and I approve this message.
A lot of people in this room, abolish ICE is one where they are a little bit confused about what it means. Lena, you expressed some questions about what Abdul's immigration policy looks like.
I think we can put ICE to better use to protect our borders and protect Americans. How can we draw that fine line between utilizing this federal agency versus allowing them to go rogue as they've done recently?
Here's the thing. So I've run government agencies, and once they take on a certain culture, it's really hard to change the culture. Really, really, really hard. So under Trump, he started to recruit people who specifically came to ICE, not to specifically enforce immigration policy, but they're against immigration. The whole
How long does it spin for? This one's actually pretty well weighted.
Sold this fallacy to people, where he understood that people were in pain. You're out of a job. You're out of a home. You can't afford your health care. And his answer was a simple one. Well, if you're out of a job, it's because the immigrant took a job. Out of a home, immigrants living in your home. Out of health care, immigrant took a health care. And so he turned immigrants into the answer to everybody's problems. And then he built out ICE as a way of demonizing immigration itself. ICE itself has become a rogue agency based on a premise that is inconsistent with both the Constitution and the ideals of our country. We don't need it. In fact, we didn't have it before 2002. America's a lot older than 2002. So the notion that we can't protect our southern border or we can't enforce immigration policy without ICE is just not true. You get rid of the agency.
It goes longer than I thought it did.
Fire all the people in it. And then you ask yourself, what would you want to build that actually achieved the goals that we have? To keep a safe and secure southern border, to create a very clear pathway to citizenship for people.
That's a witch.
And in the cases where you have people who should not be here and do bad things, that you are very targeted in your enforcement, rather than making a show out of enforcing to tell all immigrants that they don't belong here.
That's very, very enlightening. Thank you.
Because I think this goes to like ICE and other things that like our politics are so black and white. How do you change that narrative? Because we need to recognize each other as like people again.
The problem with too many Democrats is it's too easy to point and say, I'm against Trump. You should vote for me. And you're like, well, from a policy standpoint, are you really for me?
Yeah.
You're taking money from all the worst people. So what would happen if we actually built a movement about what could be good? When we can start talking to folks who might have voted for Trump for a whole bunch of different reasons, to be like, all right, is your life better now? Do you have better health care? Do you have better access to a job? Can you afford a home? If no, here's an opportunity. Let's focus on that, right? So I just really appreciate you guys having this conversation that's like the lifeblood of what we do in our civics, and it's really enlightening. Thank you guys. Appreciate you all.
Did Abdul change your mind on any issues?
Yeah, definitely on the ICE issue.
I think the way that Abdul spoke about Medicare for all, as far as it being a plausible and a tangible goal, was pretty enlightening, and I plan to vote for Abdul.
I think that Abdul did change my mind about what I feel like I can expect from a politician who really believes what they say.
Him taking a stance on something, even if it's strong and people consider it maybe too strong. I think taking a stance means something.
It's an election. Anybody could lose. Haley Stevens could lose. And I'd rather, vote for somebody who I agree with on their policy points rather than somebody who I just think is against Trump. I've got my mail-in ballot at home. I'm going to go home and fill it out and mail it in for Abdul El-Sayed.
The narrative in the media is that El-Sayed's policies are too
radical.
radical.
She's taking sides. Oh, good for you.
But with these voters, who largely distrust both parties, his ideas broke.
Fuck yeah.
El-Sayed won't.
Let's go, dude. That whole room turned.
Sit down with every skeptical voter in the state, though.
That
so I asked him what he
wild.
thinks his path to victory in November actually looks like.
You talked to a bunch of voters
dude, yeah.
who
When is he going live?
had
'Cause this is
voted for
getting a
Trump,
little-
many who identified as Republican for a long time, and they all left the conversation yesterday saying that they're going to vote for you. Are there issues beyond sort of Medicare for all, which is your core, that you
I got to do the 3-footer. That's right.
have the potential
So we met the goal. I'm going to do the 3-footer on the Twitch
to
stream.
win over disaffected Trump
You guys don't
voters
know.
in the general election?
Corporate monopoly.
Then come and check it out. Here.
The corruption of our food system.
Come and check out
The
my
role of AI in
exclusive
society. The onslaught
ending
of data
bit
centers.
on
You
Twitch.
think about
We
who's
just
taking
kind
money
of
from these
hang and
corporations. Unfortunately, it's Democrats and Republicans. I always wonder why there's so much opposition to this in the Democratic Party. Yeah. And I keep coming back to the same answer, which is it's just laziness. It's laziness, and it's this sort of elitism. The laziness part is, well, if we can't get money from corporations, then we're actually going to have a message and go talk about our message anywhere and everywhere. I've done 450 public events. I challenge my opponent in this race to say how many events she's done, where she's actually taking questions. You got to do the work, it turns out. And then the elitism part is, well, the corporations are rich, and they throw the fanciest parties. And if I don't take their money, I'm not going to be invited to the party. I'm like, fuck your party.
Well, I'm like, fuck your party. Right there. Right there. I would have just been like, yep, that's happening. All right, Abdul's on. Let's go. I have to turn this up. Volume X, come on, do your thing.
Y'all too kind.
Ooh, too much.
Thank you. All right, let's remind them why we're here. Money out of? We can do that a little bit louder. Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? One more time. Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? All right, y'all. We know what we have to do. And today, I just want to reflect on a word that people have been talking about for some time. You heard the Congresswoman. You heard our incredible speakers. And by the way, can we have one more round of applause for our incredible speakers today? Folks who've been leading the fight all over this state in the upper Midwest for a very long time, leading that fight. And the word is electability. You heard that word? It's one of those
he understands the three short grunt rule. Yeah, I mean, what
really has one definition for.
Yeah.
Now, the simplest definition for the idea of electability is that you get elected, but they only ever use the word if you haven't been elected before. And it's a word that gets used to highlight things about you that you can't quite refute. Electability. My whole name is Abdurrahman Muhammad As-Sayyid. That's the whole name. My first name alone has 11 letters in it. It got sounds that come out of parts of people's throats they don't know they have. And for most of my life, I thought my name meant that I would be fundamentally unelectable. Because my whole life,
he's addressing it, man. That's fucking powerful.
Say, someday you'll run for office. And I'd be like, did you see my name, though? And it happened at my college graduation. I tell this speech sometimes on the stump. I was the valedictorian in my class at Michigan, got to give the student commencement speech. A real honor. And the only person anybody went to go listen to that day was a former president named Bill Clinton, including my own parents.
He's front-loading it,
I give my speech. President Clinton gives his speech. He says some really nice things about me in his speech. My dad claps for me for the first time in my whole life. And then after the speech, he comes up to me. He looks at me, he does his Bill Clinton thing, son. Why are you going to medical school? I said, I'm brown and Muslim, that's what we do. But I love science and I love people, and this is how I want to serve. He said, that's great, but you got a gift for speaking. Maybe someday you'll run for office. I literally just laughed in his face. I said, Mr. President, really nice of you to say, did you see my name? People like me don't get to run for office. He thought about it for a second, and then he chuckled and walked away. I have thought that I was unelectable for most of my life. I didn't think politics was ever anything that I would do. I became a doctor because I really did want to heal. And at some point, you start to think a little bit about the problems that you want to solve. You're working as Detroit's health director in a health department that they've shut down.
Oh, right.
Despite being the oldest health department in the entire state, 185 years old. You start looking at the decisions that get made and wonder, who's making these decisions?
All right. I gotta order my dinner here.
If that man can get elected,
just step
what the
off
hell
here
does
for
unelectability
one
mean
second.
anyway? So I ran for governor, didn't know what I was doing. I said, I'm gonna go big or go home. I went big, then I went home. But we earned 340,000 votes. Finished second of 3 in a 3-way primary. And more importantly, I said something that I think folks weren't quite ready to hear. Donald Trump is not himself the disease. He's just the worst symptom of the disease of our politics. The disease is the system that allows billionaires and corporations and special interests like AIPAC to buy and sell politicians to rig the system against us. And if you don't believe me, what does $70 million spent in a primary for U.S. Senate, what is that? Except for corporations and billionaires and special interests trying to buy politicians to rig the system against us. 8 years on, Trump has been elected a second time. I'm sitting in my office. They froze federal funds. I had to ask myself, where's the fight for public health as I'm sitting here trying to get WIC checks out the door one more week or keep our federally qualified health centers open. And our current U.S. Senator announces that day that he's not seeking re-election. And as we've campaigned across 110 different cities now, 500 plus public events, I get this word electability all the time. Now here's the interesting thing. When people say, we don't know if he's electable, it seems like they're talking about me, about my name, about my faith. But that's actually not what they're talking about. See, there's nobody with more political experience being named Abdul, except for maybe the mayor of Dearborn, than me in all of Michigan. I'm pretty good at being a guy named Abdul in Michigan. You know what they're talking about? They're talking about all of us, all of you, all the people in the state. And what bothers me about that is not the comment that they're making about me. It's the comment that they're making about the 10 million open-minded, big-hearted people in this state. I was Abdul the year after 9/11 when my teammates voted me football captain. They didn't have to do that. They didn't look like me. I was probably the first Abdul that most of them had met. And yet, they saw past my name and said, we think he'd be a good leader for our team. Here in Michigan,
people are so desperate for a hopeful message. He's crushing it.
That brings together the best of Midwest earnestness and grit. That's who Michigan is.
Damn, he's good.
And across the communities that I've visited, places like Kalkaska, places like Escanaba, places like Manistee, right here in Dearborn, Detroit, Grand Rapids, I see that earnestness and grit in people. And I also see a politics that has betrayed them so much. And on this campaign, we've taken the time to go and listen to people, to understand their challenges, to recognize the pain they feel when they have to pay a bill they can't. When they go to the grocery store and their kid says, can we get that? And they say, I don't know if we have the money for that. When they drop their kids off at school and wonder why that school looks exactly like it did when they went there. When they drive over that same pothole over and over and over again. Michigan's earnestness and grit, they've been betrayed by the politicians who say they serve us. And so as I've traveled the state, taking the time to listen and learn and pay attention to the problems people have and share ideas about what we can do to address their problems, you know what people don't ask? How do you pray? But I have been asked, what do you pray for? People don't care as much about my name. They care if I care to remember their name.
Wow. Holy shit. That was a
I say this in Dearborn, where a lot of folks happen
that
to
was a
share
game changer of a line. Has he used that before?
The experience of being an Arab and a Muslim
Holy shit, that was
Michigan is the experience of consistently watching as your state uplifts and empowers and embraces you.
That was
That's been my
crazy.
And so I get real pissed off when they say, oh, you're unelectable because your name is Abdul. Because for me, I push back and say, you don't know Michigan like I know Michigan. You don't know Michiganders like I know Michiganders. You don't know what our state needs and deserves like I know what our state needs and deserves. You haven't listened to Michiganders and what they need. And if you think the best possible politics for a people as earnest and as gritty as Michiganders are, is a politics that sells them off to the highest bidder, whether it's DTE or Blue Cross or Big Tech or Big Pharma, whether it's
He's the age of men who should be in office, new blood in politics. Hell yeah. 10,000%.
then you don't understand Michiganders. If you think what is electable in Michigan has more to do with a name than it has to do with a politics that delivers, you don't know Michigan.
Yeah, that must be the attacks that they're going on. His name's Abdul. Abdul sounds like an Arab name. You know what we say about Arabs in America.
So Michigan,
9/11.
Here's where we are. They're going to spend $70 million in this race. They're going to set 2 records. I keep waiting for the Guinness Book of World Record people to be like, you set a record. No. I want the plaque. AIPAC has never spent more to beat one single candidate. Honestly, I'm honored.
Hell yeah, dude. That's the way to be. That's a fucking way to be. What's up? Yo.
And beyond AIPAC, the big corporations who are funding all of these other super PACs, collectively they've set another record. More money spent in a senatorial primary than ever before in history. And they're not spending it against me. Yeah, my face might be on the attack ads. I don't know why I keep touching it, though, in the attack ads. Y'all wonder this? I don't nearly touch my face that much. They're spending it against you. Against the movement of people coming together for the politics we need and deserve. They're spending it against your goodwill, your open heart, your big mind. They're spending it against your will to be able to have a politics that actually serves you. That money isn't about me. It's about what they think they can make you think about me. And they think that somehow 30-second commercials are going to change your fundamental experience of living right now. They think they can get you.
Yeah, unfortunately, those 30-second commercials, they are fucking effective during election seasons. I don't know why.
Stop paying attention.
I think that it really does play into, like, they're already watching whatever bullshit they're watching, and then it's just like, Abdul, is a bad guy. I heard Abdul also is a bad guy.
With your best interest and are at the same time raising your gas prices to make that unaffordable too. They think they can trick you. But here's the thing, we always knew that this was coming, and we always knew that Michiganders were bigger than that. So here's where we are. We've got 3 days left. I don't know even how to count this. Like, do you count today? Do you count election day? I don't even know. 3, 4 days.
3, 4 days. I was about to say, that's how I did it.
We've got tomorrow,
tomorrow,
Sunday, and Monday to get out the vote.
Yeah, and then Tuesday's the vote.
And
yeah. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
We've
See,
got to make a point.
I was wrong.
I know you've probably seen the polls. Polls don't vote, people vote. Don't pay any attention to those polls.
Nice.
We've got to make a point.
Pep, have you been I don't get ads.
About what politics ought to be moving forward. So my ask of you.
YouTube Premium is the last thing I will ever get rid of. This is the reason you guys don't see ads when I play videos.
$70 million in lies that they've spent. The $70 million attempting to drag us into the most cynical politics.
I don't get political ads on my other stuff.
Beyond the $70 million in ad after ad after ad, they got money, we got the many. And I am asking you to put yourself into this movement every day for the next 3 days and the next 13 weeks
like Hulu,
after that.
I only really use like 2 fucking apps. So.
Because if you've watched those ads and thought to yourself, how cynical do they think this is?
No, 3.
Your
actually.
answer has to be in the hope that you bring to those doors or those phone calls for the next 3 days. Our politics are so much bigger than being dragged in the mud in ads. Our politics are about the ability to look someone in the eye and have an honest conversation about who we are.
I wish there was something like political park gatherings where a neighborhood could voluntarily meet a politician in every single neighborhood.
Who we want to be.
Where you just go to the park within that neighborhood and then you hold an event there and you just pass out flyers saying, come to this event, just take a quick walk and come meet me.
We get the opportunity to do that for the next
do it on a weekend.
3 days.
That's actually the smartest way to probably do that is every Saturday try to go to a park where you meet up with all the constituents in one place.
And I'll just finish here.
And then you could also kind of make it like do some crowd work too, where it's just like, wow, this park, when's the last time this was updated?
As a kid who understood.
Well, if you vote me in, I'll make sure that you guys definitely get this taken care of.
Just how
even if this is for a national position, it's like you guys deserve better parks.
I was to grow up
I
in
like
America.
this guy.
Because I would have summers in the place that, but
Even
for
the kids
action
just
of the
like,
history
yeah.
I should have been born in.
More
where there
teeter
is no
totters.
democracy. Our democracy is only as good as the choices we make to use
Park
it.
hour. I actually think, dude, get on this. Like, political consultants, get on that. Take my idea here. This is one I will just gladly give up. If you make money with it, though, I swear to fucking God. What is going on with his throat?
So beyond sending an argument to them about what kind of politics we will accept here in Michigan, I want to make an argument to each other about what we really can have. A movement that is honest about getting money out of our politics so that we can put money back in pockets by standing with unions, by taxing billionaires their wealth, by keeping our money here at home instead of sending it abroad in bombs, by standing up to corporate monopolies and oligopolies, by finally fulfilling the promise and guaranteeing health care to every single person in this country. By ending dumb wars we never should have been fighting on behalf of other governments. By ending the tyranny in our streets and abolishing ICE. By taking our democracy back.
Park politics. I like park
winning
politics.
the future for our kids and grandkids who will ask us what we did in this moment. You get to have those conversations every day for the next 3 days. And then, God willing, for the next 13 weeks, and then, God willing, for the next 6 years. Because this is not about one U.S. Senate seat. Not about me. It's not even about you. This is about us and the collective we want to build and what that means for the future we deserve and we ought to hand off to our kids. Dearborn, thank you so much for showing up for that democracy. Thank you for showing up for this movement. And let's go win this race.
All right, friends, I need your attention for 3 to 4 minutes. I know we've already done a big training, but this is an easy one.
All right. Time to move on. That was a good speech. That was a really good speech. Yeah, we already did that. All right. So what's going to happen is I think that we're going to start wrapping here. I think I might go till 7:40. I love that woman. Yeah. Although nothing scares Republicans harder than that, which, good. Go for it. That will be a soundbite on Fox. Yes, it will. Yeah. Yeah, it will. Do not underestimate just how fucking racist this country still is. After watching that Fox News segment, holy shit. And then they're sitting there, I'm just so afraid of the anti-Semitism. Meanwhile, Jewish, New York being the biggest Jewish fucking collective. I had to get out of New York. Sylvie gonna drop a beat. Pep gonna rap. The Pep rap. All right, let's see. What do we got? I got a few videos that I'm gonna be playing over on the Twitch exclusive, which if you guys want to join us for the Twitch exclusive, come and join us. It's gonna be fun. Looking forward to it. Because what we are going to be doing is hanging out and just kind of smoking, talking, doing the same shit that we do here, but just with a little bit of more fun. You know what I mean? And they offer a little bit more freedom over there. So we got the 3-foot binger that I am going to fulfill. That was the goal. We reached the goal. I will be doing that on camera. I figured out a way that I can actually do it where you guys get the full thing, like, in frame. Let's see. And then, yeah, I got a few videos. I'm going to teach you guys what a Chicago tavern-style pizza is and how good it is. And you guys are likely, hopefully, going to then watch me eat a tavern-style pizza. That's just how that's going to go. Literally, I found this video. I was like, oh, I can't wait to teach them this. And I'm like, but I will not be able to watch this video without ordering a fucking pizza. So I ordered a pizza. It's on its way. It will be here in about 30 minutes. 30 or 40 minutes. Then I got some recommendations from you guys that I was thinking about going through, but well, I don't know, man. Maybe we'll do sub roulette too, where it's like if people come and join us and you know they hang, then you guys sub, then you get a you get a request. No Taco Bell? No Taco Bell tonight. No, I had to get his what up, Dave? Dude, how you been? I know that I see you like in chat sprinkled in, but man, you've been here a while. Like for real. You have been part of my community for pretty much since near the beginning. I appreciate that, Dave. Thank you. You know, mushy. How much pineapple is on that pizza? No. I just got a fucking cheese. We just went normal cheese because yeah, the pepperoni upsets my wife's stomach, so, or stoma, we should say. We got to be very careful with that. She can eat like a little bit, but too much is it's not great. Plus, I'm gonna be honest, I'm very much like a Kevin McAllister type of lad here. Just a cheese pizza. I love a good just cheese pizza. Don't need to add anything really to it. I add a little bit of basil. Like, I got some fresh basil. I'm going to grind it up, and I'm going to put that on. So, wow, spicy food is bad. Yeah, oh, it is. It is for her. She can't have... we kind of ran into a situation where she had some hot peppers, and yeah. It's just... I don't think that she should be playing with that kind of thing. She's handling this well, though. I do have to say that much. Red pepper. Yeah, we got red pepper. Got some upstairs. Yeah, I'll probably add some red pepper and some little bit of Parmesan. A little bit. The thing is, if you're putting too much Parmesan on the pizza, then honestly, the pizza wasn't worth it. It just wasn't good pizza. Like, this pizza is one of the best you can get without adding anything to it. Dave Portnoy, actually, he ate at the place that I just got, so I know that he rated it pretty high, even though I don't like that guy. At least, you know, hey, azazazah. Sorry, that freaking television is... I'm surprised that it even turns on. If you guys are just joining us over on Twitch, welcome in. If you guys are new to my audience, yeah, we're about to do like a little fun hour or two coming up here. You got to do a food tour. I will eventually. Yeah, what I plan on doing is, yeah, I should do like a documentary style food tour. Although I'm not a food reviewer, so, and also, I don't know, I'm gonna be completely honest, doing IRL stuff out in Chicago, you already see enough of it. It feels douchey as shit. It really does. You and Alex can do a food companion tour. Now that would be good. Where we actually do like a, yeah, that could be fun. Cause yeah, he is right there. But no, I want to do the Pep Cooks segment for you guys. I'm going to do that. It doesn't have to be IRL. Well, I guess you're right. What it could be is just I film it. Yeah. Just like film the walk, I guess. Just have my... I have the opposite thing that happens where it's like my wife's just following me. Just all pissed off. Why am I doing this? I popped into a leftist streamer. I've never seen more woke shit. Like, what is wrong with y'all over here? The meltdowns in chat over my name. Whatever, dude. Nobody's melted out. Nobody melted down here. You know, like, It's terminally on. Dude, you're going to terminally online, people, if that's the case. I don't know. I got a lot of people here that just don't give a fuck. Just the way it should be. Pepwooks. Nice. A new player has joined. What are we doing here? Thanks for the follow, man. Even though it seems like you hate my politics and everything that we do here, but it's okay. Okay.
This one sentence.
So I've worked with modern day debate. I'm kind of curious about this.
And split the entire conversation.
Why do you want mothers with young children to be at work all day?
I want them to be able to work at home. That's a great option for them.
How many of them do you think can work from home and contribute to the productive parts of the economy?
I mean, I think HR jobs are increasingly moving to remote positions.
So
I think like 20 to 30%.
Just more HR jobs. Everybody be an HR carrier.
Again, well, wait, are you really trying to tell me that corporations, by the good of their heart, are making...
What fucking music is this? It's copywritten? Hold on. It doesn't save. Wait, what music? No, okay. There's no music credit.
These stupid jobs that are useless, don't help their company, don't help their stakeholders. They just love women so much. Oh my God, every CEO out there is just like, fuck the stakeholders, boys. We got to get women in the workplace. Corporations aren't going out of their way to make jobs that are useless for women because they're nice and they love feminism. That doesn't even make sense.
This
is what I hate about modern day debate is just how it's already like biased. God damn it. Oh man. Whoever starts a literal like centrist type of like debate tube thing, like you will win so many fucking followers through that just by you not having your bias inherently like attached to it. Because like this is where I could not do that. I would definitely let my bias show. Man, fucking this algorithm has been ass lately. I have been getting Western states face more water cutbacks.
After years of battle over its use and a long-running drought, states that rely on the Colorado River are facing the prospect of further cutbacks. The river supplies nearly 40 million people across 7 states and northwestern Mexico.
Oh my God, Asmongold does kind of look like South Park Jesus.
And is vital to agriculture across the west and southwest. But years of gridlock among the states have prompted the federal government to step in. A new blueprint released today lays out new requirements for managing the shrinking river. Some scenarios could eventually lead to steep cuts, but the most immediate effects will be felt over the next 2 years. Our science correspondent, Miles
Okay, that's all I really needed. I just needed that little bit of news. We don't need the correspondence. All right, that's fine. Oh, wait, here's that video I was talking about Millie Alcock.
Okay, so we have an issue. And you'll only know if you're Australian. This is incorrect. This is way too much ratio. The distribution is off. It should be like 90% butter, 10% Vegemite. It should be the lightest little grays of Vegemite that you've ever seen. It should like pepper the toast.
Yeah.
You know?
Hey.
But it's okay. I'm still gonna eat it. It's too much on here. Marmite. The colors are really different. I'm gonna go with Vegemite because I love Vegemite.
There you go. Gonna go with Vegemite because I like Vegemite. All right. Let's see. San Francisco mayor pushes to reform city charter with ballot initiatives. The fuck? The Trump report and the Lincoln Project, Trump 2028. Well, Trump will be the next 3-term president. I'm 90% sure of it. Rick Wilson. Okay, so that means, I guess, fuck the Constitution, which we kind of knew that was going to happen. Oh, this shit was wild.
Emergency, we've lost our right wheel.
This was like a few years ago, but yeah, fuck
For the
it.
first time, audio from inside the cockpit during an emergency landing near Raleigh, North Carolina.
How do you intend to land at Raleigh, Durham? Get as slow as we can, and I guess we're going to put it on the belly.
The twin-engine turboprop plane seen barreling past emergency vehicles before skidding off the runway and spinning to a stop. The plane took off with 2 pilots.
We had 2 persons on board,
but landed with only 1 inside.
We do have 1 subject who is not on the aircraft.
Soul number 2 jumped from the aircraft. Unknown location, did not have a parachute.
Yep, this just happened again where another pilot was instructing this girl, and she was like, I think around 20 years old. And she was just about to get her certification. He's like, well, you know what you're doing? I trust you. And she's like, what? And he just opened the door and was just hopped out.
Police say Charles Hugh Crooks, the 23-year-old co-pilot, either jumped or fell from the plane mid-flight and without a parachute. Now, a deepening mystery over what happened to Crooks. There's no mention of the pilot exiting the aircraft on the recordings. After an hour's long search Friday, his body found in a backyard.
Oh, God.
Roughly
Oh, God. Oh, God.
30 miles from
where
the plane landed.
We had officers that
you just hear a thump and you're like, what the fuck?
Were responding in the area for the search and were flagged down by a resident. They had heard something in their backyard.
Crooks's family tonight reeling from their loss.
We are totally devastated.
Oh, God.
Charlie was born to fly. From the time he was a little kid, it just lit him up. It was always his passion.
The other pilot, whose identity is still unknown, was taken to the hospital and treated for minor injuries. The FAA and National Transportation Safety Board.
It sounds like they got in a fucking fight or something.
Are still investigating.
Do you feel like you need answers in order to have closure?
Yeah,
No.
well,
I mean, as if
that seems kind of fair. Gonna be real. I mean, yeah, that shit's crazy here. And then, woman, plane after pilot jumps.
We turn to a horrific story now emerging, the shocking moments on a plane. An instructor jumping from the plane, leaving his young student to land the plane on her own. How she saved her own life. Here's Victoria Kendo tonight.
Holy fuck.
Tonight, the frightening
I couldn't oh my God.
incident for a student pilot in Argentina.
Just the utter shock that you would feel in that moment. Just, huh?
Forced to land a Cessna 150 during a training exercise after her instructor jumped to his death midair. Authorities say
It looks like a Lego plane.
42-year-old Leandro Bertazzo had been working as a flight instructor since 2022. On Saturday, the student taking off with Bertazzo.
Oh, this was, in Argentina.
From the Flying Parrot Cordoba school. An official from the flight school telling ABC News the instructor told the student, "You know what to do." Then he unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and jumped out of the plane.
This was a remarkable breach of trust between an instructor and a student, putting her in a very dangerous situation.
The 22-year-old student
Tut.
alerting the flight school and
not going to focus on the mental health of this pilot at all.
managing to land the plane safely.
The student actually had her license. She just didn't have the number of hours that were required to use that license.
Police locating Bertazzo's body in the Toledo district around 6 p.m.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she's ever flying again.
According to a school official, Bertazzo's family says the pilot had gone to see a psychiatrist last week. David, that student still in shock after landing, saying she initially thought her instructor was joking. The federal prosecutor's office is investigating. David?
We're just glad she's okay. Just an
Jeez. I'm sorry, that is just... Holy crap, that's insane. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that whole thing. I wanted to cover that when it happened. Did I cover it? I feel like I might have. All right, let's see. That's obviously AI. Why almost nobody lives in Southern Illinois today?
Within Illinois, almost the entire population and economy is crammed into the flat top right corner around Chicago, while the Deep South is rugged, wild, and virtually empty. But what if I told you
it really is
that it used to be the exact opposite? 200 years ago, Southern Illinois was the booming center of the American frontier, at the confluence of the two most important rivers in the country. While
Oh, that makes sense. And that also makes sense why Peoria has so many historical buildings.
Chicago was just a miserable, muddy swamp. So how did the story completely flip around? Why did Chicago boom while Cairo sank into obscurity? I'm Jeff, and this is the geographic story behind Southern Illinois. If you ask the average person what Illinois looks like, they'll probably picture endless, perfectly flat cornfields, interrupted only by the towering skyline of Chicago in the top right corner. And while that's not entirely wrong for a massive portion of the state, it does completely ignore a surprising and dramatic geographic shift that happens as you move from north to south. You see, geographically speaking, Illinois is the great connector of the North American continent. It's the only state that holds the keys to directly linking the massive freshwater system of the Great Lakes to the continent-draining Mississippi River basin. But to understand why the North is so dominant, flat, and buildable, while the South is so wild and empty, we have to rewind the clock about 100,000 years to the last ice age. During the Wisconsin glaciation period, massive sheets of ice.
I've actually been to some of the caves that were caused by that.
Sometimes over a mile thick, bulldozed their way south from the Arctic across North America. As these glaciers slowly advanced and eventually retreated, they acted like a ginormous sander. All those rough edges of the land, they were completely flattened.
Oh, so seriously?
Rounded off.
That's why we have the plains?
In the north,
I didn't know that.
And central parts of what is now Illinois. It relentlessly grinded downhill.
Interesting.
Snapped off ancient ridges and filled in deep valleys. When the ice finally melted away, it left behind the flat, seemingly endless landscape we see today. But there's another part of this that's not quite as well known as the Big Glacier. Winds coming off of the retreating ice sheets did something interesting. They blew fine, mineral-rich silt called loess across this flattened region, topping it with some of the deepest, richest, and most fertile soil on the entire planet. This flat, predictable topography in the north and central regions made it exceptionally easy for humans to build on. It was effectively a blank canvas, just waiting for agricultural dominance, expansive railway networks, and eventually, the massive grid of a city like Chicago. But nature has a funny way of drawing permanent boundaries, and this perfectly flat canvas was about to change drastically. Because those massive, landscape-crushing glaciers, they didn't reach all the way down. So as you journey through the state, past the endless agricultural grids of central Illinois, the landscape changes. Not dramatically. There's no Rocky Mountains here, of course.
No,
but you do
it is
enter a region
hillier.
historically referred to as Little Egypt. Here, the flat plains give way to the Shawnee Hills. And because this southern tip of Illinois was completely spared from the crushing weight of the Wisconsin glaciation period, its ancient, rugged topography largely remains intact today. Suddenly, you aren't in the flat, predictable Midwest anymore. You're surrounded by rolling hills, steep limestone bluffs, deep sandstone canyons, in dense, rugged forests. From a
we have a really nice national park down
purely
there.
physical geography standpoint, Southern Illinois feels completely disconnected from the rest of the state. It shares much more geographic DNA with the rugged, rolling terrains of neighboring Missouri and Kentucky than it does with the prairies of northern Illinois. And this ruggedness introduces our first massive challenge for the region. Building large-scale infrastructure here is incredibly difficult. It's remarkably hard to lay out a sprawling, Chicago-style city grid when you have to constantly contend with ancient sandstone bluffs and deep forested ravines. But the real wild card of Southern Illinois' physical geography isn't just the hills, it's the water. This entire region is defined, bordered, and ultimately trapped by water. It's flanked by the mighty Mississippi River to the west and the massive Ohio River to the south and east. And these aren't just large rivers, they're the two main arteries of the entire North American Southern watershed. The Mississippi drains everything from the Rocky Mountains to the Midwest, and the Ohio River violently drains everything from the Appalachian Mountains. And they come crashing together right at the very southern tip of Illinois, creating an enormous floodplain wrapped around the rugged hills. Geographically, river confluences of this magnitude are usually a recipe for massive human settlement. The sheer volume of water flowing past this single point is almost unfathomable, creating an unparalleled natural highway system that reaches to the furthest corners of the country. But the very water that makes this location so
this is one of the rare times I don't know what I'm
undeniably
doing.
valuable also makes it incredibly hostile. This exact spot, this geographic gold mine, holds a dark, watery secret that would eventually doom the mega city of Southern Illinois before it even had a chance to thrive. But before we can truly understand why the physical geography turns so violently against the people here, we have to look at who those people
Appreciate that, though, Jess.
were
Thank you.
and how they desperately tried to tame this wild landscape. We're going to look at the massive, ancient, indigenous metropolis that thrived here and the mysterious collapse that ended it in just a second. But first, just like those early
Okay, so this is really interesting.
settlers tried to build a thriving city by charting this
at all.
geographic gold mine, the great metropolis at the bottom of Illinois was the exact opposite. Click the link in the description below to start building your own app with Lovable and turn your idea into a real business today. With Lovable, building exactly what you need is incredibly empowering. But historically, trying to build a great metropolis at the bottom of Illinois was the exact opposite.
Here we go. The shifting center
To
of
understand
gravity.
why the great metropolis of Illinois sits at the top of the state instead of the bottom, we have to look at
fucking love my city.
the people who actually tried to conquer this geography. Because for a very long time, the center of human civilization in this region wasn't anywhere near Chicago. It was much further south. Long before European explorers ever set foot in North America,
I did
the
know about
vast river
this.
networks
Yeah, I knew
of the
about this.
Mississippi and Ohio were the continent's superhighways.
Yeah.
Thriving right on the edge of these rivers was the Mississippian culture. Just across the river from modern-day St. Louis, in southern Illinois, they built Cahokia. At its peak in the 13th century, Cahokia was the largest city north of Mexico, boasting massive earthen mounds and a population larger than contemporary London. And these indigenous peoples fully understood the geographic power of this region. In fact, they used the river confluence to trade across the entire continent, from the Great Lakes down to the Gulf of Mexico. But a mysterious collapse would leave this powerful southern empire entirely abandoned, resetting the geographic chessboard.
Was it a drought or a dam?
Just in time.
Ooh, see, I don't know the history of this, so let's see. Is it a drought or a dam?
For a new wave of global
This is fun. I like this channel. Ooh, I'm
empires to
subscribing.
arrive. In 1673, French explorers Jacques Marquette and Louis
Liking and
Joliet
subscribing.
paddled
That's
down
how
the
that goes.
Mississippi River. As they mapped the region, they noticed something incredible. Indigenous guides showed them a muddy, swampy passage, the Chicago Portage. This tiny strip of land was the only thing separating the massive Great Lakes watershed from the Mississippi River watershed. Marquette and Joliet immediately realized that whoever controlled this swampy portage controlled the continent's entire inland trade network. However, when the United States eventually won independence and began expanding westward, that northern swamp wasn't the immediate prize. The early American frontier was powered by the
It was
river.
Literally, so this is kind of why Chicago, ironically, became this same thing. Because when we started doing more road travel, all roads led to Chicago.
Roads were basically
when they started doing the highways.
non-existent and incredibly dangerous.
And it's like that today. That's actually
the Ohio River the primary route for pioneers heading west. Because of this,
I know that much.
Early American settlement in Illinois heavily favored the South. In fact, when Illinois officially became a state in 1818, its population was almost entirely concentrated in its southern third. The first state capital was Kaskaskia, a booming river town in the south. The second capital was Vandalia, also located down south. During these early days, northern Illinois was considered a cold, disconnected, and mostly empty wilderness. The geographic logic seemed completely sound. The wealth of the country flowed through the rivers, so the great cities should naturally be built on the rivers. It was during this era of absolute southern dominance that a group of wealthy investors looked at the map, pointed to the exact spot where Ohio meets the Mississippi, and decided to build the ultimate American city, Cairo. They poured massive amounts of money into it, expecting it to become the undeniable capital of westward expansion. But they were about to get blindsided by a technological revolution that would physically alter the map of the United States. The tipping point arrived in the mid-19th century with two massive human interventions: canals and railroads. In 1848, the Illinois and Michigan Canal was completed in the north, finally slicing through that muddy portage Marquette and Joliet had noted almost 2 centuries earlier. Suddenly, merchant ships could travel seamlessly from the Atlantic Ocean, up the Erie Canal, through the Great Lakes, straight through Chicago, and down to the Gulf of Mexico. Almost overnight, the geographic center of gravity in Illinois violently shifted north. Chicago, which had just incorporated as a town in 1833 with roughly 200 residents, exploded into a global economic titan. It became the great funnel through which all timber, grain, and livestock of the American West flowed back east to the established cities. But the final nail in the coffin for the early southern river towns was the railroad. As steam trains rapidly replaced steamboats, Chicago,
I fucking nailed that one.
Deliberately positioned itself as the undisputed railroad
I know
hub
a little
of
bit of my history. I know up to that
the
point.
United States. Railroads
Actually, we have a really cool like railroad history museum.
didn't care about
Oh man, I wonder like if they have a problem
the meandering
with
flow
me
of the
kind of like
rivers. They cared about
going
pure
there.
efficiency, flat land, and the absolute
it's
shortest
cool. I used to
distance
go there a lot
between
with my
major
grandma.
markets. The brutally flat, glacier-scraped terrain of northern Illinois we explored earlier was absolutely perfect for laying down endless miles of steel tracks. While Chicago and the northern half of the state rapidly industrialized, forming a dense, hyper-connected web of steel and commerce, the rugged, unglaciated hills of southern Illinois were largely bypassed. The state matured as a powerhouse
just
of the
died.
American economy, but that
Wow.
immense wealth became heavily concentrated in the top right corner. The southern river towns, once the bustling centers of early American frontier
This is
life,
cool.
helplessly
I'm
watched
happy to like learn this with you guys too.
the
like,
country's economic lifeblood reroute hundreds of miles to the north. The human engineers had completely
yeah, I'll come up. And,
outsmarted the natural river systems. But for Cairo, sitting at the most important river junction in the entire country, the lack of railroads wasn't its only problem. In fact, it wasn't even its biggest problem, because while Chicago was busy conquering the land, Cairo was about to be locked in a brutal, losing war against the very water
oh, thank you.
that was supposed to make it great.
Appreciate that.
Let's zoom out to the entirety of the Midwest for a second. The
You just hope the info's accurate.
confluence of two major
I think that I mean the thing is I've known about a lot of this like the history of the railroad, that kind of thing, but I didn't know about the glacial thing, which I should have because I've gone to so many of these national
navigable
parks. This is what happens when you're a kid and you're bored and you don't care about this stuff. And this is the stuff that as an adult you should learn because learning's fun.
rivers is historically a guaranteed
I
slam
love learning shit.
dunk for city building. Pittsburgh thrives at the start of the
My mom was very much the same way. This is why she kept like honestly, this is why she went to Yellowstone.
Ohio River, where the Monongahela and Allegheny
And then
rivers
became,
converge.
you know,
St. Louis dominates the region at the Missouri
viral
and Mississippi
superstar.
confluence. And of course, Minneapolis dominates where the Mississippi and Minnesota rivers crash into each other. So why did Cairo, sitting at the granddaddy of all
Cairo
North
is-
American confluences, fail so spectacularly? It ultimately comes down to a toxic combination of massive economic overshadowing and an insurmountable, punishing geographic trap. First, let's explore the economic shadows cast by its colossal neighbors. As we discussed in the last section, the completion of canals and the explosive growth of railroads violently shifted Illinois' center of gravity north towards Chicago. But Cairo didn't just have to compete with the northern titan of Chicago. It was already getting heavily squeezed from the west by St. Louis. You see, St. Louis had established itself early on as the undisputed gateway to the American West.
That's why-
Crucially,
yes,
St.
they are.
Louis sat on higher, safer ground, making it far less vulnerable to devastating floods. As Chicago grew into a global logistics titan in the north, and St. Louis solidified its iron grip as the regional trade powerhouse in the middle, southern Illinois was kind of left behind. It was rapidly transformed from a frontier destination into a mere transit zone, a rugged hinterland you simply passed through on a train or a barge to reach the real economic hubs. All the investment capital, the political power, and the ambitious populations drained towards those two massive gravitational population centers.
Meanwhile, Stan doing impossible poses again. He's liquid.
Effectively vacuumed up the region's potential, leaving the deep south of Illinois financially starved and strategically bypassed.
Yeah.
But economic competition alone
Yeah, I mean, if you guys saw Peoria now, it is kind of like, oof.
doesn't erase a city
it's fucking rough
from the map. After all, plenty of smaller cities thrive in the spaces between major.
I mean, I've been to Cairo a few times. I call it Cairo. I've been to Cairo a few times. It's right by Metropolis. Ironically, they have a Superman museum in Metropolis, which is cool. Everybody should check that out if you're ever just like passing through. But yeah, Cairo is kind of like, oh boy, there's like a whole little thing of truck stops, and they got an Arby's. I know they got an Arby's for a fact. I've eaten it at the Arby's in Cairo.
Metropolises. For Cairo, the final death knell wasn't dealt by the boardrooms of Chicago or St. Louis. It was dealt by the very rivers that
I guess I'm saying it wrong. So Cairo
were supposed to make it great. Geographically, the confluence at Cairo is radically different from other successful river cities. When the massive Ohio and Mississippi rivers meet, they're not just politely joining together, they're violently colliding. The Ohio River carries an absolutely staggering volume of water from
it floods all the fucking time there.
Appalachian Mountains.
I do know that.
And when it slams into the mighty Mississippi.
So like one of my friends lives in like that area of southern Illinois, and they said that like flooding is just you expect it if you were anywhere near like that corridor on the Mississippi.
Unpredictable and highly dangerous aquatic environment. And the specific patch of land where Cairo was built, it's effectively a low-lying, swampy peninsula, jutting out directly into the mouth of this aquatic monster. The wealthy founding investors of Cairo
looked a town called Carbondale
at a two-dimensional map and saw a highly logical point on a page. What they completely failed to respect was the third dimension, elevation. Cairo was built on a massive, active floodplain that was naturally engineered by the Earth to be completely submerged on a regular basis. To survive this brutal reality, the residents of Cairo had to wage a constant, desperate, and expensive war against nature. Over the decades, they built an intricate...
Because that's also why the Chicago River's built the way that it is.
...system of massive levees, walls completely encircling the town to keep the raging rivers out. But in doing so...
Yeah, that actually looks a lot like Milwaukee, too. Or Milwaukee.
...triggered a paradox. The very walls that saved the city from drowning also condemned it to a slow, suffocating death. By completely surrounding Cairo with towering levees, the city was placed in a physical, inescapable cage. It had absolutely nowhere to expand. While Chicago was rapidly annexing surrounding townships and sprawling infinitely across the flat, glaciated, and cooperative prairies of the north, Cairo was physically trapped inside a tiny triangular bowl. You can't build...
I know that my hometown of West Dundee was founded in the quickly after we moved up, so I think it was like right around 1830
sprawling
something.
Suburbs,
Here, let's see.
Expansive industrial parks, or modern highway interchanges outside the levees, because they'll simply wash away in the next spring thaw. So Cairo's geographic footprint, and therefore its economic ceiling, was permanently capped from the very beginning. Furthermore, living inside a bowl next to the two largest rivers in North America
1835. Yeah, I was right.
A terrifying
1835.
hidden reality. The water doesn't just threaten to come over the top of the walls. It also comes up from below. The immense hydraulic...
After I went back there, guys, I'm not even kidding. There's a part of me that's just like, man, I kind of want to move back there.
...of the flooding rivers pushes groundwater...
I grew up in a sick-ass town.
...up through the porous soil, constantly threatening to flood the city from inside out.
Yeah, dude. So... this is kind of what I was talking about with like even Peoria. They deal with sinkholes a lot.
Today, Cairo has to constantly maintain and run massive industrial pumps just to keep its head above water. This constant existential threat reached a terrifying climax in the spring of 2011. The rivers rose so high and exerted so much pressure that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers had to make an impossible, apocalyptic choice. Let the levees fail and completely drown Cairo, or deliberately detonate a levee downstream in Missouri, sacrificing 130,000 acres of prime farmland. And
they chose the land, of course, not the people's homes or anything like that, but again,
homes to lower the water levels. They chose the latter, saving Cairo in the short term, but proving once and for all how geographically precarious and fundamentally unsustainable this location truly is. Who wants to invest hundreds of millions of dollars building a manufacturing plant or a corporate headquarters in a town that requires blowing up parts of a neighboring state just to survive a rainy day? The harsh economic answer is nobody. The tragic reality of southern Illinois is that its geography is simply too intense for large-scale modern development. The rugged, unglaciated Shawnee Hills make infrastructure
beautiful, and I love going
incredibly costly
to southern Illinois.
And the explosive, flood-prone confluence of the rivers makes the most strategically logical location on the map completely uninhabitable for a major metropolis. So the answer becomes pretty obvious. It's only on flat maps where it feels like a major city should exist here. Chicago conquered the flat, cooperative north, while Cairo was ultimately swallowed by the wild, untamable geography of the South. That was a lot of information about Southern Illinois. And you seem like the kind of person who enjoys a detailed look at weird geography. If I'm right...
Shut up, dude. Don't call me out like that. What's up with you? That's crazy. Like, you call me out for my weird interests? Yes, I have very avant-garde interests. It's like, ooh, what kind of freaky stuff is Pep into? I'm into mystery, the mystery of geography. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're wrapping up here, guys. I really appreciate you. Or we're wrapping up the YouTube. Sorry. We're not wrapping up Twitch. Twitch is staying. Stay. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna move over to you guys. We're moving over to Twitch. So yeah, guys, shipwreck. We're doing shipwreck videos then. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna do some fun stuff over on Twitch. I'm gonna, smoke and eat my pizza. We're gonna watch the pizza video literally right when we get over there. So if you guys are interested in seeing like the best pizza in Chicago, you guys should definitely come and check that out. And yeah, we're gonna hang. So if you guys are over on YouTube, though, I do appreciate you. Mitch, oh, man, sorry. Didn't you figure it out, though? I felt like you did. You can at least watch, right, if you can't chat, but it's okay. I understand. Get my snacks already. I gotta go get my pizza. My pizza's here. So, don't forget to like the stream on the way out. No, I really appreciate that. If you guys haven't already subscribed to the channel and you enjoyed the content, please consider doing so. I am getting close to a personal goal where I would like to reach 3K by my streamer. Whatever. It's my channelversary. There we go. It's coming up on the 10th, so we got 11 days. Hopefully, I can pull this off. But nah, they haven't let me on yet. Really? Huh? Interesting. That's weird. Because you should actually be able to, like, get on there now. Like, no issue at all. I have, like, okay. I have no locks or anything on there. But yeah, guys, thank you for hanging over on YouTube. Catch my stream on Mondays. Or starting on Monday. I stream Monday through Friday. And then, yeah, maybe tomorrow. So this is the big thing. Keep your notifications on. So here's what I do. I'm going to play my outro. Yeah, so I'm going to play my outro, and then it's essentially the intro for the second hour, or like the back half of the Twitch show or whatever. So, yeah, come and join us, guys. Thank you again for hanging over on YouTube, and I will see you guys over on Twitch. Good night over on YouTube. Okay. Let's do this. All right. Outro, intro time. Let's go.
Who the heck is PepTalks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. Who the heck is PepTalk? They want our women. They want our children. PepTalks. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. PepTalks. I'm literally coming.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
All right. Good night, YouTube. And hello, Twitch.